Is there a person in this flow of thoughts? So it's time to listen to PeoTV, Pure Buddhism. So let's start our discussion. First, I would like to invite this flow Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
We'll pay homage to Alan Hansi. And I heard him delivering so beautiful sermons last few days as well. It's kind of precious kind of Dharma discourses. So we'll try to reiterate what we talk about this Dharma. I just wanted to add something here. When we talk about, we have talked about this a few times now, how this stimuli is the only thing that was there, and why we feel inside or outside is due to the ignorance. So when we talk about this, that there is nothing significant or nothing there, or there no one in a singular word, when we try to talk about the stimuli, there's no value. I will again try to say this, all the time when I try to say this, there is a bit of failure from our side trying to say this, but I'll try to say this again. The stimuli itself, the chair, it's important to know the chair has those 3 layers in it. So don't forget, it's only the chair, it is there. There's no me who is perceiving that. But what happens is the chair value, because last time I think we kind of stopped there. We feel that there is some, like we were talking about value per se, but then this value, we can talk about this value in 3 different types. That's what we were trying to talk last time. And fortunately, Aranhase came to the discussion and he was trying to explain it so beautifully. He did that in simple English, where he was talking about how even after the value, the basic value we know, don't forget, that's a value we know. If you talk about a necklace, it's about 200,000 rupees, something like that. So there are different value levels. Like if you take a person, this person is so valuable to me because this person has done this, or even if you hate them, this person has done this bad things to me, something like that. That's what we know. That's the suffering in one level. So we shouldn't forget this, suffering in one level. So again, value in one level, that's the same thing. But underneath that also, there's some another kind of value where the dream is real. Still, there is some kind of value there, but which someone has to feel that. And beneath that, even if someone peers this level, beneath that also there is a feel level where you feel like something is existent. And even that level, there is value. So the value, when we talk about value, don't just think about the value as in 200,000 rupee necklace. So the value keep changing. Value actually keep value become subtle, but the message is even in the feel level, the self vibration is still there. So that is where actually even if you go to formless dhyana with some people before Lord Buddha, a lot of people were in formless dhyana or even form dhyana, whatever. They still had this self vibration because they didn't understand that formless dhyana can be a thing. That's how subtle this can be. Formless dhyana is a thing to that person if that person has no samadhi or right vision. So I think it's such a beautiful thing to understand that how important the samadhi or right vision is, and how right vision is not only in the level of understanding that, you know, the necklace, but the necklace, the dream level of the necklace, or this perception level of the necklace, that is the 3D world of this, the world, or 7D in that sense, I don't know, 6D, I don't know, whatever the D world that we live in, how we feel about that we are trying to maintain the mind. That's again the next one, like that. We kind of try to maintain the mind, and beyond that, if we actually able to pierce that, then comes the feel level where you have only the consciousness level, and even that we kind of try to maintain the consciousness. That's the next one feel. So it's still this is explained in one stimuli, so don't forget. That was the thing I was trying to tell so badly that day, which I massively failed. So when we take the chair, all these levels are in that stimuli, because we have the perception level in the mind, and also there is a feel underneath that which is covered by mind. It's not evident unless we kind of liberate, kind of understand the mind. And when the value of the mind is not there, only we can feel it. And the feel, that's why very important the feel is. And then as soon as you get the feel, you understand how much power that has, and how much strength that vibration has. And that strength is the strength that is going to dwindle and go to zero, which you achieved in that particular moment we talk about, is that moment where you directly change it with the truth we have. So I think we will start the discussion today. I just added that so that we have to remember that it's in one particular stimuli we talk about all these levels, not only, not so now if I say I feel so calm, that's a statement, that's another thought. So in that thought, if you feel a value, then whatever that is the value that it has. So don't forget, whatever the statement, whatever the sound we hear, whatever the thing we see, whatever the smell, whatever the taste, or whatever the thought. So if you thought, I feel so calm, then if you feel like it is existing or it is a thing, like if you feel that's actually something true, uh, then still you are inside the dream. And this is very difficult to understand. So because the stimuli are happening so fast, we might like forget that we are thinking. Yes, can someone join the discussion today?
Peruwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Peruwan
Peruwan
Saranai to
Saranai,
all
Peruwan
Dharma
Saranai.
friends. Let's worship Buddothpado once again. And yes, Dr. Kokila, what you tried to explain is very clear because sometimes the words we use also, if we are not familiar with the vocabulary that someone else is using to explain the concept, then again we get confused also. It's very clear, Dr. Kokila. So actually, in the morning, Aryan Wahanse gave a very good explanation about the path also. So it is again directly related to your explanation regarding this seeing the three worlds or three realms in the same stimuli. Although we look at this and we try to analyze the stimulus from different perspectives, it's more or less the same, isn't it? You all are trying to help us to see the reality, the pure truth, the how we have got caught in this world. We actually just the projections of the sensory faculties and
So
yeah,
Sudharma, then there,
yes, yeah,
seeing the reality again,
hmm,
we can understand the reality, but
yeah.
actually going, piercing through and becoming the child or becoming the fetus is different. That's where we fail.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, that we have to do through the wisdom. Actually, we can't say we do, but still now the
It
torch is
happens.
there.
It just
Yeah, it
happens.
happens. It
Yeah, it
just
happens.
happens because Dr. Kokila in the morning also, Aryan Mahalsi very beautifully explained the significance of wise attention, Yoniso Manasikara, and this Yatha Bhuta Jnana, what you said to this reality, the mechanism, the strategy behind this illusionary creation, the whole entire story of this vibrations generating power as a natural phenomenon, and also the nature of the self vibration or these taints that when we know that thoroughly, if we can actually not as a person, naturally that awareness arises, and there is no other way to, as you also said, get, I mean, jump from one layer to another. If we take these three layers of ignorance or this value attribution at physically, if we try to visualize, one cannot jump from one to another. It,
No, we
as
try
you
to do
said,
it
yeah,
in our mind.
yeah, yes, but it
Yeah,
is,
that is what we usually do initially. We try to do
hmm,
it because everything, like if our mother come and say, we are going to go for a trip tomorrow, we will kind of have an idea. Like we will do this and that, what you will pack and all that stuff will come to your mind. So you will have an idea. But unless you go through the trip, only, you will understand these are the these are the things that they said that they will go through. So like if you like imagine going to Singharaja. If you have never gone to Singharaja before, the teachers will say, okay, or someone will say, we are taking you to Singharaja, and then we will we will actually imagine that, we will try to think about it, we will have a description about it, we will read about it, we will have an idea about it, but actually going only will make it real. So likewise, in this situation also, non-vibration has to be felt. That is the challenge here. So the non-vibration to be felt, at least for a fraction of a second, non-vibration to be felt, you have to actually understand the stimuli fully. You can't do it inside your mind.
Yes, that's
You
very
can't
clear.
do it inside your mind. So that is where we struggle. So what is the answer to that? That day, Dr. Sakuntala asked that question that day. Answer to that is to understand that self can't do anything here, and to relax so much so that the piercing will happen one day. That's only thing. But to happen to that, for that to happen, actually, the noble friend should be talking about this, that there is something like this. No one can be sure about non-self perception unless you have felt that. And in the middle, in that path to Singaraja, we will stop somewhere, but we haven't gone to Singaraja. So we can say we feel so happy about this trip, but we haven't gone to Singaraja yet. Like that, it's just an example. You can't actually compare that. But what I'm trying to say is, if you kind of get stagnated here and there, because you feel so good, you just might miss the chance before we kind of because we have the whole chance. But again, I have to reiterate, what can we do? We can only understand this truth and then relax, because there's nothing the self vibration can do here. Nothing. Because self vibration is the reason that we actually listen to Dhamma initially. Self vibration says, yes, there's nirvana, we'll go, we'll pack things and go. That's the way the self vibration works. But then, because it says that it will get rid of suffering, because self vibration doesn't like suffering, so it will pack things up and will start try to get a good vehicle and go. But then as we try to go, the noble friend keep telling us, you can't stop doing that, you can't. Then you realize, okay, then that's not how it can be happen. So that's where you relax, that's where you give up, not giving up fully, but give up in the mind of the self vibrations priority, because self vibration always has a lot of things in agenda, and nirvana becomes an agenda, and that agenda always get reinforced when we talk in such a way that get reinforced. Yeah, there's nirvana, yeah, we go. But then whenever there is self vibration involved, cessation of suffering is not there. Why? Because we think that we feel good, but still the underlying self vibration is, they are laughing at us because it is happily there, because now the person is also feeling happy now, so it's happily there. So if we can do something, what we can do is few things: listen to Dhamma, discuss Dhamma, and the thing you said, the Yonso Manasikara, that is what's the word? Wise attention. Yeah, that one. And like try and understand how this happened, how this whole this happened, how the duality happened, how duality is a actual illusion, how actually this side, the feeling that this side is there is an illusion. To prove that, you have to feel the non-self vibration in the soul, the non-self perception. It's the absence of self vibration. So that's, we have so many things, but realizing this, discussing this with the noble friend, realizing that there's nothing much you can do, there's nothing the self vibration can do. That's what Venerable Ananda in Lord Buddha's time, that's what he finally gave up. He gave up because there was a kind of thing that he wanted to, because he has to. He's the one who knows Dhamma by heart, like kind of everything by heart. He is the one who stood by Lord Buddha all the time. So he knows everything. But then only an Arahant can attend that meeting. And he knew. How does he know? He knows. And that's the thing, because he has felt it once. So he tried his best, but he couldn't. So likewise, this, whenever this we are kind of trying to do something, or that doesn't work, and that's what is the message Paramahansa gives. He doesn't tell it to like someone who has listened to Dhamma for 1 year or so, or 2 years or so. But if someone has listened to this Dhamma for a long time, he would definitely ask that person, why are you doing this? Why are you just feel this Dhamma and just let it happen? That's the most difficult part. People can't wait and let anything happen. People has to intervene. People has to do something. People, they have to. They can't just wait. Even waiting. If you think about waiting, then there's someone who is waiting. So you can't win. That's where you give up. And that's where you will pierce one particular stimuli and feel the vibration, self-vibration, as well as the non-self perception. Yes.
And Dr. Kokila, if we, all these guidelines or advices given by Namaste and Dhamma friends like you, actually each word counts, or each word matters. Because if we, now when Aryana says, okay, let it happen, let go of Dhamma, sometimes we still feel like, no, I must listen to more and more and so on. But when you stop there and relax and actually some awareness is left. We shouldn't be scared of forgetting Dhamma facts and this, I mean, all the phenomena, I mean, the stories behind mind creation, all the theories. We shouldn't be scared of letting them go. All Dhamma sermons and all answers, all advices have created some awareness. I mean, have had some unexplainable impact on, I can't say on the self, but within. So that brightens and brightens day by day, and that helps us to actually gradually to that alleviates the strength or the burden that we have put, the weight we have put on the world including the self. So that gradually happens. I don't know whether I was able to explain what I was like trying to
Yeah.
say. Yeah, that is a natural phenomenon. And Dr. Kokila, in the section that Shani read today, what does re-emphasized was that mind creation is a natural phenomena, like this Irtuniyama, the law of seasons, this climate stuff, then Bijaniyama, law of seeds and how plants grow from seeds as a natural phenomena, then Karma Niyama, action and effect, same way Chitta Niyama, this mind creation. Yesterday there were beautiful examples, the wind and the river. Wind is just the speed, river is just the speed. So this feeling of the existent mind also comes due to this speed. That's what it is. You also explained. Because this mind, as humans, we are privileged that we can use although we call mind the culprit, it is the savior. In other words, we are using the mind. We say that urage malu, so we use the mind to liberate from the mind, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So Surangika is also there.
Yeah, that is why because this is happening very fast. That's why whatever the 6D world or 7D world or whatever the 3D world has happened. That's why. That's where the form world is. That should be understood. And then once, if you actually in one particular stimuli, if you directly don't feel that value, it will be directly into the feel of tense. But yeah, Surangika, can you add something? Don't know whether she is able to today. Yeah.
Looks like she is not in a position to talk. She is there.
Dr. Kokila. Yes, I think that's a very fine point that you are continuing to raise in these discussions, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, which is being, it's a, I don't know what to say. What shall I say? It's a
like
finer point
how people
to,
can relax. Yeah. We just have to at one point understand that the mind can't do anything. That's where the turning point is actually, when you understand that the mind is just the mind. It's just a mirage. It's not the mirage, actually, it is the Maya. Not sure what word we use for that, the Vijnana Maya thing.
Illusory consciousness.
Is that how it is told in the book?
That's how we use mind consciousness. Oh, Maya, illusory consciousness.
Yeah,
Maya is an illusion, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, how this mind consciousness or the mind gives this beautiful illusion that we all have, we are blinded with that illusion. We feel like everything is existing. That's what we understand. We actually, it's so beautiful. We keep understanding this through Dhamma and Noble Friend discussions. Everyone keep understanding this every day, that not just simple dukkha satya, not just that level, but there's dukkha satya, dukkha satya. I'm not sure how to tell that in English, but because these things are rarely discussed. So we can feel we can have a suffering because we have lost something, or we have lost one of our, family member or something like that. But that is also kind of suffering, yes. But there is a bit more to it. So we keep understanding all these things. We keep understanding how deep this sansaric cycle is, how it became a cycle, how Lord Buddha explained that this one vibration, it changes the form. Like in one time it would be giving a illusion of human sensory organs. So it will be America, Australia, Sri Lanka, whatever. We have so many things, and we kind of live in that without any hesitation, and we don't even know that it's an illusion. But listening to this Dhamma will actually change the whole way you look at this world, and you understand it's just the sensory organ production. The world that we see, or we hear, or we feel, or we think is just a production of the sensory organs. But what we feel extra is because whatever the production becomes a thing. It can happen in several levels, but yes, but it's just one stimuli becoming a thing. It can be a thing in like necklace having a cost of like 300,000, 200,000, or whatever the thousands, and then you can feel losing it gives me suffering. But then we need that. There's another levels of suffering too. So it's such a beautiful Dhamma that any form of suffering is gone. Not just limited to humans. Not just, it's not limited. You can't put a limit to this suffering. Suffering has so many levels, and Lord Buddha actually had an answer. Other teachers of Lord Buddha had answers to different levels, but Lord Buddha actually found the answers to every suffering. But nowadays, people who listen to Dhamma especially in English-speaking world, they might misunderstand Dhamma being just about suffering. That's not the thing. It's cessation of suffering. I don't know how actually that has gone to the world, that if it is Lord Buddha's Dhamma that should be mostly talking about suffering. No, it's not the case. It's actually winning the suffering. There's no suffering at all. And that's the message we have to put across. How beautiful this Dhamma is, how important this Dhamma is to live happily at this moment, not next moment. How it can give you not just basic happiness that we know from getting something. Like example, getting the necklace. How, if you get a necklace, if someone was actually thinking about a necklace and someone actually buy you a necklace, you will be like, wow, that wow effect will be there. And, so you might feel so happy. But this is beyond that level. This is a happiness where you will be happy even if the necklace is lost, even if your leg is lost, even if you are dying, that happiness will be there. So that is kind of that is the outcome of the cessation of suffering. So this actual message is not fully gone so to the world. And a lot of people, if we talk about Lord Buddha's Dhamma, they will definitely think about the, sitting down and doing a meditation. I mean, 99%, I think that is the case. The whole world will be like thinking about sitting down and doing a meditation and going to like a very good place so that all the problems are forgotten or all the problems are not there. Or you will have some very, very happy moments there that you will definitely has to sit again to get for the meditation. So this Dhamma, the insight, what do we call that? Insight meditation, is it? This truth, how we go through,
Vidarshana, insight meditation.
Insight meditation. So through that, we just keep understanding how this suffering happened. That's all we did. I mean, that's all we can do. How did this suffering happen? How did this self-vibration continue to give suffering? We keep understanding that, that's all. And through that, there is kind of happiness even in a dangerous calamity. So, this is rare. We do get that. We do understand that this is rare. Insight meditation is rare. And insight meditation is difficult for people to understand. So they just give up. They just give up. Even concentration meditation is difficult. I think there's not much people who try that either. But insight meditation can be more worse because you have to actually keep understanding how this suffering has occurred, suffering or the self-vibration, how it brought about all these problems. And also, without a good teacher, it's very difficult. So that's where Buddothpado, the Dhamma discourses are going to change this, the way they look at the life, way they look at the suffering, way they look at the existence, the way they look at being alive, the way they look at the consciousness, the way they look at nirvana or non-vibration, absence of vibration. So, we have kind of a big task here, but we just try to do our best with whatever, resources we have. It's the only message here is this is a beautiful Dhamma where you will feel it then and there, not in next birth or anything, not when you die. You will be in such a blissful state where you don't have to change anything. It's not that you have to sit somewhere to get that blissful state. You don't have to do anything to get that state. If you understand Dhamma and if you feel it, if you feel that there's non-existence, how existence was a illusory thing, definitely the suffering is not going to persist. There can be a difficulty in giving this message, but still, yes, Surangika, can you add bit more, yes.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I think it's that when you were mentioning that, I was thinking back in the day, you're quite right about the concentration meditation and this meditation. Some people are quite good at it, and I used to remember when I used to do meditation those days, and certain days it's really good and one can concentrate, but sometimes you just can't. And then I used to think, if one cannot concentrate even with the eyes closed, because so much of stimuli kind of arises when the eyes are open. Now we know through telepathization, but keeping the eyes open itself means that there's like thousands and thousands of thoughts that spring to mind through that mechanism. But back in the day, I used to think that how can one even do sati sampajanna with the eyes open when it's so difficult to do concentration meditation even with the eyes closed. And so that is where the beauty of this Dhamma comes in, isn't it? Because it doesn't happen that way even to begin with. It's just such a wrong view of thinking back in the day. And that is why I think sometimes people don't understand and they take the easy way out and think that, a little bit of peace and quiet through the meditation is good enough for me. I mean, that's all type of thing. But if one really wants to understand the truth here and find out the truth, then it is only through that quest that one actually comes across this Dhamma and then is able to practice Sati Sampajanna without even thinking of Sati Sampajanna, isn't it? Because all what is being focused on is the understanding the mechanism of the mind. And by doing that, one invariably, the Sila. The Sila automatically is there. The Sila itself is the understanding that the thought, that there is nothing in the thought and nothing of substance. And through that itself, the chair doesn't become a thing, the objects don't become a thing. And Aryan Mahansi was explaining the Alamariya Jnana Darshana and saying that in this asana, that everything is there. It's just that the thing is not a thing, but the chairs are there, the table is there, your parents are there, the family, household, car, job, everything is there. It is that nothing holds, there's nothing of value. But there is a going about of one's day-to-day activities, there is a functioning. The self and the soul, or the self-perception, the misconception rather, is what gets vanquished, isn't it? So that is the part that is the most powerful message, and that is the part that is then well understood when the whole Sakkaya Ditthi aspect is eroded at the Sotapanna stage. So, yeah.
Yeah, what do we call darshana? What is the word we call for darshana?
Philosophy, I think, isn't it?
Philosophy. Yeah, so that is the only thing that philosophy is the only thing that changes the view. Sotapanna, no one can actually get that. The first experience, you can't get it through any other thing. And when the philosophy is correct and the non-self angle is properly felt, not only learned but felt also, then the doubts are gone and you actually understand the whole thing. You can't tell this by heart. You can tell to a limit, but you can't tell this by heart. Like by just by practicing it, by how Aryan Mahansi says it, you just can't do it. After one level, you actually can get stuck, because if if you can't understand how these things do occur. So what actually matters is how this no self anger actually changes the whole thing. And after that, sila happens, the samadhi happens, but it's samma samadhi. Right meditative state, I don't know. The meditative state where there is no self, and that is, people can't even understand that, because it is rare. Definitely, if we had that, we are not born here now to talk about this, do we? So yeah, definitely we haven't had that experience before. So that's why we are here talking about this and trying to understand this. So we need to know that these very specific, very rare things we try to experience. And when once someone experiences it, then the whole Noble Eightfold Path starts, because the view already has changed from wrong view to right view. Then everything starts to become right. You think, but you think with the no self-anger. You do something, you do it with the no self-anger. You talk with the no self-anger. You do everything, even the samadhi, satya, this awareness, the meditative states, everything with the no self-anger. That's the beauty. And that's where the cessation of suffering, the start of the cessation of suffering. Otherwise, if you keep imagining things in the mind world, still you won't know the your taints, and also you won't know the no self vibration. That's where the challenge is. But the challenge is a challenge because our mind has so much thickness.
न्यूज़ में आप बताना है कि
Did you try to talk? Yeah, it's very beautiful how we keep understanding Dhamma and then keep changing, and come to a level where you feel your self vibration, and then you know it is dissolving, because it has started from the Noble Eightfold Path. If the path starts from the right vision, everything starts to get dissolved. So I didn't notice that Aryan Hansi is also in the discussion. I'm not sure whether he is in a position to talk. Yes.
Yes, I was about to say, Dr.
Yeah.
Kokila. I had a colleague in
Kokila, what's your question?
It wasn't a question, Aryan Hansi. We were just discussing.
Yeah.
We were just discussing about the beauty of Dhamma, actually. And we were discussing about stuff that you were discussing in the morning as well. How last few days, how in Sinhala Zoom discussions you were talking about few aspects. So we usually try to discuss that in the single discussion, English discussion too. So we were talking about that. Do you want to add something, Aryan Hansi? Or if anyone has a question, you can ask Aryan Hansi. he is in a position to answer. Yeah, what was it, Surangika, you were going to say?
I was trying to say that there was a colleague in office who took
Yes,
some.
Kopila, I don't know what's discussion going on. I'm just now joined.
Yeah, we didn't specifically talk about a question, Aramanju. We were just elaborating on things that you try to teach us these days.
Especially people in mind. Mind
Yes.
is otherwise is the mind is illusion, but they don't know what is the fee. That's mind is your world. Mind is suffering and sadness. Everything is your mind. But you understood how is the mind is creating. Mind is not real. So that's the end of suffering. That's the Nibbana is there. That's very important. So how is mind creating? That's Buddhist philosophy. Buddha's explain this world. What is the truth is here. So nobody is here, no one is here. System is working. So that's very important. You know? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's not easy to understand because this your life feel is here. Everybody have their life feel. So people thinking this world is real. They are in here. So who are them? Who are you? Body is not you, mind is not you. That's your pain, that's your power, that's your what is this? It's like an electric power, like a magnetic power, like a mind power. There's nobody here, no one is here. System is this. System is working. System like this. So that's the ending the suffering. Someone understood this. Normally everything is normally going on. Normally everything is happening. No.
Yes.
It's very important. Yeah. Not easy to understand because it's experience. It's not believing. It's not knowledge. It's not another type of syllabus or something. It's really happening here. So feel how it's coming is very important. Someone understood this. No problem anywhere. Everything can be happening, but you are in silence. That's the calm and cool mind, free mind. No death of the system is working. Every second, every time, thoughts are created. Thought is not anybody. Thought is only the thoughts. That's it. Just a thinking.
Mm.
Yeah. It's okay.
And I think a lot of our listeners are very keen to understand this and feel this.
Experience is very important. No? Peaceful mind. There's a calm and cool. There's a tranquility. It's an experience. You have experience, or Suranga have experience. So people have an experience, that is why they are struggling. Many guys are thinking, but this word is concentration. But it's not inside meditation. They are doing concentration meditation. It's not inside meditation. It's other. It's understanding. Someone want to understand. Someone understood what is truth here. The values are gone. Normally everything is happening. That's the Buddha's explain. That's the peaceful mind. That's the sadness, suffering, endless. That's the endless. It's otherwise is like a film. Everything is happening. You are not in the film. That's very important. Everything can be happen, no problem anyway. Nobody's here, that is why. But you are there, you can't tolerate it because you have ego, no. But ego is fading. That's okay, no. It's not easy. Yeah. Normally your job or your daily, that's your lifestyle. So normally going on. It's no problem. You want experience. Everybody want experience. Yeah, Buddha's word is come and see. You can experience it. It's very nice feeling. It's good. I think his time is now. So, what do you think about Suranga?
That's an iron answer. Yes, it's really beautiful iron answer. I think that the tranquility that comes from within, and then the ability to still do the same things, isn't it, Aryan? It's still doing the home stuff, still doing the chores, still going to the market, still doing the job, and deadlines, and working 5 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours. You don't feel that stress is not there. The problems were there only because we made it a problem. Grandmas those days, everything is what do you call it? Like a getima. Everything is questioned. That is because of that innate understanding of the Dhamma had not been embedded or entrenched. So everything becomes an issue then in the mind. And then it's like an easy flow. It's like how you say water has no shape. Water takes the shape of everything, or the bowl that it is put into. If you put it into a glass, the water takes the shape of the bottle. Or if you put the water into a glass, the water takes the shape of the glass. It's like that. There is a blending without friction, isn't it?
That's a non-soul.
Yeah.
That's a non-soul pattern. You are not anywhere. I say everything is okay. Yeah, nature is there. You are in somewhere. There's something. That's the problem. It's you. You are not anywhere. No problem. No, it's okay. That's the water shape. What's the is okay. Art is okay. But you have art. You have shape. It's okay. You can't tolerate other shapes. That's why. No.
Yeah, that's right.
Your style, yeah. Your art. That's your art. It's your experience given you art. Otherwise, your mind also experience. So that's Abhisankara, Buddha's word is. It's a spark. It's automatically generating the power, more power. It's more ego. It's you. You who are you are a doctor or anything. So that's your ego. You have a value. You are given. You are given to you are given value to you. That's why,
Yes.
it's okay. Nobody value given to you. You not you is the you don't care for anybody. It's okay. Otherwise, that's the black sheet.
Yeah.
That's good IT. That's good IT. It's easy life. That's good IT. That's final result. It's okay. That no problem for that. That's a big no. Otherwise, the monk like that, no value. It's okay. And monk haven't properties. Monk haven't money or anything. That's why monk is emptiness. It's okay. Nothingness. No value. It's not a physical. It's inside. It's a mind. You weren't there. Nothingness stage. It's peaceful. That's the tranquil. Otherwise, yeah, it's good. I think. It's okay today. I think time is over. Okay, tomorrow we can discuss again. Okay, Kokila. Okay, Saranka. Everybody.
Namaskar.
Everyone, sir, everybody.
The feeling that, the burden of the self-perception. Isn't it such a burden? Because we can remember how, as children, even if we are wounded, even if we are punished, even if we are in trouble, trouble in the sense, that teacher will shout, or, mother will shout, or whatever. The children at the particular moment, they're just not having any burden like an adult. So this burden, we can feel how burden gets bigger and bigger. And with Dhamma, you can see how the burden is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And one day, definitely it will be not there. But the challenge is to feel the stimuli, full stimuli, the levels of stimuli, and to feel lack of or absence of self vibration or the absence of duality. Anything else to add by anyone else? Not sure. Surangika or Sudama, anyone can add something?
Therwan Saranai, Avan Hansita Namaskaram, Therwan Saranai, both of you. It was such a beautiful recapitulation of the self-perception and this illusion. Yes, as both of you said, this sense of self and then the external world becoming real. These two are like two tracks, parallel tracks, and they actually listening or mitigating of the sense of self and diminishing of this defilements or the belief that external world is there. They happen. This self-realization happens simultaneously. It is. I mean, we can experience that also, because as you said now, Chaya is you. There is no difference when we talk about non-duality. So, and at the same time, this we can connect this discussion to the path, because for months and months now, in this groundbreaking revelations at 7 o'clock, Aryan Mahansi get the disciples to share their experiences, to know, to make sure that they are in the right path. So they are also only criterion, only parameter that we can, not as a person, one has to confirm, to like to understand that particular person is in the path, is also seeing this dilution of or dissolving of the sense of self. Because as you said at the very beginning, this world and the self, we in the, I mean, as kids, we took them as two entities, this figure, the body and the external world. But actually, when we go deeper and deeper, when we see this truth of the stimulus through ourselves, what happens is this body is also external. This only that awareness is there, that defilements are diminishing. Otherwise, this so-called six sensory organs and this body also becomes external. And then, if we talk about the path also, the path is actually, simply we say, it is just diminishing of defilements, or like lighting or softening of the sense of self. But still, in other words, it is how real the external world is for you. Like if we try to take a certain stimulus, for example, if we like take simple things like something that you use quite often, maybe a pen, simply a pen. So those days, when it was so real to us, that entity was so real to us, because this pen itself represents the entire world that we used to believe as real. So we actually, when we don't see it, we look for it everywhere. We like with it was so real, the mental image of the pen and the three-dimensional shape of the pen, everything. The moment we think that we know that mechanism, how this becomes a three-dimensional thing, because due to the merging of the five sensory faculties. First it occurs with the eye, and then all coming together and gives us the image of this three-dimensional pen. So we look for that actually now we know that it is a thought. We have looked, we have run here and there, checked all the places to find this mental image actually. So it is a thought, but gradually now also when you see the pen is not there, we go and take the pen, we write with it, but still we are not like we don't believe that strongly of this pen, like since we know the strategy how it has come to this is a thought, so that way we are gradually kind of what happens is not we are it's all nature, this power creation, thought creation, everything is nature. You were talking about it very beautifully, and yesterday also in the reading it was highlighted in relation to this Irtu Niyama, Bija Niyama, Kamma Niyama, Chitta Niyama. So this is nature, power creation is nature. But what gradually happens is everything is there as usual, but the strong perceptions or kind of strong belief we had as they are real entities, that gradually fades away, and that is, I think, what we meant by that release. Actually, the strong burden we had with all the perceptions and all the entities, people around, we had created such a kind of world, very thick, solid world, so that dilutes gradually. So you also can correct and like continue the discussion based on these points. Please correct if there are things to be corrected. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai. Actually, yeah, if Surangika can add something, that would be great.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai.
Not on that point exactly, but I thought something that Dr. Sakuntala also mentioned about the Yandonatmaka Desana yesterday, but another aspect that R.N. Mahansa brought out based on a question that somebody raised was the difference between awareness and feel, which I thought was the main focus of the discourse yesterday. And I think it arose because of somebody saying that the person has awareness of the thoughts, awareness of what's happening in this very moment, every moment kind of thing. And I think it was the person who had listened to Buddothpada discourses for a few years. And so almost the entire discourse was on that as to why that person even contemplated that was the way of the path. And to Dr. Sakuntala's point, or I think Sudharma mentioned it as well, the way of the path is giving away from the mind to the feel and the dissipation of the self-perception. But the awareness and how he explained it was, he said, if you have an awareness about something, in Sinhalese we call it sihiya, that means there is invariably something. There has to be a something in order for there to be awareness. So this whole crux of this Dhamma, the true Dhamma philosophy, is that there is no thing in anything. the objects one would see, one of the objects one would hear, true. But is there anything in that object, anything in that sound, anything in that light? And I think the aspect he said is, is there we hear a sound, but is there a crow in the sound? Is there a baby in the image? Is there a mother in the image? Is there a jasmine flower in the smell? No. So if one actually has an awareness, then that object has become real to that person. But what is jnana? And it is the jnana or wisdom that emerges through the understanding of the Dhamma. And the Vidarshana itself is the penetrative insight that one embarks on, is to not continue to be aware of things, but to give rise to wisdom, because it is wisdom that will take one towards the path to liberation and not the mind. The awareness itself is a facet of the mind. True, at the beginning, at the Satyajnana stage, when one is understanding still the true Dhamma philosophy, one has to turn it around in one's mind. One has to analyze it. One has to understand it. I think a few Zooms ago, we talked about active thinking, active reflection, and then we talked about passive reflection, which is somewhat slightly more advanced stage than the active reflection. The active reflection was like Savitakka Savichara in Sinhalese, so I think it's Pali. And then the passive reflection, but then all that gives way to that innate wisdom and the feel. So Dr. Kokila, I think you mentioned this in so many Zooms in the English as well as in the Zoom at midnight. But essentially what Arun Mahansa was saying was the Vidarshana. Why do we call it Vidarshana Jnana and not Vidarshana Sihiya or awareness? And that is because through the penetrative insight. Why are we doing it? Through prajna, when we do the penetrative insight, without one's volition, the wisdom emerges. There is no time, there is no timetable or any kind of thing that one can do about it. When one keeps on understanding how the light consciousness, sound consciousness, all these come about, how the vibrations and the speed of vibration gives us this manifestation, how these sensory perceptions then make up this world, and the thought process and the existent field and the self-perception. Through that thinking and reflection comes the wisdom, and it is through that wisdom that self-perception, the Sakkaya Ditthi, gradually erodes and to a point where it is understood for one moment. And then the path is there for the gradual dissipation of the defilements and the traits, the asavakkhaya jnana. But essentially what he was trying to say was, what are you doing, having listened to the Dhamma for so long? What is this so-called awareness that one can keep on doing? And there is no need for it. If in this very moment, what is feel? The feel is that in this moment, the stimuli has not become a thing. If the stimuli feel means there is no thing in it. There can be an association of various things, various stimuli, mother, father, objects, things to do, incidents to do, tasks to perform, and so on. All these are stimuli that is coursing through the mind. But if none of those things become a thing, that is the feel. And if that is the feel, that is the vipassana kanika samadhi. That is the almost kind of permanent state, permanent meditative state that is prevalent without having to actually do any kind of active thinking or awareness onto every stimuli. Because is that practical? No, it isn't. And that is why there is Vidarshana, isn't it?
Surangika,
Yes,
are you using the feel here for Avadiya?
The feel, he said, was if
No,
there
no,
is.
here, when you were telling, when you were now, just now when you were telling, were you referring in Sinhala term, was it Avadiya you were referring to, or was it, was it that, or I just got just
It was in
deviated.
relation to the question. So the question was
No,
awareness.
I listened to that. No, I'm
Yeah.
talking about when you said just last bit, last bit now, just now you said the feel would be, because there's two different the feel word is also a bit tricky here. Do you get
Yeah,
it?
I think it is used in two
aspects.
Yeah, Aryan once I have heard him saying it in the way he said it last night, that Daneno in Sinhalese, of course, means that deyak නැති බව දැනෙනවා නම්, that is the feel. If you use feel in that way, what
that's
that
true,
means is the stimuli has not become a thing in this very moment.
In English, didn't we try to tell that in English by using a new word called super-awareness? Did we not try that? I think we tried, didn't we?
I was wondering whether super-awareness, did we use that for Avadiya, isn't it? Maybe Dr. Sakuntala and Sudharma might remember. I think it was for Avadiya.
I'm not sure. I think Samma Satya, wasn't it super-awareness?
Dr. Kokila, Samma Satya is concentration, isn't it?
Right? Oh no, that word is wrong. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's so difficult. When you, it's really difficult. So what did we use the word for super-awareness in
I think it's Avadiya or Adhigata Samadhi, one of the two. Dr. Sakuntala, do you have a view on that?
I think it is Adhigata Samadhi, isn't it? The super-awareness. That is how I remember it.
Because Aryan Mahansa doesn't, he always says this awareness and concentration, and these words have been used so much, isn't it, in the Western world, that he said those are full of misinterpretation and misunderstanding.
Yeah, can't even discuss that because it's always taken, and as soon as we tell about concentration, everyone thinks about, concentrating on one stimuli. That's what they think. That is where the problem is. Even that the last night, what that every time someone says "Sita dakinawa," this problem comes because the word is taken so much. Even in Sinhalese, it is taken so much. It confuses everyone. It's like being someone like a security officer and keep watching, and then who is a security officer? Then it is a self vibration. So then the whole thing becomes confusing. So we always have this problem in when we try to say something. Super awareness. If it is the
Dr. Kokila, awakening to the moment is also used for Mohotata Avadiya. Awakening to the moment.
Yeah, true. But all these things is awakening to the moment is usually no self-perception or actually feeling the non-self, non-vibration. So it is the same thing. But divulge in different topics and different ways. It was so beautiful, the last night discussion, where people have to be very careful, and I struggle in, like, I try to say this, but it's very, very difficult, if someone asks, okay, are you telling us not to have any awareness in normal day-to-day life? No, we are not telling that. We are not even talking about that aspect. We are not. This is completely different. That's why actually the river is going downside. This river is going upside. this completely different aspect. So I think that has to be understood first, that this is, I heard someone saying that, in only the first part of the Zoom, I heard someone saying it's so difficult to understand. Yes, it is difficult to understand. Even, like to understand, okay, is it awareness or is it not awareness, or what is it awareness, like that. But what here we have to understand is we have a different kind of awareness here, that there is no self and there's nothing. So it is very, 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 I think one day I was trying to say that with the example of the baby, where baby slowly gets the awareness, because baby, usually we say siyanadda, we tell children, don't we? Like we tell, don't you have any awareness? Don't you know? You have lost your umbrella again. Why don't you know? But then
that's such a conventional term for that, isn't it?
Yeah,
that is
and
not
now,
what we're talking about here exactly.
Yeah, so this is so different.
Are you
now,
absent-minded? We say, isn't it?
Yeah, and now this is kind of we are talking about that a different kind of awareness from true Dhamma, from samadhi or right vision. By feeling that there is no self, we turn around, we change the whole aspect. We know that there is no self. By experience, we know now there is no self, and then the whole thing changes. Then the whole time, the whole life of whether it's 62, whether it is 42, whether it is 82, even 12, the awareness was that there is a thing there, the umbrella is in my bag, and I'm here. That was the awareness. Such a simple thing. The child may lose it. I mean, child may lose it because there's no much importance of the umbrella to the child. But the mother has a very good importance of that because it's costly sometimes, whatever. What I'm saying is, this Dhamma changes the whole aspect of awareness, because now we can't even call it awareness, because this is about a different aspect, that even if it is in the bag, that it is actually like a perception, and even that perception is not true. And even that if you start that stimuli from I, even the light is not true. So what can we say is true? I mean, none of these are true. So we kind of have a different thing. So definitely we have to have a different aspects or different things. So that's why we struggle with the words. But we can say no self-perception would be a better word here, I would say, because actually speaking, there's no new perception there. There's absence of self-perception, which is going to grow slowly. That's where when someone get the non-self-perception, that absence of self-perception, it keep growing, and at one point, like what happened to the child didn't have that full awareness when they were children. They didn't even know that this is me. They didn't know. They could play under your own mother's dead body. They didn't know. They just played. They just did whatever they can. But with the time, they were fully aware of the surroundings. They were fully aware about the self-perception. But this changes, and still you are fully aware about the surrounding too, still. But this is a different way of putting that in. Different non-self-perception. Yeah, that's all I can do. I think Surangika tried her best too. What do you think, Surangika? Is there any way we can win in this this course, like trying to tell this to the world? Can we win, you think?
Dr. Kokla, it's actually from personal experience. The other thing is, this is a very weak example, but I hope our listeners can try to at least understand, and ourselves as well. So I think our answer also may have mentioned, I think, if we try to get a 12-year-old to do O-levels, that child would not be able to get a proper understanding of the syllabus, isn't it? So it's like, because the 12-year-old, I don't know whether he or she will be in grade, 7, 8 or 9 or somewhere there, but the grade 7 syllabus, the grade 8 syllabus and the 9 syllabus all shapes that child's knowledge in order to be able to cope with the O-level syllabus.
Yeah.
And come to that understanding. So this aspect about awareness and avadya or super awareness, and to come to that point, and as you have mentioned earlier, to have the confidence to let go of the perception and all that, if you can't give that message to the person on the path too early, because that person has not the maturity of the thinking process, and the vidarshana has not come to the point of being able to grasp that other subtle message. It has to be, that's why the Kalyana Mitra, the noble teachers' guidance right through the whole process is so important, because it is only that teacher who will be able to discern exactly at what moment to guide with what message to the follower, isn't it?
Exactly, like letting go of the parua is such a subtle thing that can be told to, like, really at kind of in the middle of the path. You can't really say it in the beginning, like yeah, there's so many things like that. True. And
there was I think you brought up the question, you brought up this thing a few days ago, Dr. Kokila, about some years ago, you had R.N. had asked you about what is your point of contemplation, and you had said your children. And looking back, you said, you almost laugh at the fact, because ultimately it's self-perception. And then I had made a note in that, I found one of the books where I had made a short note, and R.N. had said there will come a time when you'll be able to still have the children, still look after the children, and still gain that super awareness, or still liberate from the mind. And I mean, just think about that moment where a mother would find the children of value, or think at that point. So, certain amount of advanced stage is there, but still has that thought that, no, this is my point of contemplation. And it could be very well at that point where that follower that is the point of contemplation. But see, at that very moment, the message that Aryan Vahanse gave was, if you could see slightly beyond that and understand, bring your Satyajnana to a level where you will then be able to even transcend that moment, and then understand that there can be the children, the children can exist. You as a mother can exist. You can perform your obligations. You can perform your obligations to society as a doctor and so on, and still be liberated from your mind. Isn't that such a beautiful message, and given at that correct moment?
Yeah, true. Oh my God. That's why I keep telling that some things that Arana has told, we were not mature enough to get it at that some particular points when we were not mature enough, but then we kind of get it now. And I don't think this will end. I can't even imagine how the 80 disciples and Lord Buddha, when Lord Buddha must have been there, and all the monks, how they must have felt, like such a beautiful feel, that how massive that, the how massive, and it's so beautiful. I don't know. I just can't explain how things keep changing. How
And just think about this, Dr. Kokla. Every depending on the vibration, self vibration, like 8 billion people have 8 billion different vibrations. The Gatini, I don't know what you call it, Sudama, maybe you can have a
the tains.
The tains. Each one's tains are so different, dependent on the the zygote level, the environment, the person grew up in, the education, any kind of childhood trauma, etc., etc. So just imagine the amount of being able to, what shall I say, tune into that vibration in order to, it's such an individual thing, isn't it? And that's why our Enhance encourages everybody to get onto the Zoom and ask everybody's questions where one is stuck in, because one person's message, true, there are common messages that each of us can take from the Zoom discourses, but there are some very, very fine points that people get stuck on because of those stains that have to be unraveled. And sometimes, you can't do it yourself, because you cannot see beyond that point because of ignorance, because of the very defilements. One's vision is clouded through defilements. So it is the Dharma teacher or the noble spiritual teacher who's able to say, no, there is a way forward. And then show the way, isn't it?
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, it is amazing. I don't know where the word amazing can be used anywhere else. I mean, we have heard this word amazing, like, yeah, truly amazing. How we can actually tune into this, because the mind has covered it. Mind, that whatever with the data, every data we have, mind has covered this taints. So to find the taints, like actually feel the taint, not find the taint. Can't find the taint. You have to feel the taints, and then feel the non-vibration is something that has to be felt. But even to know that is beautiful, isn't it? I mean, feeling must be felt by each and every person, but even to know it.
Dr. Sakutila, Sudharma, if you have anything to add.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and Miss Randika. Was very beautiful, actually, the way you go and making revelations to the world and re-emphasizing the important points that Arya Mahanse has revealed in the long run. And actually, here, what I wanted to add is, Mr. Ramita and Dr. Kokla, that you were talking about taints. Yes, in many sermons, the Arya Mahanse mentions that taints, actually the manifest form of taints is the defilements, isn't it? It is that is in dormant or latent. No, the taints, which is, it doesn't come up, but the manifest form of it we find as defilements. That is delusion or desire, then ill will, hatred, etc. And to the point that you were mentioning, that how we can reveal this to the world, pass this message to the world. So they are also,
but
if the birth,
Sudharma,
yes, Dr. Kokila.
That last particular thing you said, Yes, the manifestations are the defilements, but defilements would be there, but just that awakening to the moment is the beginning of the path. So the awakening to the moment actually in one particular stimulus, you can identify all these layers. It just has to be felt.
Yes, you're so beautiful that you always remind, because it's like a turning point, isn't it, of someone's path. And
Yeah,
Dr. Kokila,
it's
yes,
very important because that's where the trick is. There is be inside the mind and the outside the mind problem. That's where the problem is. If you're inside the mind, kind of, I don't know how else to say that. Suranka might have better English words for that. When you are inside the mind, in the sense that in mind perception or mind consciousness, it's a bit difficult to understand the tense. At least one particular moment, if one particular moment you don't get that value of the mind perception, then only that particular part will be felt, because all these parts are one stimulus. If it's cross sound has all these things. It has the cross sound. It has this the dream, as Aranwansi said, mind kind of thing. Still the cross sound is there, but then if you actually pierce that, only you can feel that change. In the sense, it is the kind of the vibration of the sensory organ. And if you have practiced fully these 4 steps that Aranohanse has taught us, will definitely understand that it is just the sensory organ, and the non-vibration or absence of duality will be felt. Absence of duality. Yeah.
yes. And Dr. Kokila, that our birth is just the birth of the I. The I itself, the non-duality is there, isn't it? If seeing is, or what happens is seeing only, hearing only, then and there we liberate from the feeling, thought that there is a person listening, person seeing. So it also happens when we understand this mechanism. Actually, what worked for me really is Aryan Hanse's the scientific explanation of these vibrations and how this power gets created, how come that there isn't a tree outside. And so when Aryan Hanse's, sermons about the philosophy alone definitely takes someone to the next level in terms of this, isn't it? Isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So there is no other way of, and at the same time, the first point of contemplation, that everything is the mind, that becomes self-evident even to a foreigner who has never heard Dhamma before, this Chittena Niyati Loko thing, because it becomes self-evident. Whatever
Yeah, but in there
the
also,
yes,
the difficult part is the
yes,
self-thought is also external.
yes. This body is also external. That's what
Self-thought is also external.
external. Yes,
Drushtiya, kind of all
this view,
the
wrong view.
wrong view, in the sense, the thought, the
Mm.
we have the self vibration, and then we get the self perception. As soon as the I is formed, we have an idea now.
Yes.
That perception, whatever the perception we have, if it is a flower, whatever the perception, the self perception is anyway there, because we take it as true anyway, without Dhamma, I'm telling. And
Yes.
that goes to the self view or the thought. I
see the flower.
That one is outside.
Is
Everything
that
that is where the people struggle, because that's where I was trying to say in last few like things I told you. I was trying to say
yes.
people
Yes.
get that part, that outside world is not true, but don't know how to put the self perception there, how to put the self view there, how to put the thought. The I is a thought. How it arises, that is as similar to the chair, very similar to the chair. That part no one is keen to take, but everyone is keen to take about the chair. They are very happy to take. Oh, okay, daughter is not there, son is not there, mother is not there, father is not there, family is not there, dog is not there, job is not there, nothing is there. So good. Oh my God, that's wow. That's really good.
Yes.
But that's not the thing. That's not
And
the
when
actual
Dr.
thing that we are
Kokila,
trying to say. Yeah.
when Aryan Mahanse gives it in the form of a formula, I equals the chair and so on, he repeatedly says, no. Yes.
No, we
I mean,
forget. That's why it should be repeated. Yeah, we keep forgetting, because this, the strong self view cuts it off. Because this is so beautiful, like if you are there and everything else is not there, aren't you happy? Yeah, so you're happy. Yeah, you're happy. So we want to be happy, don't we? So then the self perception will be very high. And that's what happened to Mithya Drishtika Brahmaya. Same thing. And we can be easily a Mithya Drishtika Brahmaya. That's where we are trying to, keep reminding.
Yes, very important. And Dr. Kokila, the basics are actually, we cannot call them basics even, because it's the only thing,
The
only
truth.
way
The
out.
truth.
Yeah, the truth. So the more we contemplate on these sensory perceptions, the power, self-vibration, or this story, actually it's like
I
a
think
thought.
repetition
Yeah.
from the Zoom discussions, repetition from, talking about this is very important. And every day Aryan Mahanse telling that, you are keeping yourself, and you are trying to tell that everything is fine is not the path. It's not the path. And you can get frustrated by listening to that, but that's definitely not the path. Because this is non-self Dhamma, no self Dhamma, or non-self perception, or absence of self-perception is the final outcome. And Arhant has become the non-self perception. Because normal layperson without Dhamma has full self-perception. Arahant has a full non-self-perception. That's all. That's the difference. That's all the difference. Yeah, we can only reiterate, we can only discuss, we can only remind, we can only... Each person has to actually get into the parva or the... I don't know what that is called. What is it called? Craft? Or what is it?
Yeah, raft.
Raft. Yeah.
Raft. What's that, Miss Surangika? I forgot.
Yeah, I think raft is fine.
Canoe is also there. Yeah.
Raft is better, I think. Yeah.
Raft.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yes, someone has to get into the raft, and also
raft. Yeah.
with the help of the noble friend has to know that you can't grab onto the raft, and like it's a very fine line.
Couple of days ago, Aryan Hanse re-emphasized, when you are an Arahant, chair is still there, but chair is not a thing. What Dr.
Yeah, but the problem is,
Yeah.
is people take this in the beginning.
Yes. Only as theory.
Yeah, no, we have to... It is how an Arahant is feeling. Everything is there. But because there's no self-perception, problem is not there. I mean, problem the layperson has not there. Because the no self-perception is the normal thing, that we were talking about, the super awareness is the thing. So, but everything is there. But when we try to say that in the beginning of, someone's journey, sometimes they misunderstand. Oh yeah, I understood the Dhamma. Now, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I see everything, yeah, normal. But they don't know what their taints are. And they don't know how the taints will be absent. So that's how direct this Dhamma is. You can't really do anything. It's such a direct one as well. Not something you can bluff. Yeah, I think we are running into the other Zoom discussion.
Yes, it's the last minute. It's almost 4 o'clock, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah. We worship Aranhanse as usual. Thank you, Shani, for reading the book, and thank you, Dhamma friends, for coming and trying to give this to the whole world. We're trying our best, but I think we can do something, and we will do whatever we can. Therwan Sarnai, everyone.
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila. Amen.
Therwan Sarnai. Today also we have gathered here to discuss the noble truth taught by our great teacher, Buddothpado. First of all, I would like to pay my humble homage to Buddothpado, the spiritual teacher, always giving guidance and guiding us to go on the spirit path. So in this Dhamma sermon, Aranhanse intention is to give a true Dhamma. Everyone, those who are listening this Dhamma. This message is really, really important. Those who want to see the truth of Dhamma. Because actually, we didn't see the truth of our life. Why? Because no one told us the truth. Even though we have heard of sermons in different months, we couldn't find the relaxation and the path to liberation of our mind. So, if you really want to see the true Dharma, you can join or you can search in the Father Dhamma. There are different kinds of sermons you can watch and you can hear. Why it is so important? We should say it's a great truth. Because when you listen to it, you may feel this Dharma you haven't heard ever before. Because if you don't know the real how your mind is creation, even though you have heard 2,000, 3,000 sermons, it won't end your suffering. Your suffering due to the cause of mind. Because we think always our thoughts are there. And we are living in this thoughtful world. Without understanding the reality of this illusion, can we find liberation? There's no point without knowing the process, the mind is illusion. When you know this real truth, this pure truth actually, somehow your suffering reduces. This Dharma is not actual philosophy or a debate. And it is not a religion and it is not blind belief. Blind belief means when we heard something and we think, it is the way to go. But you don't know, your knowledge becomes strong. Because even I thought collecting data from the book, from the monks, from Sutra, whatever, makes me find to go on a correct path. Leads me to go on a correct path actually. So it is a blind belief actually. Now I realize because I had so many blind beliefs in my life. To remove your blindness, what you can do is you have to hear the pure truth. You should know the pure truth. If you don't know the pure truth, actually, your suffering is continuing. So, in an each and every sermons, will guide us to understand the pure truth. So, how can we find out pure truth? What can we do? We have to understand the pure truth. Understand pure truth is not easy actually. It's rare. Because true Dharma is not everywhere. It is rare. You know it is rare. So that is why the true Dharma is not available everywhere. It is rare. So to end up your suffering, the sermon will guide you to understand what is suffering is, how it arises, and how the mind creates it, and how it can become free. Right? So when you are suffering means the feeling created by your own thoughts. You are not happy actually. Sorry, whatever you are having, whatever happens, even the pleasant or unpleasant thing happens, that your mind is not satisfied. Satisfaction has lost. That is why the suffering is continuing. Now, just imagine if you have a lot of money. Even I thought, if I have money to live in this world, that's enough. Because I thought I can at least fulfill my basic needs with money. Yes, it's true actually. But is the money is give always the satisfaction for our life. Money is not everything. Even though we have money, underneath the suffering is there because we don't know the illusion. Still, we are living illusionary world. That is why it is really important to understand the formation of mind. Your mental suffering, dissatisfaction will go away when you understand this illusion. Dharma is always telling us, say, that was in Arama's sermons, the world is not real. Yes, it's actually the world is not real. World means what? World means your thoughts. We are living in an imaginary world. Look at your own experience. A thought arises and disappears. You don't have any control over that because it is a natural phenomenon. Because you cannot put a full stop for your thoughts. It arises and disappears at a very fast rate. It is a fast occurrence. When you get to know this fast occurrence due to the vibration, you see there is nothing is impermanent. Everything in this world is impermanent. Because this fast occurrence happening each and every moment. We cannot understand this pure truth. That's why we are still living in our imaginative, thoughtful world. When the thought becomes real, sometimes we are happy with the thought. I mean, when you, if an example, for an example, you can say, when you want in a lottery, what happened? You feel so happy. You're planning to do a lot of things with that money because unexpectedly you want this. What you do is you are planning to have a new vehicle or for building have a new house like that. It is an endless process, you know. It's keep on going. So when you are planning means you are dealing with your thoughts each and every moment and they become real to you. And you are living in your own world. When the thought becomes real, your soul is also created automatically. Soul is also formed. So the mind like actually liking or disliking. It is known as feeling or anger. Whatever the craving and the dislike, unpleasant, whatever happens, whatever I feel, these are illusions. Because the present, unpleasant, everything happens with your thoughts. We cannot stop have the pleasant thought. We cannot have a. We are experiencing this pleasant thoughts, unpleasant. So you like or dislike. Why? Your mind is so powerful. This powerful word is your samsara journey. You are tangled with your samsara journey. As long as the thought becomes real, your soul is creating. Soul creating means you are entitled to your circle of birth. That's the danger by getting an idea of the thought is real. When you know the thought is not real, it is a vibration, you can get rid of your sorrow and suffering. Actually, the suffering is not in the outside world, because the world you experience is created in your own thoughts. So let's begin to explain how the thoughts are formed. When a sound comes, it arises in consciousness. When you see something, it arises in consciousness. That means eye consciousness, sound, ear consciousness. When a thought forms, it is known as mind consciousness. So because of this consciousness, we put a label those consciousness. Now, when you see a glass on your table, that means you put a label to the glass, the image creates inside your eye as a glass. Actually, there is nothing called as a glass. Nothing called as a glass means what you think is not there. What you think is not there. The glass is there, but you think it is a glass. The label is not there. It is a vibration due to fast, rapid vibration happening inside your eye, and you put a sound. When the sound and color comes together, when they combine, and when it transforms into a new vibration, it is known as a glass. Actually, the glass doesn't know whether it is a glass. And the eye doesn't know whether it is a glass. And your ear doesn't know whether it is a glass. When we label for the color images, when we label them through the sound, by the sound, the glass is born. When the glass is born, automatically your soul also born. The glass becomes real to you. As long as the glass becomes real to you, your soul is creating. So therefore, you have to understand the sense of creation due to the vibration. When the vibration happens inside your ear, you see, it's an automatical process. This vibration you cannot do stop. It's happening each and every moment. When the vibration color reach out other waves, sound waves, the vibration, you feel something. What you feel is known as inner consciousness. And you tell it as a sound. Now when you take an example of a chair, the color waves and sounds wave has formed the idea of thoughts of a book. There's no actual book there. These are thoughts. Thoughts are vibration in your sense of creation. When you think of a glass, glass means when you see the vibration, sound vibration, the sound wave and the color wave combine each other at once and transform into a new vibration. This is a process. Not only the color and other things even combine at once. You cannot separate them for understanding say has explained like this. It's come at once. You cannot separate this is color, this is sound. When you see the apple, you know it's a sound because the mind is always apple. Sound is also there. That's why I was also telling me when you are reading a book, in your mind is reading, the sound doesn't come out from your mouth. What you are reading. Like that. There is no so for sound, there is no so for colors. These are the perceptions of your own body. So when this process, the transforming sound wave and color wave into a new vibration is a thought. So then we can realize the glass is not true. It is an image coming to the creative inside the eye. But we couldn't remove the label of glass because we know it's a glass. But when you understand the real thing, the sense of creation due to the vibration, according to inside our sensor or the sensory organs. The glass will not become real to you. But at first we thought that there is no glass there, no. What you think is it is as a glass is not there. The thing, what you think is not there. That's why I am watching dumbbells to see nothing. They are nothing but. It doesn't mean there is no chair, there is no book like that. What you think is not there. You have to understand this clearly. So when you see the truth, your belief, your blindness, will get away. And even when the glass is lost or when it is broken, the attachment you are having to that particular object will begins to diminish. It is a part that shows us clearly how suffering arises in our life and how we become completely free from it. So when we observe the world today, we see people are struggling doing something, actually doing their life, to win the world. World is your doors. So you find comfort and convenience in your life. Because of that, this different kinds of things find satisfaction because they are dissatisfied. Does people achieve success? Try to achieve success through external work. By buying something, having money, like that. When they get and they want to keep it for sale, and they may have fear of losing it. Then this shows after you know the reality, that is formation of your mind, you will understand the real problem of your suffering is not outside. Due to world that you have been created inside your own mind. I mean, that's nothing there. There is no suffering. So dukkha means we suffer because we try to keep these things safe. And we have to face a struggle. Everything is not permanent and it's not real. The mind plane will go off. Not a physical plane actually. The burden in your mind will diminish. And you can recover your deep unsatisfactory world. When the old thoughts becoming true and you are thinking they are existing, and therefore in this bad situation, nothing can give us permanent happiness. When you see the pattern of your thoughts, and it cannot be controlled, it is beyond our control. and it is a fast occurring occurrence. Your suffer won't begin again. The Alan also explained without knowing. The 5 aggregates, the vibration, perception, mental formation, and consciousness. This is the process happening each and every moment. These 5 are changing from moment to moment. The body is that is so these 5 aggregates, it's really important to understand. Because true communities are analyzed always service Rupana, the vibration. Vedana's are analyzed explaining us the feeling what we feel to the eye. What we feel is image, Vedana. No, sorry, no, not image, what we feel. Then it's turned as a signal, as an image. Sonia. Aranvas is explaining us what is somehow that process is happening over and over again. So there is no ownership for therefore this understanding of 5 aggregates will help you to understand this entire process. This is cause and effect level. This 5 aggregates means actually a thought. It is actually a thought. Yeah, you cannot say permanent thing. It is a speedy occurrence, vibration happening inside our sensory organs. Because of ignorance, we take it is my mind. The wrong arises attachment. When you attach, your suffering begins. Every sound here rises and vanishes. The sound wave, it's a wave coming into your ear and it's the vibration happening inside your drum is known as sound, right? So how can we say for this wave system is the sound? Because we label that wave, the wave coming into the eye as a sound. So when the vibration happening inside the ear, take an example, when you are listening a song, you are thinking this song is very nice. It's a pleasant song. It's a beautiful song. Actually, it is a wave doesn't know whether it is a song. It's a beautiful like that. So how ignorant are we? Can you understand how the illusion we are having? The other ones are always saying in play. Vibration has a power. When different ending with each other, when they collided each other makes a power. That power is our soul. That power is our soul. Because without different ending colliding with each other, the power won't arise. The power that is known as mind. The power generates colliding different endings is your thought. There is no place for the thought even. Where it happens. That's why Arangwa said when there's a clap, when you clap, the sound, there's no place for it. It has never before. It hadn't before. And it happens at that very moment. That is why there is no place for it. The power. It's according to the way it happens. This wave system because the sensory organs images as a sound, image, taste, like that. What we do is we think they are real. They become real to us. And as long as when they become real to us, the suffering begins. Now, when you take a sweet toffee, when you taste, when the toffee touches your tongue, there are two different endings. The power will generate because there are two different endings there. When the toffee touches your tongue, the power generated within it is known as the taste. The power like that when the wave sound wave goes into your ear. When the eardrum touches the sound waves inside your ear. The power generates inside the ear is known as sound. Same as your eye, the power generates inside your ear with that because of the two different endings. This power is your soul. Because we don't know whether it is a power or not. We see. We know only it's a sound, it's a color, it's a taste, likewise. Then suffering created within us. Because your mind reacts your thoughts immediately. If it is a pleasant, we like it and want more, and we are trying to keep it more and more, keep it safe. If it is unpleasant, we want it to go away. The reaction arises. These are our requirements, like this and dislike. To see the reaction comes without our knowledge. You cannot stop the reaction comes. And craving arises clinging. When clinging is present, suffering is inevitable. With all process happens very quickly in a single moment. But there's repeats again and again throughout your life. It shows when we see the truth, it shows our suffering is not caused by outside world, but of our own reaction given by our ignorance. And the other thing is, we think when the truth becomes real to us, that it is existing. Now, for an example, thought is a thought, and it is existing. The sound also existing. The color also existing. Smell also existing. Taste also existing. Why? Because of the speedy occurrence. Speedy occurrence of vibration give us a feeling of existing and arises in consciousness. When there is wisdom, if you have wisdom, if you can understand this process little by little, your defilements will fade away. Your greedy, your anger, your ignorance in within you will come to diminish. And therefore, the real place we must go is not outside, but inside of our own awareness. By understanding the thought. Even though you have listened to many sermons, if you cannot understand the real truth, You want to be able to end your suffering. And especially if you do not observe your thoughts, how it happens, how it, the formation of your thoughts. That deep understanding is necessary. To have a deep understanding that will go back to your regular life. When you go back to your regular life, you know, when you are a child, you don't have such a stress level, such an unpleasant memories. Likewise, you were free. The thoughts had not found in the child's memory. Only the sensation will have. And when you can observe your feelings without clinging to them, and you can see a reaction appear automatically in the mind. This automatic process as a robot, our muscles operates as a robot, then slowly shift. And you see only this movement is there, but this movement is also not coming up. That is also the this moment is not real. How can we impose this moment in her? It is also not there. So what will happen finally when you see the reality? When you are trying to understand the formation of your mind, your fear, your anger, your jealousy will dissolve. Especially these are your defilements. When your anger is present, when your desire arises, we don't know what we should do. When you're aware of the anger train, you know how it comes. And we begin to see that the arises due to the causes and conditions. And these conditions changes. And this understanding gradually weakens our attachment. When we continue this practice, something beautiful will happen to you. Your mind becomes lighter, anger reduces, fear reduces, greed reduces. Your ego will diminish. That means your mind power is dissolved. And there will be deep peace you will have. Because your mind, when the mind powers become lesser and lesser, the peace will experience. But everything is done automatically. There is no ownership for that feeling. That is why I always say I always highlighting the factor that is really important for you to understand this way of thought. when you are doing your things at home, when you are cooking, when you are sweeping, when you are sewing, when you are sleeping, when you are eating, when you are speaking, you have to understand these things happens according to the sensory organs. It is a natural phenomenon. And even the words we speak, because the words we have learned from our speech and the society. Then what happens? Our blindness, our ignorance, gradually become weaker. Because all things happen due to our ignorance. That is a problem. Still, we have the inclination. We are not aware awakened to our life. There is nothing called as mind, it's just speedy occurrence vibration. Finally, our analysis starts saying ultimately look to comfort the burden. There is no place for your burden. You are free from your thought. When you are free from your thought, you can say, you are not going to fulfill it. You are not going to react. You are not going to attach your thoughts. Because you have the understanding of your thought. And develop wisdom and compassion. Finally, the happiness, ultimate happiness will come, will experience when we are fully liberated from our mind. As long as we don't know the truth, the sensory or creation of this sensory so process of sensory organs and the creation of our mind thoughts. You are suffering more than you are attached to the world. You are living in your mind. And you can become a steady person. Not in this mundane world. You are thinking, I am steady now, I can do everything like that. That illusion creates your own world. Your ego won't fade away. It's still with you. If you see the impermanence, there is nothing called as anything. Your mind becomes calm and quiet. And you see there's no control over your thoughts. You will let it go to your thoughts. You don't try to hold them tightly. No, because you know it is uncontrollable. Whatever happens, you are free from your thoughts. But you don't have actually this experience. The knowledge that by hearing this sermons, you know this is what happened. So therefore, I must say, I want to say, this one is to download. Try to understand, and you will feel relaxation, and you will feel there is no permanent thing in your life. You are living in a fantasy world, and it is a natural phenomenon. Living means living with your own thoughts. As long as you are breathing, your thoughts are creative. So therefore, I would say try to understand this program now, and try to have a reflection of your mind, because it's really important. Those who want to see the truth in your life, if you can't see the truth, you won't be able to get the liberation of your mind, because still we are living with our thoughts and with the ignorance. As long as the ignorance exists, our circle of birth will not end. So I would like to conclude my session today. Tirunsalmayamman, Tirunsalmayamman.
of a wave. I'm sure you will have some understanding of atoms. We have learned in science. So actually, if you deeply analyze this each and every material thing, you will know all these things are made up of atoms. Right? So now if you drill down further, right, you will see even these atoms also in a constant state of motion. So even there you find motion. So it is not static, still in a motion, because the point you need to understand is this motion is the one which generates energy. Right? So there is a speed of particles, in other words. So tiny particle, right? So that speed we call, that motion we call a vibration or a wave. Actually, even though I use the word tiny particles, there is even nothing called tiny particles. If you analyze that also a bit more, you will find there is nothing called tiny particle. Even that particle itself is also a kind of a speed. Or we can say it is an energy. So we call vibration. So that's why everything, if you analyze the fundamental level, you find nothing. You find only a speed or energy. That is, we call vibration. But to explain science or any other subject, we want a thing, no? To explain to a thing, to a child, we have to give a name and always mention about a thing. So that's why to our mind, we want things. Otherwise, we can't explain to somebody. So even this science, we go on to the level of atoms, particles, etc. Because otherwise people cannot understand. If you just say there is nothing here. But slowly, when you drill down to this, you will analyze at the fundamental level, the base level of any item, it is all vibration. It is all vibration. But the problem is our eye cannot see this. Our eye, our vision cannot see through this science. Because our sensor, it is a sensor. Now, eye sensor has its limitation. Because the eye sensor will create three-dimensional image. It cannot have the facility to, kind of a radar or something to see through this every object and to see how that particular thing is really formed. So we see all the time only material things. So we see soil. We see liquid, right? So, we feel air. We see objects. But you need to understand the whole universe, if you take, is made of continuous energy. There's nothing other than that. It is the energy and the vibration. Same.
So it is the continuous energy. In other words, the entire universe is a field of vibration. Or we can say it is a field of energy. So it is a wave. And this vibration or a wave, if you analyze the term vibration, because in our discussion we use the vibration. Often we use that term. So this vibration, now you can understand nothing else. The vibration has the energy and some consciousness as well. So we can measure the vibration. So that means what's the number of waves occurred in a given unit of time. So I think you all know that is measured as frequency, hertz. Now, for example, we can measure the frequency of a sound wave. So our eardrum vibrate for a sound wave. So our ear sensor level, our eardrum vibrate for a sound wave. So sound wave means what? So you understand sound wave is a vibration in the air. There is nothing, no material thing. It's a vibration in the air. And what happened? Our eardrum too vibrate in a similar frequency. And then generate the sound object, or we call hearing. Then we say, I hear. Right? I hear something. So now this vibration, when you take, I mean, even if you take the earth, right? So our earth also rotates. So this again, there is a motion. Can you see a motion? So the earth rotates and then it generates gravity power. So now in this discussion so far, you can understand this everything has a motion and generates some energy. Right? So mind, if you take, mind is also what? Mind is also a vibration. So before 2600 years back, Lord Buddha explained this to the world. Yo banti vichitvana majje manta nalipati. So that explains the mental power, how the mental power generated. Can you understand that? Like the earth rotate and they generate the gravity power, same thing happened in ourselves as well. Our soul or our mind is also similar process. So that mental power generated. So you need to understand the science. Now if you understand this, I'm sure you will able to understand that your mind is also nothing else. It is also just another form of a vibration. Now, if we analyze something like, let's say, a rain, so that name, rain, was given by us, isn't it? But if you really analyze what rain contains, the rain, even though we use a name called rain, it is form of tiny water droplets, isn't it? So some trillion, billions, tiny water droplets. But we don't say it is a water droplet. We say it is rain. Can you understand? We have given names for everything for identification. But if you really analyze the tiny water droplet, that is made of huge number of water molecules. So again, if you go deep down, water means what? We know it is oxygen and hydrogen. So it is made of oxygen and hydrogen. So we don't see that in that way. But we do not see the science behind this. Actually, everything is formed due to vibration. But instead, we think all the time objects. Now, another example, if I take a river. So, what is a river? So, when you take river, right, river is a natural stream of water, no, flowing downward. So, but if you take some water to your hand, what it contains? It contains tiny, tiny water droplets, no? So, if you drill down further, back again, water is made of hydrogen and oxygen. So, now, can you understand? It is we who have given a name called the river for the identification, because we want names, objects to identify it. But if you analyze the base of all the universal things, it is none other than vibration. It is a speed, it is a motion. So, if I take another example, now you know about the Jupiter, right? So, Jupiter is the largest planet on the Earth, which has formed with dust and gas. You don't find any material thing there. But can you see some? You feel it is the largest, planet. So we have given a name also to identify it. But what it contains? Gas and dust. So it rotates faster, and these small particles will take some time to build a solid base. Still, it is in the form of gas and dust. So it will take some years to build a surface, solid surface. So this is what we need to understand. So everything, even though you see soil, rock in the earth, so behind all these, you have to understand it is the speed. Even if you analyze this soil, rock, everything, if you drill down and analyze, you will find all these made of atoms. And even there's nothing called atoms or small particles. Finally, what you have is kind of a motion there. Kind of a motion, and we generate some energy. So only problem is our eye cannot understand this. So basically everything outside, everything in the universe is a motion. So the one who learned science will know this very well. But our point of discussion here is, we are not saying outside does not exist. We don't say even outside exists. Those two are extremes. Really, no point of, seeing any impermanency. For your knowledge, it is important. I mean, sometimes I can remember before we find true Dhamma, we were sort of, seeing the impermanence in the outside material things. So we have been practicing it for some long, but that's not the correct path. Why? Now, if you take, for example, we can see children are dying, and also elderly, anybody will die. So we see that is also a kind of impermanence, isn't it? So we see that. But does that indicate any, reduction of our defilements? So even though we know for sure we are going to die, still we have the jealousy, still we have the aversion, still we have the delusion. So we struggle, we fight, you see, and we have a greater need to satisfy ourselves than the others. So our ego, that matter for us a lot, because we need to maintain our ego. So we don't want any harmful thing to see or to happen to our ego. The moment our ego is damaged or hurt, we are terribly upset. So this is the problem. Actually, these two extremes are not the solution. So the fact that there is an outside world or fact that there is no outside world, both are not the path. Those are two extremes. What is important is understanding the cause and effect. Cause and effect means we need to understand our soul or our mind is created this moment. That is the important thing. So world created this moment and it disappeared this moment, because there is a thing called Chitta Niyamaya. So because those are like permanent things where you can't control it. So whenever a thought occurs, or we say your mind is formed then and there, but that thought cannot last even a second. It cannot survive. It has to die. So no one can change it, not a science or not a doctor or another specialist can change it. So it will happen in that way. That means the mind forms and then it can't live even a second. At a fraction of a second, it has to disappear. So that is the mind. So that is the soul. So we think there is someone living inside who is experiencing all these outside material things. And therefore we tend to believe outside this also exists, and there is a living being inside myself who is also experiencing or enjoying the pleasures coming from the outside. That's how we believe. That is the ignorance. The problem is we can continue to do in that way, but someday we realize This is not going to work. So I have my friends. I have spoken to them. Because some people, they spend a happy life, but the moment there is a problem to one of their loved ones, or if there is a demise of one of their loved ones, they can't bear it. After that, they can't spend their normal life. I mean, however then they go various places to make up their mind, and they are finding solutions. Some people take medicines, you see. And then what happened? So the thoughts becoming extremely painful. Sometimes it becomes very unbearable. That's why some people suicide themselves. Do you think people suicide for fun? Because there is an inner burn of the thought, and they can't, they do not know what's happening here. So they are unable to cope up with it, and they decide as the only option is to stop the flowing of the thought is to suicide themselves. Otherwise, their hand will not say, no, I want to suicide. Their body will not say, their feet will not say. So then who has the issue? The issue is the mind, because there is a continuous flow of thoughts. And these thoughts, they can't bear. They don't know how to get rid of this. Instead, they believe this is my soul. Now I'm very hurt, and I can't, get rid of this painful thought. So I'm going to suicide. So this is the pathetic situation. But if one can understand, like the earth which rotates, creates the gravity power, it is your body also is same. It is part of the law of nature. The entire universe is also a law of nature. So your body or your system is also part of that law of nature. So same way, your system to generate power, that is the mind power. That mind power is not a permanent thing. That keeps on changing. So this is what you need to understand. So actually, if you analyze the self, the soul you are talking is a power or energy. There is no any other soul. So as I told you earlier, Buddha also revealed the same thing to the world in Majjhima Sutra. That is, yo bhante vijitvana majjhe manta nalipati. This means when there are two extremes exist, it creates power. So what are the two extremes? One of the extreme is that you think the outside is real, right? And then the other extreme is what? You think there is a continuous soul inside, some soul inside within you. That is the mistake. And then what happens? It creates power. So, but you need to understand there is nothing called a continuous a feel. Someone is enjoying inside. What happens is your sensor, all these sensors generate power. Right? So this sensor generates sensor pleasures. Now, for example, let's say you are now in the garden. So I'm sure when you want to select flowers for the garden, you will definitely, you won't be selecting a single color flowers. Instead, you will go for variety of, colors, variety of sizes of flowers, and then variety of leaves, So can you see, you always look for variety. So when you now stand in front of your garden, so your eye keeps rotating, isn't it? Now, once you look for the white rose, you can't keep your eye on there for a long time. Then automatically you will be looking at a red color rose. Then again you will go near the jasmine tree and try to get the feel of smell, right? So then you will touch leaves, or you will touch some flowers. So can you understand your senses invite you for pleasures? So actually this happens in the system automatically. So at your sensor level, if you analyze how your sensor works, now your eye sensor, at your eye level, it doesn't identify whether it is a red rose or a white rose or whether it is jasmine. It cannot identify. But there is some kind of a feel of awareness arises, like something, some light or some color is formed, and that on that there is some consciousness. We call eye consciousness arises. But the eye consciousness, it is a feel of something there, but it will not able to identify what the flower is. Whether it is a flower even, it doesn't know. Whether it is red or white, it doesn't know. The name of the flower, it doesn't know. Right? So what happens here is, I'm sure in your younger age, if you go to your childhood, you will remember the very first day you learned about colors, red, white, blue, green, right? And also the first day you learned about roses, jasmines. So what happened? Now in your system, somebody needs to, tell you this is rose, this is jasmine. So what happens is, at your eye level, kind of a form created, and then the sound is given as rose. So it is a different vibration at your ear level, and then without your knowledge, nobody is doing this. Without your knowledge, another vibration occurs, combining these two vibrations. So even though we say it is two vibration, you have to understand. So when you experience the rose, definitely you experience the color, and you experience even the touch feeling. So your body also, so all that sensor feelings will come together. And then kind of a combined feeling, kind of a vibration form. So that is the arise of the mind consciousness. So nobody is doing this. It is like a current. Moment, automatically the sound and forms connected. And they connected, and now there is a flower called rose in your system, right? So if it is, I mean, if you are in another country, definitely it will be a different set of name. But now in your system, there is a thing called a rose, right? So for example, when we say mother, so mother was also introduced into your system in the same way. Son, this is mother. So at your eye level, there is a kind of a form, and then at your ear level, sound of the mother. And then what happened? Nobody is doing this automatically. That is the law of nature. Because that two vibration and this two vibration combine and form to a different vibration. So that is the rise of the mind consciousness. But if you are, let's say, if you are born in a Japanese family, they will not say mother. They will say haha. For father, they will say chichi. So for the older brother, they will say ani. So for the grandfather, they will say sofu. For the grandmother, they will say sobo. For the baby, they will say akachan. So now, what will happen? Let's say for an English-speaking person, if somebody comes and say akachan, if you doesn't know Japanese, that image will not come to your head. Why? That particular form was not created through a sound in your system. That vibration is not there in the system. So if somebody say haha, then your system will not recognize your system will not, your mind consciousness will not form the mother image, because that is a Japanese word. Therefore, now you can understand language means this. So why you need a language? Because to identify everything on this world, you need you need words. Otherwise, you can't identify. So that means a sound. So for each and every form, through a sound, the world is created for you. After that, in your world, you have a mother, you have a father, you have sisters, you have brothers, you have your own house. So everything. Then you may be a doctor. Even all the subjects you learn, all the studies you do, have formed in that way. Then actually it is not done by anybody. Automatically that vibration occurs. So Kubbe Nivasanusati Jnana means what? That is the jnana where you see how the previous thoughts were formed. The original vibration, how it was formed. Then you will realize the infant who had a radiant mind, he did not know any of this. For his eye level, it was just a photo. Nothing more than that. Just an image, just a kind of a photo. Doesn't understand anything. But slowly, what happens? Through a sound, the world is created. So then what happened? The moment the world one by one created, it becomes my mother, my house. This is my land, my pencil, my eraser, my cutter, my book. So all that comes, and slowly the jealousy, aversion, all defilement started. This is what happened. So we have to understand what really happened to us. So if we take what really happens in our system, so each and every moment, once exposed to the vibration, our sensors spark. Because anyway, it's all vibration. Now you understand. So the rise of the vibration occur at your eye sensor level is the light object, kind of just a light, kind of a color, image, some shapes. So then there is the the eye consciousness arises, some feel of awareness. So that feel is the important thing. Then what happens? Your mind consciousness arises due to a telepathy mechanism. It is not a memory. You think it is the past memory, but it is not the case. This arises, this works to a telepathy mechanism. So what happens is, the moment that eye consciousness arises there, it is also another vibration. You have to understand, all these are form of different vibrations. And then what happens? From the telepathy mechanism, your mind will, the mind consciousness arise with the original vibration which was formed to your system. Because there is some previous combined field given to the system saying that this is your mother, or this is the rose. This is. So whenever somebody say rose, automatically the combined field of a rose appear as the mind consciousness. When somebody say your mother, the moment the sound vibrate here, that matches to the telepathy, and in the telepathy mechanism, and automatically combined field of the mother. When I say combined field of the mother, I mean even you can see, if somebody say over the phone mother, in moment you are not seeing the mother, but your mind consciousness get the full feel of the mother smell, mother kindness, mother figure, mother size. So everything comes. So some combined feel comes. That's why we say it is a combined shot. In other words, kind of a combined shot. But remember that combined feel cannot last. In other words, that's the thought. That is the arise of the mind. That is even the arise of the soul. That feel, it appear and then it disappear. But your problem is you think that feel is the soul. Now you think, no, I get a feel and this is me, this is I, this is the one which is enjoyed by that so-called I inside your body. No, there is nothing called a soul. So every moment, mind form, mind disappear, mind form, mind disappear. Can be for a sound, or can be for a light object, or can be for a body feeling, okay, and can be for some taste, can be for some smell. In whatever form, what happens, your mind consciousness derives feelings. So then that combined feel arising means the mind consciousness, nothing else. So there is all the time some feel. That feel can be, happy feel, or can be sorrow as well. Right? So we have to understand this feel that comes, and also that disappear there itself. So we think that feel is the soul. We think there is a continuous soul living in our body, enjoying all these feelings. No, actually what happened, every moment kind of a feel arises and then it disappears. Now you can start practicing it. Just maybe you are now sitting, Just look at whatever the things outside yourself. So now you can see maybe several things. If you are in the garden, several flowers you can see. So when you look at the red flower, it's a different feel. Then when you look at some tree, it is a different feel. So if there is any garden fruit, some fruit tree with some fruits, then totally your feel is different, isn't it? So when you look at a bird, your feel is different. So likewise, can you see naturally the feel appear and then it disappear. But anyway, what happened is, as I told you, whatever this mind consciousness, it is a combined feel. So it is a natural thing that automatically comes as per the telepathy mechanism. There is nothing called memory. So there is nothing called a soul. What happened is every moment the sensor helps to generate the field. The sensor helps. So with the sensor's help, mind consciousness arises. But I told you, it is not permanent. It can't last even for a second. So at a fraction of second, it disappears. So that means what? Your soul disappears. There is nothing called soul. That feel you incorrectly taken as soul. So therefore you can understand you unnecessarily taken a burden thinking that there is a soul. Because all the time you are thinking. You are thinking. Now that whatever sensor pleasures, sensor feelings is a natural thing. But can you understand you are thinking using a different thought? I see it, oh, that is my flower, that is mine. And so you are thinking. Even now if you take now this particular flower, I mean for your eye level, there is no difference actually whether it is kind of red or white rose or whether it is a jasmine. It doesn't have any sense. So at your sensor level, it's just an image only. But the problem is, if you take, for example, your mind sensor, even for a mind sensor, all these garden flowers are one object only. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it is a red flower or green flower or whether even there are flowers or no flowers. It is just a thought only. But the problem is you have to understand there is a system which has practice, because you think that there is a soul and there is a way in which you have practiced things in your whole life. So and also there is a worldly perception behind you. That means mother, father, your religion, culture, the way you dress, the way you walk, the way your lifestyle, the way you eat. So all that if you take, everything is kind of a habit. So there is some way you have used to do things in your life. So things happen. Things happen according to the way it is created in your system. So if you are born in an Asian country, the way you dress would be different if you are born in a different country. Lifestyle would be different. So you need to understand the nature of this soul. So there is actually nothing called a soul. It is something we think. From a different thought, we think that is I see, that is mine. you know, that is also different vibration, in other words. So, now when we analyze this Yobante Viditvana, you can understand that when there are two extremes, it creates power, right? In other words, for your system to generate the power, there shall be two different extremes. Like a battery generating power plus and minus, right? So when there are two extremes, power is generated. So same thing happens in our body as well, right? So our body sensor system, if you analyze, it also like a circuit, right? So the sensors continue to spark and things will happen. Now, for example, you go to the kitchen. You go to the kitchen and try to cook a meal, right? Now let's assume you are going to make a curry, some chicken curry, let's say. Then the moment it is also a thought which is coming from a different sensor. It is not something a soul is doing. You have to understand all this is a sensor system. You can't control the flow of thoughts. Thought will come one after the other. Then what happens? The moment that thought comes, automatically your system has previous vibration on how to prepare a curry. Then what will happen? Automatically, if the things are there, that will happen. You can practice yourself and see when you are in the kitchen. So, what does that mean? Automatically, naturally, I mean, it is not that you are thinking and selecting. You know what are the, because that previous vibration is occurred to the system. Therefore, automatically that signals, created, and automatically your body moves and that happens. Now, for example, when you want to cut a vegetable or when you want to cut an onion, I mean, you are not thinking and take the strike, no. You do that cut in a very rhythm movement. You haven't even, maybe you are thinking something else while you are cooking. But that naturally, that occurs. So slowly you can practice these small things. So even let's say you want to drink some water, what happens? Your body, there is some thirsty feeling comes. That's a very natural thing. So then automatically your body moves to the water filter and then you drink the water and then that goes into the body. And then after that it goes out from the body also, not done by yourself. So you have to understand. So you breathe in and out. So that's not done by you. It's a natural thing. So hungry means what? Some burning occur in the stomach, indicating that body indicates that it needs some food. So everything, if you analyze, there is some system working here. That is the point you need to understand. So, but problem is you think, you connect all the time this I or your ego, your soul to everything. You never know the shorter lifespan of yourself. You have only this moment. So this moment, everything occurs and everything disappears. So you have only this moment. Because your mind is formed, it's a vibration. It's a kind of a power generated. So your soul means that particular thing, that feeling. That feeling comes naturally disappears. So why you want to so much worry about past thoughts, past feelings, past situations? So you have only this moment. Do you have a future? Even if you are thinking about a future, that is your mind sensor different thought. What's the point? What's the value? Mind means at your mind level, it is always a previous vibration. Because mind does that mind consciousness means what always looking at a previous vibration occurred to your system. So it is anyway in the past. You have not, you have no way to experience the present mother. Only thing is present mother is outside. Your eye cannot recognize the mother. But that combined field of the previous vibration appeared. So due to your ignorance, you connect the two. Connect the outside image to that combined previous original vibration. That's how the two extreme created, and that's how all the attachment created. So what we say is, you need to think about your mother. It's really important. You do all your duties to the mother. But the reason is we have seen some people when their mother dies, the daughter also can't survive. Because to that extent there is attachment. Why that attachment build up? Because of the ignorance. So that's why you need Dhamma. Dhamma is helpful for you to detach yourself automatically knowing the truth. So we are helping you to understand the truth behind your thoughts. Then you will be able to, understand the reality and get rid of that particular situation. Isn't it work for you? So this is the real message we want to communicate. So you can contact with the same world in the same way. You do your duties, you cook for your children, you look after them very well. But remember, when you know the reality, you must know everything. Your so-called soul, there is no soul, but that combined field, everything comes as a thought. Thought means what? It is sounds and form. It is a form of previous, vibrations. So, do you want to so much bother about your thoughts? So, it is only this moment. We know the thoughts can't survive. It will occur, it will disappear. So, maybe in the beginning, when you're at this initial stage, once you learn true Dhamma, you will be able to relieve yourself by doing some kind of contemplation of this true Dhamma, and after some time you will automatically feel free yourself from the thoughts. You will not have big attachment towards anything. I think that's very helpful, because the more you attach, the more you suffer. Because I know there are some parents, they are pretty much, they have a pressure because their daughters or son leave home for maybe occupation. Then until they come home, this elderly mother is very uncomfortable. This is unnecessary. This is unnecessary. This is just unnecessary burden this mother is bearing. So if the mother knows the truth of all these, actually it is attaching to a thought. So why you want to attach to a thought and feel uncomfortable yourself? So understand the reality, and then you will be very relaxed and you will be very cool. But you will be doing everything in the perfect way. So this is our message, and I'm sure today this is enough. We can continue this discussion tomorrow as well. Therwan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, Therwan Saranai my Dhamma friend. Thank you.
Theruma Sarana, all Dham friends. First of all, we worship Triple Gem. We pay our homage to Triple Gem. And we also worship our Aryan Mahasi, our noble friend. This is the discussion time from 3 to 5 p.m. of this English PeoTV channel. So this is the opportunity that all of us are having to discuss whatever the matters which came up during the sermons at the times that you were listening to these sermons. So if I brief about it, this is the new 24-hour English Zoom of Buddothpada, and different speakers will be giving sermons, and all are actually under the guidance of our Aryan Mahase, our noble friend. So during that time, actually, there is no space for questions. So we have got this separate time allocated for 2 hours. So it's an opportunity for everybody who listen to these sermons to join us at this moment and then come up with your questions. So it's actually I like to invite everybody who are listening to us via YouTube also to join the Zoom, and we can discuss whatever the questions. We will try to do our best within our capacity to do a justice to what you are asking. So I welcome all our Dhamma friends who have joined at this moment. Teruvan Saranai, Surangika and Sriyani, I can see two friends have joined. Any particular question or any topic that any of you like to discuss? Teruvan Saranai. Okay, until they are ready, actually, I will just briefly talk on a few matters, few things. Our noble friend R.N. Mahanse has actually done about nearly 13,000 sermons so far, and most are in Sinhalese language. But we wanted to take this message to the world because many people who do not speak Sinhalese language are looking for this Buddhism. They want to know the true Buddhist teaching. So this is a beautiful avenue actually, which has been opened for all those friends, all people, everybody from different parts of the world, different communities, and people from different beliefs. Actually, truth is common to everybody. So this is what we are trying to discuss and explain because Lord Buddha 2600 years ago disclosed some very important facts which was never mentioned by any other teacher before that. So it was a kind of miraculous reveal because that was not something found by any other teachers at that time. So it was with all sorts of self research and self experimenting Lord Buddha understood, and this was actually described as nirvana at that time. Nirvana means it's not yet another thing that you have to achieve. Actually, what you have been holding as things, you are giving away, you are giving up those things. So that is when you uh, let loose everything, that is where the relief is. So that is something explained as nirvana. It's not something like passing an exam or uh, getting some form of qualification. It's a beautiful Dhamma actually. More you understand, more clear it is. The relaxed feeling and the calm feel that the system gets is amazing. There's no difference in the way that you are uh, experiencing the world. It does happen in the same way, but what happens is the fire or the burn which was underneath every thought disappears. So during these sermons throughout the day, different speakers will try to explain these matters in different ways, and maybe different examples, different metaphors. But basically, it comes down to the same fact. During Lord Buddha's time also, he has preached, it says 84,000 sermons, but the ultimate essence of these teachings is the same, where we are we have taken as this material world as true, and that is what has been, that is the illusion that we are having. So this is the point at which Lord Buddha has aimed and clarified. So the same facts are being again clearly and with very simple examples and with very simple sentences without much Pali words. Our noble friend R.N. Wahanse is explaining again to the world. So this is a very beautiful opportunity for all of you to join us and then join this discussion and then take it forward. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Today, actually, Shani couldn't join, perhaps, so there was no reading of the book.
Okay.
I just gave a little introduction. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. We can actually start the discussion. We can bring up any topic.
Actually, there was a question. Actually, this is something I heard from one of the sermons that R.N. Wahanse did. I can't exactly remember which one it is. It was definitely within the last 2 days. He explained in one point that when a person is, when the path enterer who will come to this Sotapanna state, it's this self-weave which is, which is broken, or the self-weave is no more there, but that self-existent feeling or the feeling of existence is still there. That means Itta Sanyava is there, but the self-weave is gone. I don't know whether I understood it in the correct way. I don't know whether you heard that sermon. Is it possible to explain it? There was Anna.
I am not sure because it's all now everything seems, I listen, but everything seems to be continuing. So, but the alive field, when we talk about in English, I think we take it as a life field because the alive field is there, the self-perception is also there.
Yeah, self-perception is there, self-weave is the one which is not
Yeah,
there, isn't it?
yeah,
The thought.
yeah. So, I mean, is there any question in that actually? There's no question in that, is there?
Yeah, self-perception means the self, well, self-perception means the
The
feeling of
duality.
existence,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah, that's right. Okay. Okay, it's clear.
It's, you know, it's, so imagine we see 100 cars on the road, but you can't really say that you have any attraction towards them. But still you are inside the dream, kind of. That's the self-alive feel. So the life feel is there. Self-perception is also there when at the same time, I mean, it's can be subtle, but it's still there. And self-view is the powerful thing. And actually today, I just very, very randomly heard the R.N. Wahanse's Sutra Deshana. It was a very short clip I heard, I mean, just today one. I just tuned in and I just heard that part. He was beautifully telling that dukkha avabodha karana. I don't know how to say that in English. Dukkha avabodha karana, tanha prahane karana. Yeah, and it was so beautiful, you know, the dukkha avodha karna means actually you have to know this how this self vibration is, and it's just very, very important how the you have to feel it too, the self vibration, how it arises, and then definitely that power is gone then, because power is a tanha power. So the power is the glue kind of thing that
Yeah.
exists, like push towards the. There's a push. There's a to what are those called? There's two metals which attract to each other. What are they
Magnet.
called? Yeah, magnets. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's like, there's a force. That force is the tanha. The force is the power that we talk about. And the power, when with reduction of the avidya or the ignorance, you fully realize the dukkha or the suffering or the self perception or the self vibration. There's no way that the power can exist, because you definitely know everything now. That's the important thing. That's the beginning of the path, actually. Yeah, very important. Yes. And I think the question that Surangika asked about the electricity part, I hope it is clear now. Yesterday, electricity thing that we were talking about, I think it came out nicely with our advance yesterday. That's also dukkha arya satya we are talking about, the different ways of telling this. I think dukkha arya satya is also the same thing, the self vibration, the form non-form world is also the same thing. That's the power or the vibration that started the whole thing. Yes.
That was Dr. Gopala. I don't think I fully got it, but
yeah, I thought so, because it was a bit,
I think we went down a different track after that.
Yes. Can you actually rephrase your question? Then I might try. I may try, because I don't know whether it will come out properly, but we can try.
Yes, so I think it started off when I asked about, I referred to a conversation Narayan Matsa had with Swarnamali, where she said that
that part I can't remember.
That was in Andolanatmaka, like a couple of weeks ago, not too long ago, where she said that the
because
light
she
bulb,
may have said it in a different context. That's the thing. So don't compare those two things, because we don't know what context she talked.
Yeah, true. So yesterday, I think Narayan Matsa referred to the electricity as the self vibration, isn't it?
Self vibration, the vibration which is there in the zygote.
But I mean,
because all the metaphors can appear differently, like in a different ways. So the metaphors can actually get confused. So you can't really say that is what she said. We can't really say,
Yeah. So if we take that same example of electricity now, supposing, can we say that there are electricity lines drawn to the house, and some of that will generate heat? If you turn the oven, that electricity will generate heat. If you turn the air conditioner, it will generate cold.
Yeah, the fridge will bring the ice.
The fridge will whatever. So the electricity, can we say the electricity is there but is dormant until utilized? Is that
electricity and the 31 realms will be those things you're talking about. It can be Brahma, it can be Deva, it can be human, it can be the other lower ones, lower realms. They are the levels.
That's the output. In other words, 31 planes.
31 planes. But again, that is That is
That's
what, that is
possible
what,
only if this vibration is there, i.e.
yeah,
the electricity.
yeah. But the Aryan Hanse was talking about some completely different thing. He was talking about the baby itself. Baby itself. So when you talk about the baby itself, there is a vibration. That's a human baby. There is a vibration which can manifest in any way, like eye consciousness, ear consciousness, or touch, or the smell, or the taste, and it will manifest mind. So mainly he was talking about the mind, because that's where the film starts. So the whatever the film, it doesn't matter. The humans, we talk about the human film, but it can be a different film too, So we can take it in that context where we talk about the 31 realms, because this is the same, it's the string theory, the same thing, isn't it? So when we talk about the human baby, that's the potential for the film, and when the film ends also, there's still the potential for it to actually telepathize to somewhere else. So in an arahant,
why did he bring the baby up? Because the vibration is still there but dormant. Is that right?
Dormant, because the film hasn't started yet.
Yeah.
Because why we are talking about that specifically, to my understanding, the understandings can be different. My understanding, this mind bubble we talk about, because mind bubble starts from about 1 year or 1.5 years, kind of. This mind bubble is the film, and when you are inside the film, you can't really understand the vibration. That's where the importance about out of mind experience is important.
That is transcending the mind, no?
Yeah.
But that baby, as Aryan Mansa said, you can't really clearly say it's nursery days. At some point, we just say that as a standard milestone, just for theoretical explanation purposes. But supposing at the age of 1 year, in the home itself, somebody keeps stringing together the image of the mother and saying "mom, mom, mom," then at that point the construct happens, the piecing together of the eye consciousness and the sound consciousness, and then to that extent there is a mind there, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah.
Even if it is one perception.
Yeah.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, the beauty of not beauty, actually the ugly part also. The mind consciousness, or the actual thought, the mother or the chair or whatever, that is where the self perception
Starts.
Yes, because the duality starts. Duality starts only in the film. Only in the perception level, only in the view is different. View is like perception goes on to become a view.
To become the view, no?
Yeah, it has to manifest. You see a person on the road. Imagine you see a new person. Just you saw him today. You don't know that neighbor. You see him today. And you keep seeing him every day for some reason. Whenever you are driving out, you see that same person. It becomes, it's a normality now. It becomes a thing automatically. If you hear about a view, like if you just hear something about a new COVID. So COVID was never there before. I mean, I mean, the COVID story came very sudden. And how did it spread? It became a thing like magical. It's a thing now, COVID-19 or Corona. It's a thing now. How did it become a thing? It has a meaning now. It has a value now. It just came suddenly, and we saw so much people dying. We have in this film there's something happening. So it becomes a thing. It happened actually quickly because it was related to the death. People were dying, so it was Abhisankan, the whatever the word that says. It quickly made a point. Now everyone knows Corona, like COVID. Even a mother who knows nothing will know Corona or COVID. That's how it, yeah.
This even this word tsunami, I have heard Asanti explaining this so many times in the Sinhala Zoom session. Before the tsunami in 2004, nobody knew the word even. Tsunami, but now it's a universal thing. Everybody knows when you say tsunami. But now consider for a moment, you must have heard, even Dr. Sakuntala, you must have heard, there was a story back in 2004. I think some family had been holidaying in, I think it was Thailand. And that little girl, when the conditions happened, when the sea started receding, I think she had learnt about it in the school, in the classroom. And she had, I think, said that this is the symptoms, the signals of an oncoming tsunami, but nobody else knew. Now, see, because she had learnt it, the perception, there was a telepathizing, and contrary to everyone around her not knowing, that came out strongly for her to, I think she actually warned the family that there was such a thing. So this is the way it happens, isn't it? Even in that small mind in the classroom, the telepathizing happens generally, sometimes,
But this beauty of the self-perception is this thing is happening in each and every thought.
Yeah, of course.
Each and every thought. So each and every thought, it's like a shadow. That is the big problem. It's not even there. It's like a shadow. So shadow, where can we find the shadow? We can't find the shadow.
And that's another thing. Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Hokula. Yesterday, when you and RL were explaining about the 5 aggregates, you were saying when we said mental formation, the sankhara, and then I know in English they have used the word mental formation to describe sankhara, but and that we associate the word consciousness with the mind, but that is also because now yesterday when we were saying that, you said you can't use mental formation there because the mind has not formed yet. That is coming also from the notion that this is one is following after the other, whereas it doesn't happen that way, isn't it?
No,
now,
it doesn't. But the problem is,
one after the other, no?
No. This Vattang Vattati thing, we can't differentiate it now. But before the mind formation, baby in the cot definitely had the feel, the alive feel, the consciousness. Baby is conscious. 100%.
So that means, so now we think the Vattang Vattati has to happen, then the existent feel happens, and then the life feel. No, it's like an evolution.
No. This is about understanding the Arupa. And actually, if you don't understand that, we can't actually feel the non-vibration, because there's no way we can feel the non-vibration without passing the non-form world. So that is the challenge we have. So the out of mind experience and feeling your own vibration, your tense, and that is challenge itself. And then the Dhamma come in there and automatically getting that this is the speed of the sensory function that's coming through the Dhamma as well. So this all a challenge, I would say, because even the second part is difficult now. Outside this perception is kind of easy in the beginning, but then perception is not there. We just say that. We just say that, but it's actually then it should directly falls into the field. Should fall into the field. It doesn't usually happen. So the vibratory nature of this this is very important to understand because non-vibration is actually almost like understanding all through layers. And
but now the baby, although so the baby doesn't get analyzed. No, baby doesn't feel that everything exists around the baby.
no, baby has a feel.
Baby has no idea of that.
No idea, but feel. It's a feel only.
Just from the feel, can we say? No, it's just the feel. That's it. Full stop, isn't it?
That's why we actually use the word vibration to show that it's a feel. Because there's no other way to say
Nothing
that. I
else,
agree
yeah.
with Aranwanse when he says it's a vibration, because there's no other way to explain a feel. Because if you put something else, because vibration usually you have to feel. If the phone vibrates, you feel, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
But it's an example only because vibration might touch your skin and then it can become a touch feel. But this is to give an idea that it's actually a feel. That's why because there's no perception, you can't remember anything. It's just a feel then and there. That is the actual radiant mind.
Yeah, that was my next question. So when we say radiant mind, we say that because that is the closest thing to becoming, to going into one company, one vibration, like the Anagami stage, isn't it?
Anagami stage is the radiant mind. Then your next answer was also confusing to me because you said something about those three words that Aranwanse is saying. But I don't know, this is a discussion, so we can discuss.
What three words?
You know, you I don't remember those three, Anyatavi or something like that. Those three words.
The Anyasamiti. Yeah.
Whatever those three words, they are in the field. So they are actually feel. So there's feel and then feel slowly vanishing.
Non-alive feel.
Alive feel.
And then non-alive feel.
Yeah, vanishing. So
vanishing,
that is, but
the vanishing is also felt.
Vanishing is also felt. Then when it is fully vanished, that is the other feel, non-vibration. But
non-vibration,
what I was trying to say was there. I don't know whether you understood what I said that day, in that moment. I said it in the last bit. You know that it's mainly about the sukha feeling that we talk about in there. From Anagami to Arahat, it's only the sukha feeling we have. So, I mean, if Aranwanse joins, we can clarify that. But that's what I feel the answer is, because that is what the difference is. Because Meloa is done. Meloa is the sukha feeling, feel. You have to become the feeling. You have to become it, like it's a different thing. So
yes,
there's a subtle change there.
Yeah, to become the thing that's not 100% yet.
Yeah, but it is not about these worldly things. That's what I was trying to say. It's nothing to do with the perception level. What do you feel?
Yeah, nothing to do with perception, true.
Yeah, then it's a sukha feeling you have. Whoever the stream enterer, one enterer, or whatever, non-enterer. No,
non-returner.
Non-returner, yeah. Oh, okay, that one. So the non-returner, what is the feel? That's just the super happiness, super awareness, super tranquility, whatever, those are the feelings. So those feelings are the ones which will become the normality. There will be no entertainment of that feeling. That is what the last bit is. I don't know. I hope Aranhansi will say this.
It's difficult to say in English, Dr. Gopinath. Better in Sinhalese. It goes into you can understand better in Sinhalese.
I think Aranhansi will tell this soon, because he is trying to tell that multiple times. He has tried to tell this in Andolanaatmaka Deshana, where he is trying to say what happens in the last bit,
Yes,
because
the recent talk also was very, very good, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But the main thing is, if someone has actually come to this end of this path and has no whatsoever problem with the worldly perceptions, then what you have is the super tranquility, the super happiness, whatever the words that we use. That is what is going to the words are not actually coming properly. So that bit is different. That's what Aranhansi said. The Kemaka Swaminathan, he knows that. So there's no defiance, but he knows he's not an Arhat.
I can see there is a new Pramita is on the call, and maybe others can also contribute, Dr. Sakuntala or Pramita, to that point, because that's a very fine point, isn't it? Those aspects.
Yes, the three Pali words that you mentioned is that Anyasamiti, Anyi Indriya, and Anyatavi, isn't it? What I understood was the Anyasamiti, what he mentioned as Anyasamiti was the person who is feeling is there. I mean, the self-perception is there, and
what I'm trying to say is that one in an anagami
non-returner, yes.
Non-returner only is coming to that stage now.
Yes.
So then what anagami is feeling is a sukha. That's all they feel.
I remember it as something else. I remember that in Anyatavi, or what is that? That is the state of the Arhant mind. That is a level that was described as sukha, because sukha is not a kind of happiness.
No, this path goes in two different things. So one is the keles defilement side, and the other one is the samadhi side. So when the defilements are going down, this side also going up.
The awakening side.
Awakening, avadhiya. Yeah. So the avadhiya becomes a thing. It's very subtle thing, what I'm trying to say, but I don't know whether I'm even suitable to say that. So when the avadhiya goes up, you have to become avadhiya. So the avadhi is there, defilements are not there. There's a stage that Khemaka Swamin Wahanse is telling. Defilements are not there. Avadhi is there, but I'm not an arahant. Do you understand?
Just Dr. Sakuntala, that your point, Anyasamiti can't be self-perception, no, feeling the self-perception, because that would be mundane person, right?
No, not self-perception, not the self-view. What is it? It's
Self-perception is hidden in the avadhi. Very subtle thing, I'm telling.
Yeah, avadhiya is, as you said, it's like two parallel lines where the avadhiya will be progressively improving or getting better, and whereas the defilements will be getting less and less. So when you come to the end, defilements will be zero and the avadhiya will be in full bloom, like he said.
But still the person is not an arahant, means the person hasn't become the avadhiya. So there's this transition there.
So is it that becoming the avadhiya that Aryan Vansa recently said, the titiya, the only place that the Buddha had used the word titiya was the fact that he had not become that.
Yeah, titiya.
Okay.
Yeah, that is the only place where you can explain to have a titiya, I mean persistent.
Yeah.
So
when Surangika said something yesterday, there was a little bit of a confusion, because when Aryan Vansa asked something about you, then you went on to say those three words which I never can remember. Yeah, but I don't remember the exact meaning of those, so I really get confused with the words.
So these are apparently things that are cultivated through the realization of the Dhamma. So we start off at a point of self-perception, the vibratory nature that we feel, the Itta Sanyava, that becomes the self-perception.
That's the thing.
That is the mundane person.
This is an out-of-mind experience that we are talking about. So the out-of-mind experience in a mundane world, as the first experience, then everything changes.
So then we come to the point where those three, what is Indriya in English?
When you
those three start getting,
it didn't match at all, because you said something about that and then said there will be one birth. It doesn't match at all. I don't know whether you got my idea. I don't know. There is a confusion there, that you are confused in that particular statement.
That is entirely possible, Dr. Kokila. No, but actually, because
you got confused because of the question, I think.
Why I said that was Aryan Vansa asked me, if you're going to die now, what's going to happen? So what I said was, defilements are still fading, Dr. Kokila. So, still...
No, even to say that, it is very tricky when you say that, because I don't know, it's very tricky. It's because you said about the Anya Samiti. That's what I'm saying. I don't really mind what you said. I'm trying to say those three words are in the non-form. Those three are complete feelers. To come to the feelers, there can't be any birth. If you are in the feeling side completely, but if you're talking about the first experience, yes. If you're talking about the first experience, that's a total different thing. But if you take it as a long path, because we can talk about these experiences in one particular fraction of a second, one thought as well. But when we take the whole thing, we can't really say that. So we get confused. But if actually someone has gone in the proper path, feel the no self-perception at a fraction of a second, and then you really understand what your vibration is, what the non-vibration is, that's a fruition level of Sotapanna. then automatically you are in the path of reduction of defilements, right?
Yes, so
that's all right.
That spot is before the non-returner, no? So that spot would be still, things don't become a thing, and the fact that things don't become a thing is felt.
No,
that is Anya Samiti. Isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Sorry, I am not sure whether
Yes,
the way
yes,
I have
yes.
understood
Okay.
is correct. Actually, Anyatavi is the last one. Anyatavi means it is the Arhat state. That is how I have understood. And Anyindriya is a state where progressively your defilements are getting less and less. And then that feeling of burn or whatever is getting less and less. So Anyindriya is the gradual progression of the state, and then the ultimate
Actually,
thing
yeah,
is
what Surankara is trying to say is maybe actually in a way, when I now try to think about it, maybe she's trying to say something correct as well, because it's very confusing. Without Taranwansi, I think it's useless for us to talk even, because what she's trying to say is, okay, now we have felt the non-vibration, we have felt the vibration, so we are in the path now. So when we are in the path, again, the fish is in the water. We can't forget that. Fish is in the water now. Okay? Am I clear?
Yes, Doctor.
Fish is in the water now. Fish, even though fish just jumped up once and now fell back into the water. Though fish is in the water, now what Suranka is trying to say is, even though the fish is in the water, the fish is fully aware about the non-form world, or the vibration is like this, non-vibration is like this. So there's fully understanding about that. So maybe you're actually talking about that. Yeah, maybe, yeah. So I'm really not sure about that, but that's the thing. It's very difficult to say. But these whatever these words are, the feelers. So when you are in the path, there is also feel, because that's what Aranwansi says. As soon as you start to feel, yes, feel is there, isn't it?
Yes, the
So
feel
as
is there.
soon as
Most of the time the feel is there. Yeah.
Even though the fish is back in the water now, because it has been experienced, feel is there. Yeah, true in that way. Actually, I didn't look at that in that way.
Even if and I can't remember the other part of that metaphor, somebody's on top of the fish or something, and then you're at the riverbank watching the observer thing. Can you explain those two? So because that is sometimes more or less the predominant state is the non-alive field. But because the defilements are occasionally arising, or the self-perception is occasionally arising, there is still a path. The one is still on the path. That much is clear, which is why Aranwansi, when he says, where are you going or what happens when you die? That means as long as that thing is occasionally arising, the vibration is there, isn't it? Even in a lesser degree.
Yeah, the reduction path is in the, if a person has not fully cleared the worldly perceptions, there's always another birth.
Because even if the form world is true, even fractionally, still the vibration is there before you even come to the non-form, no? If there is even oscillation between the form and formless, also there's vibration, and leave alone the coming to the form. And then the formless world, which is what you say is the non-return, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the avadhi.
But you have to transcend that also. Finally. isn't it?
You have to transcend the avadi. In the sense, you have to become the avadi. Yeah.
Become the non-vibration.
Yeah, those
That's
three
where
things
it's a
that
bit confusing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We should not come to a conclusion without Aranavanse, because Aranavanse might come and give a good talk and say what you all are talking.
That's right. Dr.
You know,
Sakuntala, if
I'm
I
really
can change
happy to get that though.
yeah,
yeah, if I can change
yeah.
the subject, you mentioned earlier about that existent field. Was the question there the fact that were you asking whether there can be an existent field without the alive field? Was that was that where you were going?
No,
No.
no, I think I had a little bit of confusion now when Kokila mentioned it. It was clear. Yes, obviously, it's a thought which is going away. It's a self view which is gone by in a person who is Sotapanna. But definitely the self perception is there until then. No, that self perception means that feeling of something existing is there on the other side, isn't it?
That part I was wondering, Dr. Kokila. So when I think we discussed this one day with Aryan Mahanse in the Zoom. So when we talk about the Buddha saying, the next monastery close by, Anuruddha Thero is there, and I must go and see him. It still arises as a perception, a thought, but that perception has no self-vibration. Is that correct? So that means, I don't know whether it is the feel, but to a certain extent, the fact that something is there or Anuruddha Thero is there arose even as a perception. So perceptions will arise just because we know that thoughts arise, even in the Arahat, even in the Buddha. So does that mean the perception is arising, but the field is not there?
Oh my God, don't say that. Self-perception is not there.
Yeah, self-perception is not there. Now I'm going round and round the bush, I think. So the perception can be there without the vibration. That's what I was trying to get at, actually. Yeah.
This is, this is very nice if you can go back to the baby and try and understand how the self-perception arises. So, that feel that we feel that the chair is there, table is there, fan is there, the balls are there. This inside a room, the kind of the feel we have that we are existing. We don't know the otherwise. If we know the otherwise, then only we can say the non-self perception. That is a problem. That is a problem that we talk about the fish jumping up and feeling something otherwise. We never knew the non-self perception.
Until that door was opened. Yeah.
Yeah, non-self perception. When you fully become the non-self perception, it's a complete different thing. Whether the other things are happening in the mundane world, it doesn't matter. You walk, you eat, you do whatever, it doesn't necessarily matter. Because there is no self-vibration, there is no defilements. The actually non-self-perception, the Arahant has become the non-self-perception. So it's same to you become the non-vibration, same thing. Fully becoming the non-self perception. So imagine you feel, our normal feel is the self perception, no? The duality we feel. So imagine that it is kind of different at one point with the non-self perception. And once you become that, there is nothing to talk. This is a feel. Even Lord Buddha goes to the circus or musical. It's a non-self perception. Are you clear on that?
Yes, Dr. Kokila. I think there's other people on the Zoom. Maybe we'll give them opportunity to
Is it Pramita
raise
or
questions.
Pramita? I'm not sure. Who is that?
I think it's Pramita.
Yes, sisters, doctor, and this is the first time I joined this Zoom.
Yes,
So
yes.
I was listening to your nice discussion, really appreciable.
How long have you been listening to Lord Aranwanse's Dhamma?
Less than 1 year, doctor. Less than 1 year, and I joined these Sinhala Zooms as well, but this is the first time that I joined this Zoom. So very nicely all are talking. I'm not very familiar with the words that you are using. That's why I was listening. So when
they are all unnecessary words, so just drop it. Yeah.
No, not unnecessary. Actually, we should learn all those words, doctor. So when you were talking about that babies, from the very beginning, I was unable to connect because some problem was there in my phone, so I could not connect the phone. So that babies, that little baby, the baby who has that radiant smile, the baby's mind is like a blotting paper, doctor, it seems, according to my what I think. It attached everything. So his mind is in that mundane world. So that baby isn't that so? That is what I thought.
Well, baby, what we are talking, so when you say a baby, you have to be careful. What we are talking about is the newborn baby.
Yes,
you're talking about the newborn baby. There's no mind.
Yeah.
So why are you telling about a mind in the newborn baby? There's no mind.
Yes, the white paper is there. That is what, just like a white paper, and that is what I thought, doctor.
White paper is also a bit, you have to be careful, because the white paper I would actually equalize to the Arahant. Because in a baby there is self vibration.
So it starts with that baby's feelings are there, so it is attached to the outward, isn't that so, doctor? He's trying to attach the feelings of mother.
I think you have to maybe listen this in the Sinhala sermon. You can listen, but I can try to explain. So the baby in the zygotic level, there is a vibration which telepathizes into that system. That is your vibration. That is your vibration. So your vibration starts there, and then that vibration has this glue, the feature of like a what do you call it? Like sasava. Sasava means there's a glue effect.
Yes.
But there's no defilements. You can't call it defilements because there's no self-view or self-perception there. It just has the potential for the self-perception. It has the potential for anything because the vibration is there. Self-vibration is there. Feel is there. Consciousness is there. So when the consciousness is there, self-vibration is there. It is felt as a thing. This has to be felt because that's the actually the difficulty. The challenge is to feel this tense, the sasava, and also feel the non-vibration. That is a challenge. So the tense or the self-vibration of you have to feel it. You have to feel it and realize it, and then if Dhamma is fully realized before, you will understand that it is just the vibratory nature of the sensory organs. That's all.
Yeah.
Then only non-vibration will arise. Otherwise, there is no chance of non-vibration to arise.
Okay.
Wherever there is consciousness, there is a life field.
A life field, that's right.
So if the life field is there, there's potential for fire.
That's right.
100%. If there is a life field, there's potential for fire.
Yes.
That is what Aryan Mahansa is saying. If someone has not gotten into the non-form world or hasn't felt your own taints, there's a very high risk of misunderstanding, because you have to feel the vibration and the non-vibration.
Absolutely right.
Where are you from?
I am from Buddothpada,
What do you do?
a teacher.
Oh, okay. What do you teach?
English.
Oh, okay. Very good. Yeah. So you need to actually go through you can listen to our discussions also. Sometimes our discussions are very, very random and very kind of complicated also, because all of us are really, in talks in different Pali words also, but sometimes we drop everything and talk as well. So don't worry about using of these words. These words are not needed for you to attain nirvana. These words are really unnecessary for you to attain nirvana or understand this Dhamma. Words are needed to communicate it to someone who knows these words. So if someone is not aware about these words, you don't need them. Do you get the point?
Yes. Even Pali, even Pali, I don't know any Pali. Pali words are difficult.
No, we don't need to. But if we have to tell it to a person who is very, very fluent in Pali and asking questions in Pali, only the problem comes.
Yes.
Because then our inability to explain that in that language makes that person to suffer. Then that's why we randomly try to learn those words. Otherwise, there's no need. So even in English language, why we are trying to deliver this in English languages? Otherwise, people who talk in English language, in vain that they miss this beautiful Dhamma. That's why we are trying. So it doesn't necessarily mean we need to understand all the ways and means of delivery. If you actually listen to Aryan Mahansa's Dhamma, if he talk to normal person, he will never talk about these technical words. It's like an art. If you see a child in year 5, you don't talk about year 10 stuff. You don't. But year 5 child will pass the exam without any problem, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So likewise, you don't really need every technical word here. Main thing is, if your defilements are going down and you kind of fully understand how this dukkha satya is, or the suffering is, because suffering has different levels. Even if your child dies, you suffer. Yes, it's just a superficial level of suffering, isn't it?
Yes.
So yeah, likewise, there are so much levels of suffering, but the deeper level of suffering is the life field. If the life field is there, there's potential for any suffering. Even if you go to asanya, if the self view hasn't vanished, or if the right view hasn't worked there in that system, there's 100% that the fire will come one day, after even 80 kalpas. It doesn't matter. Fire will come one day. That's why Lord Buddha said it's better to go to Nireda and the Asanya. Because 80 kalpas, you will be like sleeping, but definitely because the self-view is there, the vibration is just hidden. It's just hidden, isn't it? Do you have any questions?
Actually, I like to listen to your sermons there. That's why I joined this. It's really interesting.
Yeah, okay.
Your discussion.
Yeah. Good.
So,
yeah, you can join and ask questions, and if you really
I'm really interested in your discussion in English.
Yeah, get hold of Dhamma. If you really feel it, it's real good, and then you can give this message to everyone in English medium. So it's really good.
Yes.
We try to help other, everyone who suffers, and this suffering not only because their house is broken, or whether because the whole family is dead, or whether because you have a cancer. That's another kind of suffering as well. But every being in the world is suffering because of a life here, and there's potential for suffering forever. And when we feel that, we feel our responsibility kind of thing to actually help any being to feel this. So that's what we are trying to do. Yeah, you're welcome, actually. Yeah.
Thank you. I will join here. I will join this room.
Yeah, very good, Pramta. Very good.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate your most of your speeches and the sermons. Really helpful us to improve ourselves.
Yeah, okay. Yes, Rangika.
I think what you mentioned, your dukkha satya, dukkha satya earlier also, Dr. Kokila. So that is those three distinctions of different types of suffering and the truth, isn't it?
I forgot the middle one. What is the middle one? So dukkha.
First one is the
satya,
mundane.
Yeah, dukkha.
Satya.
No. First one is just dukkha, isn't it? And
then
second
dukkha
is
satya.
the dukkha satya, and the third one is dukkha satya.
Yes.
Yeah, so the dukkha is normal dukkha. Normal dukkha we have. I mean, we are very, very good at it. Good at every dukkha. I mean, no need of explaining. And dukkha satya is the rupa world,
the understanding that comes that there is no external reality, no? And it's all in the mind. Yeah.
It's a form world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not thorough with that, I think. But the dukkha satya is directly the self vibration.
Yes, so rather than
that is the electricity. That is the electricity.
So without, I think Karen once explained that even in Kalutara, I think he explained it to a young man who was listening to the Dhamma for the very first time. It was actually a really beautiful discourse. I can't remember the example, but he took some handbag or something, a handbag or a bag, and he beautifully expanded all those three types of dukkhas, dukkha satya, dukkha satya. But that dukkha satya is the point where one understands through the true Dhamma that this external world is not true and that it is just a thought. It's just in the mind perception. So by doing that, sensual part of it is
subsided.
Transcended. So, but then still the suffering is there, but in the mind. So that is the final frontier.
That's the perception level, form level.
So that final frontier, transcendence is as you said, the formless part of it. Yeah. Dr. Sakuntala,
even the fruition of the Sotapanna level, you have to transcend all three levels.
All three at that point,
yeah.
For a fraction at least,
Yeah.
In that example that was explained by R.N. Vahanse, now about that story about that bag.
Yeah, can you tell that?
So
Actually, it's beautiful.
yeah, dukkha means the external world, the materialistic thing. That means the existing bag. The bag is there, really bag is there. And if you lose that material, you will be sad. If you lose the bag for some reason, or if the bag is broken, that is the sorrow or sadness you experience. That is the dukkha. And dukkha satya is, even if the outside the bag is not sort of taken as real, but still you have the bag in your mind. You are thinking about the bag. So if that is taken as real, then that is the dukkha satya. Dukkha arya satya is taking something as existing anyway, whatever, whether it is outside or inside, is immaterial, even something having it as a thing is dukkha arya satya.
Yeah, that's actually the self vibration. It's one vibration. It's a one vibration. When it comes to formless, it's just one vibration.
Yeah.
Because there's no form. There's no form, like to say whether it's color or smell or nothing. Just a vibratory nature. Yeah, that's beauty. That's beauty. Actually, because I forgot that. So as far as the bag is in the mind, there is some problem, and as far as you feel something, there's that problem.
Yeah, and each of them actually again explained in 4 steps. No, that what is it called? 3 into 4 in 12 ways. It is explained.
Yes,
I can't exactly remember every step,
Tiparivattam,
but
Tiparivattam,
Tiparivattam,
Dodasakaram.
Dodasakaram. Yeah. That one I remember about this outside bag story. So if you take the bag as existing, and then if there is if something happens to the bag, if the bag is sort of broken or something happens, that is the level where you think that well, dukkha satya, samudaya satya, arya satya, nirodha satya. So those 4 actually he applied nicely to each of them. I remember now, if something physically, if something happens to that bag and that bag is broken, and then you feel sad, that is if you understand that, that is the nirodha satya of that level. I don't know whether I am clear enough, but I can't express exactly what I felt from what he said. We talk about the obvious deterioration or damaging or losing something in the physical world. That he explained in
But
4
what was
ways.
the Nirodha part there?
Nirodha part means if you understand that was if you understand it, it automatically it's something like that.
Maybe it's like, the old teachings that we also used to know about, how they say everything is not permanent. Therefore, make up your mind, that type of thing, maybe.
Anyway, ultimately what he said was, what was explained was that ultimately if you have no value to this stimulus, if you have no fire or stimulus to this particular, this stimulus, all these 12 steps are sort of understood. Basically, what it meant is that no value to that stimulus. If you have no fire in relation to that stimulus, that means all 12 things that we were trying to explain is applied there.
Yeah. We talk as this is like very easy, but actually fully transcending even the worldly perceptions are not easy. So, let alone just feeling fraction of a second, feeling the truth is also not easy. But when we talk about it, we talk it as so easy because it's not that bad as well. But because of our complicated minds, because our thick mind, everything is difficult because of the thick mind. Otherwise, it's not that bad, you know. The thicker the mind, the more difficult for you to have the out-of-mind experience. That's the issue. But yeah, and actually, I wanted to tell something to also Dharma as well. Now I forgot what I wanted to tell, but hopefully when she comes, I would remember tomorrow. Because she said something about the, you know, when I was talking about the baby, she asked about the mother. So I actually wanted to remind her, if you keep thinking like that, you will never attain non-vibration, because this is all about your own vibration. You are going back. It is like piercing your own heart. I mean, it's an example. Don't pierce your heart. It's like piercing your own thoughts. So, but if you keep thinking other stuff, you just deviate from the topic, because it's not all about what mother is thinking about the baby. This is about how exactly can you become the baby in the cot. So baby Pramitao, baby Surangika, baby Sakuntala, isn't it? Do you get the point? It's like whether you can become the baby of you. I mean, so what am I saying? Not your baby becomes your son or daughter, no. Whether you can become your own childhood. It's very difficult to become even your own childhood. No, how funny it was, you know, how beautiful it was. You were like a feather when you were little. Can you even become that? With this Dhamma, you can. That's the beauty of this Dhamma. Now you are like holding about 1,000 kilograms on the head. The baby didn't hold, maybe the baby was holding about 100 grams. Or even not 100 grams, maybe like 5 grams maybe. So you know, we have so much. And worldly perceptions mean so much. So this is about piercing your own journey. Understanding your own journey, not anyone else's. So you can't really concentrate what mother thought about it or what others thought about it. That's not the point. It's all about yourself, all about your defilements, all about how you arise, how Sakuntala arise, how Suranka arise, how Kokila arise. Isn't it? Can you add something? Yes. Suddenly went.
It's like where Dr. R.N. Mansa says about, you know, if the mind is not me and the body is not me, who am I? That is the thing that you have to keep on searching, isn't it? If you when you search,
if you actually deviate from that, you are lost. You're thinking about other person's defilements then. what are you going to do with the other person's defilements? I mean, you can help the other person, yes, but you have to come to you have to understand them to help someone. Otherwise, there's no, actually, if you have some kind of lower vibration only, you can help someone with a high vibration. Otherwise, if you have a high vibration and you're trying to help another high vibration, just nothing. Just nothing. So this is about you, your childhood, your babyhood, your own vibratory nature of the zygote. Can't even think about it, can you? But we have to go to that level. But you know, Surangika, the beauty is, okay, now this is the beauty is, chair has that all those 3 levels.
Yeah, true.
That's the beauty. I mean, I wish I can shout at everyone in this world and say this. I mean, sometimes I don't get it properly. Sometimes I do. It's, weird, our inability. Chair has all these levels. So come and understand the chair is coming and understand me. But how can we say it? It just you have to do this research. Because that's the day that you understand there's no self at all. There was never a self at all. Then what was there? Chair. So what are we understanding? Chair. Where are the 3 levels? Chair. In the chair. So if you feel the chair as something, yes, that is the non-form. That is why everyone gets so confused. But the thing is, even we, due to our inabilities, we struggle to tell this properly, isn't it? But if we can, I mean that I think Aranwanse is doing a great challenge to us, trying and telling, yeah, go and tell. Now the challenge is given and we are taking the challenge and we are trying, and yeah, I think we will slowly improve because the message is here, but putting it into words, we can struggle. There was never a self. Then what are we feeling? The chair, the stimuli. So all whatever the junk that we talked, all in that stimuli. If someone actually pierces that stimuli, all that was discussed is felt.
Actually, Dr. Kokila, I think that's where, when you pierce the stimuli and there's nothing there, immediately the eye disappears as well. I just remembered, I think it was Yasodhara who, when she saw there was a bucket of water and the reflection of the moon in the water, and I think I don't know if it was Yasodhara or somebody anyway, the water the bucket, I think the bottom of the bucket had given away, and with the water disappearing, the reflection of the moon in that water disappeared. So that duality was understood in that fraction of a second, and I think that was the point where that nun became a Rahat Mehini. But it's that point that you mentioned, isn't it? The stimuli. As long as the stimuli is real, the eye is here. The stimuli being known for it being nothing, then there is no importance and no self-view exists on this side.
Yeah, but all the 3 levels are also there in that.
Yes, all 3 are also there. If you feel that is there, then non-form is there.
there. And if actually pierce even that level, because you know that it's the speed, that's where Aradhan's beautiful program is just like it's a reversal of that experience. But when you take it in a long the life's like in a long time also it is true, but even in a fraction of a second also it is true. So this beauty to understand, like this all we talked about all this time, with great difficulty we are trying to say these things with difficult words. Whatever said and done is the chair. And if you pierce the thought of the chair with wisdom, what you feel is the feel. What you feel is the self-perception or the self-vibration. And if you feel the non-vibration, yeah, that's it. Non-vibration is not that you don't, if it started with the eye faculty, it's not that you don't see, it's that this duality is broken. It's not that you don't hear. There is a kind of a, like the perception of sound is there, but actually it's not felt as happening here. That's the thing. Yeah, just Dr. Sakuntala.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, now the perception, the level of perception, or I would say the density of the perception will vary. Now, for example, if you
there are two perceptions now. Don't get confused. That last thing I was talking about was the eye perception, or the basic five.
Eye perception and the perception of the chair is going to be equal, isn't it? I mean, they will, if you...
No, chair perception is different. Eye perception is different. Eye perception is in the non-form.
Yeah, what I was going to ask was, now, if a chair is, I mean, so-called a real chair is seen, and comparatively you see the picture of a chair, then in those two, the perception about the chair, about the real existence, that feel is different, isn't it? What you see as a picture is different from what is called a real chair. And isn't there a difference in the two? I mean, both are vibrations of the eye, true.
Yeah,
but the
in
perception
a fraction of a second, you can't do all of that. If you actually feel this in a fraction of a second, it would be like you kind of feel, what you feel is you become in the chair. There's no descent, you become the chair. So that's the difference. So it's very, very tricky, that's very tricky to even say that. So if it's a sound, you become the sound, because descent is not there. It's a feel. But when you take other examples, it's a different story. It's second thought. But actually piercing one mind, one perception, if it's a cross sound, it would be a sound. And it's felt as this side is not there, but it's like as this side is not there, and this side has become the sound. I don't know how to tell that, but that's experience.
I think that one of the easiest ways of trying to kind of communicate the fact that if it's something becomes a thing of value, and then you are the chair, is that, I mean, typical example, particularly for Sri Lankans who are crazy over cricket, if you remember at some point, if there's something like that you were really into, cricket or a drama or something. Now, when you're watching that, you are in it, no? You're completely in it. People are saying to come to eat. People are saying various things in the background. You don't hear anything. You're inside the cricket match. You're ball by ball, you're watching that thing. You're like immersed. From that itself, you know that you are completely identified with that, whatever that is being
Yeah, but
watched.
that's the form world.
Yeah. So that is, now, if a chair has become real, you have that is it. The stimuli is you. As Aryan Vansa says so many times, there is no you apart separately. You are the stimuli, isn't it?
Mm.
But
Yeah,
then
but
that's from there.
But the problem is that's in the form world. So form world also you can explain that. Non-form world is directly, it's a vibratory nature.
In the form world, Dr. Kokila, it's slightly different. You're not completely immersed in the object, stimuli, isn't it? The sensual world? Yes.
Sensual world. Yeah, got it. Yeah. Yeah, but it becomes complicated when we talk like that. But the actual experience is not complicated. But it's very important to understand that whatever we talk is in one stimuli. And it can be vision, like you said, seeing something. It can be seeing something. It can be hearing something. It can be touch of the floor. It can be anything. It can be ditta sutta mutta whatsoever. But it just doesn't. If you know Dhamma properly, when there is a chance of liberating from mind, you will definitely feel the sasa, definitely feel the tense, and you will definitely know that it is the speed. If you don't know that, it will not do anything. The vibration will be there as usual. But it is through Dhamma that the transformation happens. Through Dhamma, then it is just the speed of the sensory function. Those are the 4 steps in Aryan says Dhamma as well, the program. So it is paving the way to get this experience, which has never been an experience in the whole samsaric journey. This whole samsaric journey, you just jump from dream to dream. You never actually thought about the vibration. You never even contemplated that catching the vibration. If you actually understanding dukkha means understanding this vibration. Getting rid of tanha means when you understand this vibration, that is dukkha, the tanha is gone. Why? Because you know now. You know now this is the magic. This is why there is always possibility of a film. We jump from film to film, Even thought to thought, we jump from film to film. Even from birth to birth, we jump from film to film. Never had a pause. Only pause you have is this moment of buddhakshana, or a moment of realization, a moment of non-vibration. Then you have fully understood the tense. You have fully fully aware about the tense and how it has happened, how that tense gave the problem, the tanhava namati vaduwa. Allagatta kiyala kiya. Why I'm saying in Sinhala words, I'm not sure. Just came out, sorry. Yeah. Did you anything to ask or anything to discuss? Isn't that beautiful? I mean, I think this program, everyone should do the program. I think Dr. Sakuntala is doing that anyway.
Actually, Dr. Kokila, I think I heard her answer saying this morning that, you don't have to go to a place to do the program. You can do it anywhere.
It's day-to-day life, yeah.
Yeah. But it's true for someone who actually seriously does it. The problem is that we don't do it, or mothers don't do it, whoever it is I'm referring to in general. It's that
it is a sidekick only. It's a sidekick only.
It's psychological, because you think, I can do it at home, no, and then it never happens. Or it will happen for a few minutes or something, and there's an allocation of time to it. It's not that, obviously you can't, it can be difficult to do it all the time, but which is why those dedicated programs also really help, because sometimes, this is a human habit, isn't it? When everybody's doing it, then you also fall in line with it. So that gives the motivation also to do it seriously, because, we have the mentality that everyone is doing it. So, that kind of thing, plus the environment. The environmental conditions around you are conducive to do that reflection, to practice those steps of and the points of contemplation. So, as much as true, you can do it in your one's home and when one is going to work and so on and so forth. But I think it needs to be balanced. If people can do it, people should take every opportunity. Another thing that I heard yesterday or today, I can't remember, but so profound, what Aryan Mahansa said, that, are you really being serious in trying to eradicate this suffering? It should be your life's aim. That should be the predominant purpose of your existence. Everything else should be secondary. I just felt that was so profound. And one needs to ask oneself, is that what we are doing? Is that what we have put right at the top of our list? Or are we, just paying lip service? I mean, obviously, I don't think anybody is. That's a bit far-fetched. But are we still kind of doing this like a sideline thing? And but even to get to that point, also one has to traverse the path, isn't it? Only through the path and on the path that one comes to there is a point in time that the realization occurs through that inner awakening, that everything else then becomes secondary. That also cannot be forced, isn't it? Because if you force it, it's just a thought.
Yeah. And, a long time ago, he didn't actually advise any of these things. That didn't hinder our path. But I think when there's a lot of people, it really helps. And you have to just, focus on that outside is not true. It's the perception. And then second one, you have to also focus. There's a slight focusing before the walk, and that's beautiful. And this is the kind of training the mind. It's kind of training the mind. And once it is fully trained, you don't really need to keep thinking about it. Until your mind is fully trained, you might have to. But this, the mind is not true. This is a action of the sensory organs, and there is no self. This is exactly the experience that he has just broken that into steps. But actual experience will happen automatically. You can't really predict that. But we can train. Otherwise, if you haven't trained, you'll get flustered when the experience comes, because out of mind experience is a bit unusual. Yeah. Anything else? And even after that, actually, defilements is the next step, because every step, I think the Arahant says help is really important, because he keeps pushing, he keeps pushing. And I don't think anyone else can push also. Like, he will be aware about when to push or when not to push and all that. Because beyond one level, there is no possibility of pushing. There's no possibility of pushing. Specifically, if someone is in the complete field level, or the stage from Avadiya to Arahant, there's no push. There's nothing you can do. But still, he says, there's misunderstanding. There's ignorance. There's always ignorance until the last bit. So, noble friend is very important, because we all are in the path. Every one of us are in the path. Yeah. Anything to add?
Just I want to ask another question, because in your discussions, often I have heard it's that midnight one that you had in Sinhala medium. You used to say that often you tell the listeners that try to understand this sensor functions is also a result of the speed. This vibration at eye ear level is also just a speedy occurrence. And if you understand that fact, only you can experience this no self.
That's a non-form, yeah.
Yeah. So that we know as a knowledge, as a fact, we know it.
You have to know it. You have to practice it as well. Then only when the experience comes, you don't get flustered.
Yeah, I mean, right at the beginning as a thought, and you have to sort of just repeatedly remind the system that this is just a fast vibration of the sensor function, sensor faculty.
Yeah, that's the practice. Yeah.
That is how you start, isn't it?
Yeah. That's the practice.
Yeah.
That's the practice we do every day. And when we know that, and because this experience we can't predict. Experience might come, when none of these things we never know whether it is going to happen in that center, or whether it's going to happen when you are going for a walk, or when you are in the garden, or when you are in the kitchen. We never know. Can remember someone was talking about a phone, touching the phone. So You know, we never know. But the thing is, if you haven't practiced properly, you can miss the whole thing. You can miss the whole thing.
There are certain things actually, it's not possible simply to explain in words how you feel. So, isn't it? I mean, certain things that you feel cannot be converted to words.
Yeah,
So,
you know, the when R.N. Hanse says you can feel the walking without self. This is a beautiful experience that someone should feel. No one can really say anything, can we?
yes, yes.
Can't say. Irudin yanawa. Can someone say that? It just has to feel. And if it is felt, then one is aware. And that's the beauty of this Dhamma. Come and see. And if you come and see, it's actually not come and see, come and feel. And if you feel, you don't need any words after that. But the defilements will slowly go away. And because there's no self-view, there's no honor for all the defilements, and slowly the actual self-perception will, because self-perception doesn't disappear just because you have an experience, but definitely it will get very minute or like very, very finite, like very finite, sukuma. The self-perception also becomes sukuma. It becomes very, very subtle. That's the thing. So that's the level I was talking about, where the self-perception is very, very subtle in the audio. If someone has never know the difference between the vibration and the non-vibration, if someone has gone to the level of even the anagami, there's a problem. These are the tricky parts in this Dhamma. You know, once he said, even people go to the level of the field, but they don't know the difference between the non-vibration and the vibration. Then you are again lost. That's where the Sotapanna becomes the important part. The first bit is the most important part. So that's the cornerstone, or the most important factor in this Dhamma, actually becoming or confirming the right vision. Because you can't confirm the right vision without feeling the no self-perception or the non-vibration. You have to actually die and see, kind of thing. No, you're not dying. It's a metaphor again. It's a metaphor. Because it's a kind of experience, you know, specific experience. So we use just metaphors to you become the thing, you out of mind experience. We tell these things just to show it, but none of these words will not matter. So the experience matters, nothing else matters. Anything else? I don't know whether I even answered the question. Because sometimes I get also dragged into several aspects.
No, as you said, it's difficult certain things. I mean, it's difficult to explain certain things in words, isn't it? I mean, metaphors will be a better way, but certain things, what you are trying to convey sometimes is not taken by the other end. So it happens to everybody. Yeah.
This is the thing, because when that one day when Nehin Wahanse was telling about an incident, she was trying to talk about how others felt in that. And I was trying to say to Nehin Wahanse, what others felt is useless. See what you felt. But the whole understanding, the one listener was talking about that one day in the Andolanatma Deshana, and I was like, wow, that's what she understood. I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about what's the use of going after others' vibrations. Just see what your vibration is when you hear that story. But she was concentrating on everyone else. So it's very tricky, when you say something. I don't know. It's very difficult to guess that, but there is an inability from our side too to say the exact thing that. But there is a problem in the field. That's why sometimes people with more feel can get the message quicker. When they are in the mind, they take something else. Isn't it? What do you think?
Yeah, and also it depends on the level of the feel on this side also, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
More the feel is prominent on this side, it can be conveyed better to the other party.
Yes. When you are listening, that's the thing. Even if you are listening to Aran say, if your mind is actually working underneath that, in your side also, that is tricky. There's no way that vibration is going to flow to this vibration. No way that there is a the change of the vibration, because there's vitakka vichar. So this is an art actually. It's a different art, I would say. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, it is definitely an art. Actually, what one thing I felt was that when we are doing the Sinhala Zoom, people are asking questions and a lot of interaction is there. When there is interaction, I felt that it helps mutually, and we also pick up many things, many shortcomings from our side. Whereas when we are doing the sermon ourselves, I mean, the thoughts are flowing, and accordingly we go on talking. This is I'm just talking about myself. So I feel that if there is some form of interaction, it will be better. But anyway, it's not possible at that way. I got a comparison of the two. I feel that there is a difference in the two.
Yeah, but I'm actually surprised how I'm able to do that. I thought the same, but it's just okay. It's just flowing. And sometimes I don't know until the 7 o'clock has come I'm wondering how on earth I have talked that far, from my time. So it's weird, sometimes if you're in the mind, it will be like you will feel it. But if you're not in the mind, you don't feel it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, without any preparation, I also felt the same. I had the same anxiety just before starting the very first one. What am I going to talk, and will I be able to manage? That was the question that came up. But as you said, when you just start, it goes on, and different topics are coming one after the other by somehow. Anyway, the people who are listening should give the judgment, I cannot say. But feel very free to go on talking. That is one good thing on that side.
Yeah. And, you genuine need, genuine feel to help any being out there should be there.
Yes, definitely.
Because when I try to do that, because this is unusual for us, I can feel how beautiful it was to listen to Aryan Mahanse's sermons. Because now it is a discussion. There's interaction, but there was nothing. Aryan Mahanse was just flowing, and we listened with so much, we were like glued to that. And I haven't still seen Aryan Mahanse. I mean, we don't know. Still, it sounded so real, sounded so close. So that's the thing. It's so weird. And so with how much kindness that he has made all this, can't worship enough, how much kindness you should have to, to do some sermons and just release it to the YouTube, thinking that I might actually die, and then this Dhamma will just vanish. That's a real beautiful metta, I would say. What do you think?
Yeah, it's actually, you feel it. I mean, the metta that we were doing earlier is in contrast completely different. Because we were there, person was there, and then person was spreading the metta. That is what we were doing all this time, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's very beautiful the way he's saying that vibrations become zero or very minimal on this side, and automatically the metta is there to everybody, irrespective of the level or the type of the person.
Yeah, and he didn't worry about whether someone is listening or there.
Yeah, that's right.
He just put it out, and I think you should do the same. And if you feel that, the kindness, the metta, the correct thing will come out.
Definitely, yes.
You don't have to worry too much. And it's whatever the feel you have, and it doesn't matter. It's whatever the best you can do. It doesn't matter, as our profession, we try to do whatever we can, our best to help. But this is kind of beyond that. This is to cease the suffering, cease the seed, cease the electricity. That's it. Yeah. I think. Yes, Surangika, do you have anything to add?
No, not really. Okay, I think all that was said between the two of you are so real. I think Ramhansa's kindness is felt, I think, day by day, and there's an increasing feel for it, is what I can say. The compassion that he demonstrates, that he shows, to all mothers in the Zoom is immeasurable. And that is the only part that we can see or hear through Zoom discussions. And so much else happens behind the scenes, isn't it? The time that is spent devoted to bringing the Dhamma to the people, to eradicate suffering. There's so much that he does behind the scenes that one doesn't even know about. But it just teaches everybody else a lesson. And as he always says, that once one has understood the Dhamma, at least to a certain extent, there can be only one thing remaining, and that is the obligation to help bring this message of the Dhamma to other people.
Yeah,
so
whatever
that we
the
can
way,
help.
it doesn't matter.
Mm.
Yeah, because we are not in a way to help physically, so we can help in this way. But there are so many people handling these internet things, handling this, IT stuff, handling the whole, trying to help in different ways. It goes to everyone. This is just one way of helping. So everyone is trying whatever the possible way, hosting, the co-hosting, because Aranwansi did everything alone by himself in the beginning. And he has earned the respect. He has some kind of help, and we are all trying to help from whatever the aspects we can. Mm-hmm. And it's actually not helping Aranwansi, it's actually helping all the beings out there, because one just non-vibration will bring peace to the world, to the vibration actually. So the more the non-vibration, this there will be a balance. Otherwise, the vibration will just destroy the vibration. Mm. So to counteract that, there should be non-vibration. So that's what we are trying to do. What we can do, we can do. We can't do what we can't do. It doesn't matter. It's just doing whatever possible, and it's improving every day. I think we are running out of time, but I really appreciate everyone coming for the discussion and helping. Even if it is few of us, it doesn't matter. It's just trying to give a message, even if it is talking in between us. It doesn't matter. It's just helping each other or helping someone. Discussion is actually very important, and specifically when Aranwansi is there, it's so beautiful. We can feel how different that is. So thank you everyone, and we worship Aranwansi for his noble guidance, and may Triple Gem bless you all. May you feel the non-vibration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thiruvaren Saranai, all of you.
Thank you.
Dr. Kokila, Thiruvaren Saranai, Dhamma Prince. Thiruvaren Saranai, Dhamma Prince. So let us continue the Zoom discussion. For those of you who are listening to this Zoom discussion, either through YouTube or some other channel, this is the Buddothpada English 24-hour English Zoom discussion that you are tuning into. And through this Zoom session, we are trying to share the message of the true Dhamma to the world and to all English-speaking audiences. This is the true message of the Dhamma, or the universal truth that was exposed by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago. And it is that same truth that is being imparted by Aryan Vahansa, which has been revealed more than 5 years ago. And there are about 13,000 Dhamma discourses that are available. Most of it is in the Sri Lankan native language, which is Sinhalese. There have been some English talks that have been going on daily for the last so many years, but it is recently, the last couple of weeks, that English Zoom session, which was generally about 1 or 1.5 hours, that has been turned into a 24-hour English Zoom session, so that wherever you are in the world, you are able to tune in at any point in time to this particular channel to hear a little bit of this truth and to open your eyes to this new reality. And when we say this new reality, then you might think, well, what was the reality that you felt earlier? And that is what we are here to talk about. Because all beings in this world have known only a different kind of reality. And that reality is whatever that gets manifested to their senses or sense faculties. For human beings, it is whatever that gets manifested to the sense faculties, the 5 sensory organs that human beings have. For animals, it can be different depending on what type of sense faculties they possess. It can even be one sense faculty, for example, like a worm who has only the bodily sensation, the body sensor, and is able to feel just the heat and the cold. Irrespective of what type of sense faculty one has or how many sense faculties, it is only whatever that gets discerned, whatever that gets manifested to those sense faculties that is experienced as a sense of existence, as a sense of feel for that animal or for that living being or species. The universal truth that the Buddha expounded so many years ago revealed that the world as we call it is only an experience of the creation that occurs in these senses. There is an incapacity, an incapability of experiencing anything outside in this world. The experiences are only what is discerned and gets created internally in the mind mechanism, or where there is the mind foremost, like in human beings. That is the predominant faculty, and every other sense of faculty comes together to provide an interpretative message, which we call thoughts. But even in the case of other animals, where the mind is relatively, the mind plays relatively a small role, and the other, whatever sense of faculties they possess, can be more dominant. Yet for all, it is whatever that gets created or manifested through those other sense faculties that those animals have that becomes dominant and dictates to them and makes them feel as if they exist, that they are living. And it is to maintain that sense of living, that sense of alive feel, that animals hunt, animals, go about their usual living behavior, activity. They mate, they come together, they have cubs. All these things happen because of that propulsion to live, propulsion to exist, to survive. And that is coming from the feel that arises out of manifestation of whatever sense of faculties that they possess. But how do even these sense of faculties give rise to this manifestation that also comes from a vibration? If a vibration does not occur in the sense faculty, then there is no feel that is generated. The sense faculties act as a mechanism, act as a channel to provide a manifestation of something, of some feeling. If we turn to the human being, if a person is blind, then whatever that is discerned through the eye sensor is completely absent, isn't it? If a person is deaf, then no experiences arising from the sound sensor can be experienced. The same thing with the smell. If one has lost one's sense of smell, then imagine for a moment you can't get the smell of, something cooking on the stove. You can't inhale the smell of a fragrant flower in the garden. You can't smell the lovely waft of, newly baked bread. You can't smell any of those things. On the flip side, you can't even smell a bad body odor. But either way, whether it is good or bad, none of those can ever be sensed if one has lost the sense of smell, either through some problem or a malfunction of the nose. What about the taste or the tongue sensor? The same thing, isn't it? All the lived experiences that you have with regard to food and drink, and the things that you have given so much weightage to, so much importance, particularly, in some countries and some cultures, we give a lot of importance to food, cuisine, fine dining. There's a lot of, cookbooks being used. We follow what MasterChef and all these kind of things. We take a lot of pride in what we have cooked, how we cook it. We share recipes. All this is to what satisfy the palate. And why? Again, because of the pleasure that is arising from the sensations which you think is arising or being derived from different types of food, and in the way those things have been cooked to the point of perfection, you may call it. But what have you done with all this? How has mankind fallen prey to these sensations, to these experiences? Is that real? Is the question. The true Dhamma, or the pure truth that the Lord Buddha exposed, shines the light on the functions of the sense faculties, shines the light on the mechanism of the mind, shines the light on the cause of suffering. that ties mankind and all living beings and species to this samsaric cycle of birth and death. How? By not knowing that the underlying power, the sense of the feeling, how that arises, and the sense of existence that is given rise to through the feeling of being there is coming out of a vibration occurring only in the sense faculties. Can animals see through this? No, they can't. Why? Because we just spoke of the fact that the mind in them is relatively small, plays a very small role. The other sense faculties are more dominant. But it is in human beings. There is that greatest gift. And what is that? The mind consciousness. It can be the gift and it can be a curse all at the same time. If used properly and wisely, it is the thing that paves the way out of this suffering. Because when one understands how this suffering comes about through the sensations that are occurring in the sense faculties, those give rise to, those have various symbols, and the speedy occurrence of the vibration continuously manifests various sensations and perceptions, which taken together form thoughts, and these thoughts are actually then considered as objects, persons outside. A world gets created. This world is considered to be real. The fragrance of a flower, the flying of a bee, the sound of a train, the wind in the trees, the cry of a baby, the laughter of children. How much of these do you savor? How much of these do you enjoy? Hasn't this been, or isn't this part of your lived experience? Isn't this what you call living? Isn't this what you are living for? All of these taken together. Your childhood, parents, family, memories of playing with siblings, growing up together, squabbling or fighting, even that you have sometimes fond memories of. Indeed, I can remember back in our childhood, I had a brother and a sister, we used to be avid readers. We used to get on chairs and read books from morning till afternoon, non-stop. And we compete with each other to see who can read and finish a book fast. We used to climb trees during school holidays. We used to, play all kinds of games. So, all these things, some of those can be good memories, some can be bad memories, but all this, isn't that the collective experience? The fact that makes you think that all these things are there and you are also there and you went through all that. It was your childhood. You shared that experience with so many people. Your parents were real, your siblings were real, the childhood, the neighborhood, the trees that you climbed, the games that you played. Weren't all those real? And these things continue to be real to you. There'll be new things that have been accumulated. You have moved on. Maybe you changed neighborhoods. You grew up. You finished your school education. You went to university. Imagine the lived experiences that were gained there. New batchmates, new accommodation, lectures, lecture halls, teachers, curriculum, exams, the heart slogging for exams, the graduation, your new first job, the trepidation with which you went to office for your first job, the satisfaction of doing a task well and being commended by your manager or your boss, the stress and the worry if you couldn't make a deadline, the fear that you might be reprimanded or that your performance will suffer, or the reward that the remuneration will be impacted, the hankering after the next promotion, the joy of getting it, or the sorrow of missing it, the jealousy that can arise if your other mate got that promotion, and the stifling of that and pretending that it didn't mean a thing. Aren't all these lived experiences? They are all lived experiences, whether they are good or bad. They all make up this collective experience which you call life, living. All these things gives you the impression that things are existing in this external world, this so-called world. All that becomes a reality. And reality becomes true to whom? True to you, because you, in the belief that these objects, these stimuli are real, have given rise to an eye or a doer or a seer experiencing it, has been born here. But ultimately, all these lived experiences have names attached to them, form and sound, predominantly, or touch, taste, and smell. What are these? Those sensory perceptions coming together to form thoughts, perceptions. Isn't the word mother a learned concept? Isn't the word father a learned concept? For the newly born infant in the cot, was there a notion of a mother or a brother, sister, and so on? No. These are all learned concepts at some point in time in our childhood. In that manner, everything that we have called or we can identify with in this so-called external world is nothing but learned concepts. How would we know a tree is a tree? All that is seen is a shape, isn't it? A sound is associated with it, and then we call it a tree. If during our childhood days somebody showed the shape of a tree and called it a mountain, from that day onwards we would have called it a mountain. But isn't it a name, a label associated with something that has been put together and called, given a name, and isn't that a learned concept? In the same manner, the shape of a shape and a sound associated with it was called your mother, your father, the house that you lived in, school that you're going to, the school bus that you take. These are your brothers. The word brother, the word sister, the school, the bag, the mother, the father, and you being taken in front of the mirror and being shown the image. All that was seen was an image, and a sound was repeated and saying, that is you, and you are, for example, Jack. From that day onwards, each time that image is seen, the word Jack, the sound Jack comes to mind, isn't it? The same thing with one's mother. The constant reinforcement of the sound associated with a particular image gives rise to a perception. And each time that image arises, it is the same perception, telepathizing with the former perception, and the notion, the thought arises saying, ah, this is my mother. There can be the sensation of smell, the warmth of your mother, all those can be also associated with that same stimuli. Sometimes you can go into your mother's room and, if you smell, if you, inhale one of her pieces of clothes, you can get the smell of a typical body odor. And just by that only, the entire thought of mother arises within you, isn't it? The picture of the mother, the sound of the mother, her voice, laughing, crying, talking to you, all that arises in the mind. But all that was done in that very moment was inhaling maybe the coat she wears out, which was hung on the clothes, on the coat rack. That was all that you did at that point. Through that inhalation, that smell perception, didn't all the other perceptions telepathize in that very moment to give you the collective notion, the collective experience called your mother? But here's the funny thing about it. Here's the weird thing about it. Wasn't it just a thought? But in that thought, as we said, the picture of the mother flashed before your very eyes. The sound of your mother's voice flashed at that point, almost as if you heard it. The warmth of your mother, the sensation of touching her from a past perception arises in that very moment. Now, how was that even possible? Everything arose as a perception, isn't it? In one single perception, all those perceptions were embodied, wasn't it? So can you see that it is these basic functions, the basic sensory perceptions, that have come together to form what we call a thought, which is only an interpretative mechanism, a construct. The mother is a construct. You break it down, it is the smell. It is a picture or an image or a light. It is sound. Isn't all those disparate things that were taken together to form, through the mind consciousness, a thought called mother? That was all there was to it. That was absolutely what was there in it. Nothing else. A perception. What is that perception? The mind perception, the mind consciousness, or the mind object? What we call the mother. But you go behind the perception, you drill into the perception, and what is there? What is there in that thought? Just form or color or sound, even colors for that matter. How do you know red was red? How do you know blue was blue? Wasn't that also learned? The fact that your mother had black hair, the fact that she had brown eyes. How did you know that it was brown eyes? Wasn't that also learned? Wasn't even the word eyes learned, hair learned, black learned? Everything has been learned, isn't it? At some point in time, these are concepts that have been learned. So now when you think about, now when you inhale her coat and you get the smell of your mother, and the entire picture of the mother arises in this very thought. All those perceptions arising from the nose sensor, the ear sensor, the eye sensor, come together in a flash called your mother. But was there anything in it? No, it was a construct. Back in the day, also through an image and a sound associated, the word mother was formed, and one learned it. There was a reinforcement of the word mother through the sound vibration and a repetition of that same form and color, a sound associated with it, was then taken on and interpreted and constructed as mother. So now, whatever sensory perception that arises, that perception telepathizes with past perceptions to bring you conjured up in nowhere but the mind, that thought, that perception, that concept called the mother. But is there a mother that actually existed outside? Can you actually say that a mother existed outside? Lord Buddha said, the world that you know it, the world as you know it gets created only through the sensory perceptions, and that also through a manifestation and manifestation only. What is manifestation? Manifestation is to appear, to show as something real. Not that it is real. It is just showing that something is real. It is an appearance only. Not true, not real, merely an appearance. You may have seen, when you go out in a park and you come across a water fountain, sometimes with the speedy sending of water through a spurt or through a pipe-like thing, there is a water fountain. There's a water fountain that is created, and that being sent through different pressure systems in varying speeds can give rise to a shape of different shapes. The water spurting can be made into an appearance of different shapes, beautiful shapes, with the water spurting up at speed. Sometimes it can be in the shape of a flower. So when you look at it, it looks as if it's like a flower. But actually, was there a flower there? No. It was the speedy spurting of water in the water fountain that gives an appearance of a flower. It is the same thing. The the same process or the mechanism that occurs in these sensory perceptions. The speedy vibrations occurring in these different sense faculties gives rise to different perceptions. From the eye, it is light. From the ear, it is sound. From the tongue, it is taste. From the nose, it is smell. The nose will never get a different perception like sound. The eye will never get another perception called taste. There are perceptions that are unique to each sense faculty, but still, whatever that is manifested in those different sense faculties, those two are merely manifestations. So, these manifestations then come together to create what is known as the mind consciousness, the feel that something is existing. In the primal level, these are the feel of light existing, which we call the eye consciousness. The feel that sound exists, the feel that smell exists, the feel that tongue and bodily sensations, heat, cold, solidity exists. One has to understand very carefully these basic sensations and understand how do this feel of these sensations come about. When you touch a table, or maybe somewhere in your room, if there is a table, then you just place your hand on the table. All that is felt is solidity, isn't it? But what happens? The thought arises that you touch the table. Now, how did the word table come about? Wasn't the word table also a learned concept? So the hand touched the table. The table is a learned concept. The hand is also a learned concept. The fact that you touch the table is also a learned concept. The act of doing something, what is being done, the what and the who and everything are all learned concepts. Which is why we mentioned that there is nothing in this world or through lived experiences that is discerned, that is not getting created through these sensory perceptions. Which is why the Buddha said, Salayatana loko, which is in the Pali canon, but what that means is that it is only the senses that create a world, and that one has no experience of an outside world other than what is getting perceived through the senses. And what gets perceived through the senses is an internal process. And the mind makes up the rest. The mind is the greatest trickster. But it is the natural phenomenon, which means that will continue to do its function. The function of the mind is if there is an interpretation of the other senses to form various notions, concepts, labels. But the tragedy is here. The tragedy is mankind or species, without knowing the pure truth, the true Dhamma message, believes that whatever that is constructed through the mind, the stimuli, mind object, which has been given different names, labels to it, mankind and species, we feel that these things actually exist, and they exist in this outside world. And with that belief comes the wrong view and the self-view as well. Because there is a person who is experiencing the world, witnessing the world, and being part of the world. Every object, every stimuli, every person that you associate with, it's your mother, your father, your school bag, your education, your school friends, your teenage years. the friends that you had, everything is in relation to you, isn't it? So how did the you come about? Moment the world started to become real to you, the I, the self, and the ego got created on this side. A wrong view, a self view got created on this side. But this becomes even more serious because with this deception that occurs through the sense faculties, a thought arises. The thought is not considered just a thought. The stimuli that is almost manufactured, produced, is then projected outside. One considers it as an object that is seen from outside. Because of the reinforcement of a message, when a name and a label and a concept is given, when a teacher teaches you something, shows an image, associates a sound with it, and teaches you the word A or apple or orange in the classroom, there is a belief that naturally arises saying that image that was seen, the sound that was associated with it comes from outside. Because 99.9% of human beings in this world have no access to the Dhamma. This wrong belief is there everywhere. So naturally, through ignorance, it is taken as something being experienced from outside. Whereas with the true Dhamma, which was explained just now, we understand, by understanding the mechanics of the mind and the mind creation, that this whole thing happens here as a process, as part of the phenomena of the mind. But through ignorance, as we said, through delusion, there is no knowing of that part. There is no knowing of truth. So as long as the truth remains hidden, the belief that these things exist, the belief that those things are real, is there. And with that, there is value attached to those objects. There is value attached to people. And with that comes the defilements, the aversion, the clinging, the desire to keep that object, because it is only in relation to that object that the I is born. The feeling of existence, that object is there, that thing is there, the world is there, gives rise to an alive feel. And the self-view is born where an I is created falsely. A false I is created, which then experiences this so-called external world. But where did all this start? With one vibration. That one vibration occurring in 5 different sense faculties gives rise to different sensory perceptions. But it is all one vibration. And every vibration has an underlying power. So just imagine this vibration happens at non-stop speed, occurring in these different sense faculties. And it is that non-stop vibration that is then manifesting into light, to sound, to touch, taste, and smell. And the coming together of those creates thoughts one after the other. These thoughts too have that same underlying power. The feel that the light is there, the value given to it is there. The feel that sound is there. All these have underlying power. And the coming together of those becomes the thought, becomes the mother. And the mother is then real to you, and the feel that the mother exists becomes very much real to you. So there is value given to it. And the more the objects are reinforced, considered to be real, the power behind that becomes stronger and stronger. And the I in relation to the stimuli also magnifies in value. Because without the stimuli, there is no I. The moment the stimuli becomes real, the I is born. The I is never there in isolation. The I is always there in relation to an object, in relation to a person. The duality gets created only out of this delusion. So how do we break it down with this true Dhamma? One gradually begins to understand how this vibration, how this world gets created. This reality, this external reality that for ever so long has been thought to be the correct reality. That everybody is, enjoying and going around in this world with, which they think is the actual reality. But having access to the true Dhamma and listening to this truth, you can begin to understand even a little bit that actually that's true, isn't it? If not for the eyes, I won't be able to see. If not for the sound, there won't be any hearing. If not for the smell or the nose, there won't be any kind of smells that will be experienced. Same thing with the tongue, same thing with the bodily sensations. You take away the eyes, no light, no image whatsoever. You take away the ear, no hearing whatsoever. You take away the sense of smell, can't smell a thing. Okay. Say, for example, you've gone to the dentist and there's no sensation of anything in the mouth, the tongue. You can't feel the thing, even if food is forcibly put on the tongue. You can't taste anything whatsoever. But still, the mind is functioning. Why? Because remember, we said the ear is not functioning, the eye is not functioning, the tongue is not functioning, the nose is not functioning. But there is still the body sensor. So, which if you can remember, when we said it at the beginning, even one sensor is enough to give the notion of existence, to give the notion of being alive. So you take away 4 sense faculties, if the body sensor still is there, then through that you still feel as if you're alive. You still feel that there is something out there. Because there is a sensation that is occurring via the body sensor, and then that is taken and interpreted to be real, to exist, and therefore the I-ness and the self-view is there. Self-existence, the self-perception, the self-vibration is there. So supposing, even the entire body sensation is not there. Okay, then what? What is the experience? Is there a seeing? Is there a hearing? No. What about smell? What about taste? No. You already said that those are not functioning either. And then finally, is there any bodily sensation? No. If you're under general anesthesia, you're almost dead to the world. You can't feel a thing. If somebody even hits you with a pole across the body, you're not going to feel it. So, can you see that only if at least one of these sensor faculties, only if one of these sensor faculties works, will the mind kick in. And the interpretation, the constructing occurs as a result of that. A feeling of existence comes about, and the feeling of there being a being here, a living being, arises through the alive field. And with this alive field, with that vibration, there is that underlying power. And it is that is self-vibration that is understood by understanding this process. And why do we keep saying that this is a process? Because it is a process, it is a natural phenomenon. Just like the trees, just like nature, there is also here just a system. All that is there, if it is occurring due to vibration, and vibration only, and what is being manifested is only through it using different channels, shall we say. The sensor faculties are just different channels, and the output coming out or arising at that point is different. A manifestation of light, a manifestation of sound, and so on. But all have one thing in common, it's just a vibration. The vibration occurring in the eardrum gives rise to a sound. Is there actually a sound? No, there isn't. It is just a manifestation again. And it's the same with the smell, it's the same with the taste. So when one understands that, what happens? The objects, the stimuli that was then constructed by the mind, all those thoughts that we call mother, father, childhood, memories, siblings, games, teachers, school, childhood, education, job, promotion, whatnot. These are all starting to unravel. Why? How? There is an understanding gradually that all these are nothing but learned concepts. In other words, thoughts. All this time, all this life, one's entire life, those lived experiences that brought so much happiness, so much sorrow, different types of times where there was worry, stress, anxiety, happiness, enjoyment, nervousness, anxiety, you name it. Exactly where you are, you name it. That's it. Everything was in fact named. Everything was in fact coined. so as to coexist in this conventional world, everything has been given a name and learnt. First, one is taught small bits through what may be at home, then in the nursery, the Montessori, through education, through books, then there's learning through the environment, and one grows up in through education. But in whatever form that is being taken, at some point it has been learnt. And that learned, the perceptions have been reinforced and reinforced, which then keeps on telepathizing. As and when those triggers occur, the vibration occurs. If the vibration is present, then it is there. If the vibration is not there, then nothing gets manifested. This is cause and effect Dhamma that the Buddha exposed so many years ago. The profound truth behind this deception that is called the mind. We are living in a make-believe world. We are living in a thought-driven world, a world of thoughts. Everything that has been experienced is by way of thoughts. The thoughts, when it has been taken to be real, is generating a power that becomes more and more powerful. The more that one believes something to be true, the more that one gives weightage to it, value to it, it only grows in power. And that strong current then gives rise to an alive field, a false sense of I. And that I becomes all powerful. There is nothing that you won't do to keep that I, to maintain that I, to protect that I, isn't it? How much sorrow you feel when somebody hurts you, how much of anger you feel when somebody has snubbed you, how much happiness you feel when somebody says, I love you. All this is in relation to this I, isn't it? The fattening of the ego, because this self has been born, has been nurtured from the childhood days by taking each and every object that has been taken to be real, that has been collected into what we call an external world, that has only grown and expanded in size and value over the years, has then collectively fattened the ego. The self, the persona, the identity that has been created, which is now called you. This so-called self-important thing that has been created, basically out of nothing. If you keep going back, you drill back and go backwards as to how this thing was formed, you find that there was nothing there but a vibration. What is occurring in this moment is only a thought. One thought arises and ceases, another thought arises and ceases, and so it goes on and on. This is the natural phenomena of the mind. The vibrations occurring in the perceptions gives rise to thoughts, gives rise to a feel of existence, and a sense of wanting to be alive. An alive feel emanates, arises. The all-powerful I, the wrong self-view, is then dominant. But what happens with the true Dhamma? This whole concept, this whole mechanism, this whole process is seen as it is. Yatha Bhuta. And then this whole thing starts unraveling. The way this whole thing taken, the belief that it is real, and then the binding nature of thoughts when each thought is considered to be real, to be real, to be real, which then gives rise to a binding effect. And the binding effect of thoughts, when each one is considered to be real, can gain momentum, can gain power. And that is the way the value is attached to various objects, and the I and the me and the mine, all that becomes powerful. But when one keeps on seeing the truth in every thought, which is what the truth and the true Dhamma that the Buddha exposed and urged us to see from within, there is no room for the value to be created. There is no room for the deception or the delusion to cover our eyes anymore. The truth is seen in every moment. The fact that what we thought was a thing is not a thing anymore. And when each stimuli is not a thing anymore, the value that is attached to it, the craving, the clinging, the desire for that thing, the desire to have it, the desire to own it, the desire to protect something, the stress that is being caused by it, the worry, all that starts to fade, which is what we call the defilements. The craving and the aversion, whether it is negative or positive, both occur if something is real. If the thing is understood as not to be real, the aversion also dissipates. The craving also dissipates. The defilements starts fading gradually. And then you will feel that all those things that used to be really a problem to you, that used to bring so much suffering to you, things that you couldn't get out of your mind, that were weighing heavily on your mind, are now not so important. It doesn't matter, you find you're not even thinking about it so much. Those things are there, and you know that those things are there, but it's as if like, okay, it doesn't really, it's not much of a bother. It's a gradual occurrence. And how does this even happen? Because one has devoted the time to do true vidarshana, meditative insight into the workings of the mind. This is exactly what the Buddha wanted us to do. To search for the truth, to search for this, to see whether there was actually an I within ourselves. And when we find the truth, when we find that there was never an I here, that it was all a concept, a construct, as we said, the unraveling happens, the unentangling happens, and that binding power of the thoughts, the underlying current, the self-vibration, all that gradually starts fading away. It is a beautiful experience. There is an inner awakening, an inner wisdom that arises, and the nirvana, the non-vibration, is here to be experienced in this moment. So we invite our listeners, if you have tuned into this discussion or listened to it even later, and have got something out of what was explained in the last 1 hour, to either continue to listen to these talks and try to gain more and more insight into one's own mind, one's own workings, and how suffering comes to be. And we invite you to think and penetrate this veil of ignorance and see what actually is the cause of suffering, and try to find this lasting peace which is there when there is an internal awakening, not the materialistic wealth or happiness which can be taken away in a moment, which is founded on quicksand because the truth has not been understood. But to embark on a journey of true meditative insight and find out the inner workings of the mind, to find nirvana in this very moment, the non-vibration, the nirvanic state, which is here and now to be experienced. Thiruvan Saranai.
That's it. That's it. That's just it. Yeah, that's beautiful. Any other questions, Sudarma or Suranika also can join in?
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. First of all,
Are you
it's
still
all...
in Dombapado or you are at
No,
home?
doctor, I just returned. They left
Okay.
by
Yeah.
12 o'clock and I also left and I reached home.
Yeah.
And first of all, let's all worship Aryan Hanse's feet once again, our spiritual teacher. And Dr. Kokila, when Joel was asking that question, some Aryan Hanse's words echoed in my mind, like he was telling when we daily practice these rites and rituals, that is like make offerings to Lord Buddha. You all worship your own mind, he says. That's what you were telling, that perception. We have a certain image, it's in our mind, so we worship whatever the image that we have, the perception. And when he asked that, are we compassionate and are we a kind of give love to the self, because as you said, he actually started with the self, but even without that, uh, whatever the action we do, we only associate certain perceptions. So not only worshipping, whatever we do, when we now, once he beautifully said, one day when I meet all four of you, I would ask, are you Dr. Kokila? Are you Miss Surangika? Are you Sudharma? So with that beautiful example of Mr. Vijay Surya also telling that there is no husband here, but we actually try to explain and try to understand is we only associate a world that is created by us. I mean, in other words, the perceptions. So when there is certain visual formation, we think it is a tree. When there is certain visual formation, we think it is somebody. It's a woman. She is a woman or a man or whatsoever. The feeling is also there. The feel also, Dr. Kokila always mentions that, but still the first level is we need to understand that Buddha's word chittena niyati loko chittena parikasati, everything is in our thoughts. So even we think I is also a thought, like the book or a tree or stone. And the other thing, Dr. Kokila, you can actually correct and elaborate when Joel said that when walking, I experience the six sensory faculties working, and it is a system that mind images also play a role. When we take this body, so the moment the thought occurs that I should go out and walk, everything come in place, and the body movement like a robot, some machine, a robot, we just go ahead with walking. So when the thought occurs to like teach a lesson, say the words, the introduction to the lesson, then how to control the students, everything that mind image comes to work, and it happens as an automated process. So on top of the six sensory faculties at work, the role of mind images, that is also prior perceptions becoming current perceptions, and things happen. Otherwise, now making a cup of tea, we never think that I should stir now, after adding milk and sugar, I should stir it this way. It naturally, you move your hand, move your hand naturally. I mean, without any thought, without any effort. So it is obvious that it is a system. So, Teruvan Saranai, and yes, please, others can improve, not improve, elaborate on these points so that he will better understand. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan.
Yeah, actually, in that, what I said to Joel, there's some things I can actually add now. After you told that, I just remembered in an arahant, because there's no self, it's completely that the stimulus. It is only that. In a normal person, we keep loving ourselves, even though we say, I love you, we keep loving ourselves. But in an arahant, what happens is the way around. Because there's no self, actually, it is only the stimulus, so you just become, so yeah, that's important to understand. But the question that arises in Joel's mind will never come to Arahant's mind, because it doesn't work like that. That mind doesn't work like that. That mind is has an internal transformation, so that actually the questions like, am I loving myself, or what am I going to do now? And the questions like that yesterday arise, like, what are you going to do next 50 years? Or questions like, what is going to happen to this world? Because they are all the types of questions the pattern of those questions carries the self-view. I think you all can actually, like checkmate, but you really get it now, because if someone talks with the self-view, it's very easy to understand, because if there's a self, you will have a world, and that world, if they don't know that it's just a perception here, and you don't actually have a experience of the external world, you keep trying to change the world. Yes, you might do something, but what actually happens here is the energy, change in energy levels, but whatever we perceive has not changed. So imagine we put a bomb. Yes, we are actually like damaging the world, yes, but what we perceive is what we perceive. What we perceive is what our sensory organs can perceive. Limitations of those sensory organs are there 100%. So you can't actually see what has happened to the unicellular organs. You can't really see what is happening, anything beyond your frequency of your ears. You can't hear every sound in this world. If you really think about it, it's only the capacity of your ear you can telepathy to. Because to synchronize, there should be some kind of vibration here. So that vibe, only within that level you would be able to synchronize to know anything in that sense. So if there's vibration here, you will have a synchronicity, but actually that is these are the limitations. So we can't really say they are the things out there, because actually what you see is not what the other animals say. So likewise, just keep researching about what is actually happening here. And if you ask an arahant, these questions are not there. That's the thing. The questions that, what am I going to do next 50 years? That question even does not apply. Why? So that's just another thought now here, because even if I think now, what am I going to do tomorrow? It's a thought happening now. And if you think tomorrow again, you think tomorrow, what am I going to do in next another year? That is a thought happening at that particular moment. So the stimulus, the word we use, the stimulus, is that thing, whatever the thought that is happening at exactly this point. And what we are saying is, actually with this Dhamma, what we are understanding is even that moment is not true. So we understand that the past is the thought. Whatever we think about the past now, we can think about now. Like 10 years ago, I was like this. So you can think about that. It's okay. It's just a thought now. And you can think in 10 years' time, I'm going to do this. Yeah, you can think about that. That's fine. But it's a thought now. But with this Dhamma, you really understand this. Even this thought, even that is not true. I'm thinking about a house, or buying a house. Buying a house is just a perception which we can buy. If you really like have the ability, you might buy, but that's not the point. Point is, whatever our world is full of perceptions. So even if you get a craving, you definitely know that is the you. There's no separate you. It's not I am craving chocolate. The craving itself is I. There's no separate I there. That is what we keep understanding. So how does the craving come from? Craving come from because you feel chocolate as a thing. So that when you feel the chocolate as a thing, then definitely you feel it, and then you get a feeling to keep it with you. But
And
so the
Dr. Kokila, this Dhamma is so miraculous. Since you raised this again, this Angie's behavior, because in the morning she was not listening. She was telling, no, I don't want to end the suffering. I love the suffering. Suffering is what keep everything happens. So what would happen to the evolution of mankind, the development? Now we are going to explore the other planets and so on. So she she says, then I she, even in the suffering in the mundane world is not a problem for her. So we were discussing all these plane crashes, losing loved ones. She says, no, that's fine, that's fine, I want to be born again, it's all right, I enjoy them. So and I just came because of Theo's persuasion, and so halfway through she leaves. So by the evening, Dr. Kokila, it's so miraculous. She was interested. She changed her tone. And from the very beginning, she was asking, okay, now you are on the path with the spiritual teacher. Now I am going to rate. So if it is 1 to 10, 1 is maybe number 1, me, I'm just starting. So your teacher is maybe he has completed. So where are you? Then I was telling, no, we don't talk about achievements and so. No, just tell me where are you. Then me and Shani, we told maybe 3 or 4 like. Then the very question he asked Aryan was, where are you? Are you 10? Then after that, what is the purpose? Even though we tell that after full kind of awakening realization, also everything will happen as normal. Okay, I know the mechanism. I know everything because their minds are so big. They are kind of intelligent also. So they have watched the videos and grasped everything kind of as knowledge. So they never want to see through a thought to, I mean, practically. They say, no. We know that it was on the video. That's not on the
yeah, but
only
I think the Mr. Was it
Theo.
Theo was different, I think. Theo was
He
different.
was very different, doctor. The problem is he has practiced concentration meditation for 8 years under different teachers. So he doesn't want to come out of that. He has never heard of insight meditation, but he was listening. And when I said that the vibration that occurred with all the data, the qualities of previous births and everything into zygote, and that will telepathize, synchronize into each and every thought, he was interested. Then, of course, he said, now I am coming back. But by today, when they were leaving, they have written poems. Even Angie has written poems, danced, and she's asking, you can share it anywhere. I am coming back. I want to meet Aryan Mahanse. After then, she was asking, didn't your teacher tell that I am aggressive? Then I said, no, you were open-minded. That's fine. That's the way. Many people tell that I am aggressive, and they always stop me. But you all are different. No, don't you think I am aggressive? Then he said, no, we don't think you are aggressive. That's the way that it's very good. We said you went by the feel, whatever you felt, you asked. That's why. Then she was impressed and she wanted to talk to Aryan Mahanse, and she says she wants to
Yeah, I wish
explore
actually
more.
I wish they come.
Yeah,
Actually, it's okay. The
yeah.
main thing is the open question. If someone is actually asking open questions, there should be some kind of answer. Otherwise, they will just shake their head and they will walk away. So,
Yes.
if our main understanding about this truth is true, if our intention is to give them the real happiness and
Yes, doctor.
super awareness, then we need to kind of calibrate or kind of synchronize to their wave pattern and just try and understand how to get it down to the level that the understanding level, or even just to the level to listen to Dhamma. Yeah, that's how it is. And one day, like even Joel just started to listen to Dhamma, and one day we never know, he might even get these instincts of how to actually get the root point, because the root points mainly is like of about the worries would be the losing the loved partner. Sometimes they are the root points. So we can't really understand the root points without actually feeling them, how they feel, what is driving her, how this mind is driving. It's similar to everyone. What is Sudharma being like? What is there for Sudharma to hang on to? Like, what is Kokila hanging on to? Or what is Surangika hanging on to? Like, what is the main thing that against liberation of mind? So likewise, this is the research that we do. But if someone is actually entering, we just have to feel them and help them. And it is easy when our mind is not strong. When our mind is not strong, it's much easy. It's like water. So the water filling the cup, it becomes easy, so that you feel the other person's fears, because definitely it's a fear of liberation. Fear of liberation comes from various aspects, and one is ignorance, 100%, but there are several other views. It's mainly views, like if someone think about, I need to go to God and then I will do anything. I just want to see the God and then only I will do whatever you're saying. So something like that, like we never know. We never know the underlying reason, the views that is held in someone's heart. So the getting into that wall is the problem. And when your mind is kind of really thin, it's much easier, and the communication gaps are there because of the language, but still we can. There's nothing we can't, isn't it? What do you think, Joel?
Yes, doctor. It was like I was just investigating on this matter called self and the perception I. The self and I has become a big problem to us before we got to know this truth. Am I making sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because we always rely on self and this I perception. And the day we come out of this I perception and this self perception, like Arya once was saying, come out of your mind. That is where you get liberated. And you don't feel about yourself. You don't think about yourself. You just go as it goes.
As it is, yeah.
And just feel the breeze, but you won't feel the breeze. It's like something getting into your sensory department.
Yeah.
And even when people speak to you, without knowing you, I mean, you give compassion. You'll be compassionate.
Yes.
Today, I felt it a lot because not I, okay? I'm just saying when I went to the place I didn't like, I didn't feel anything. I mean,
so
I
you
just
already
spoke.
did it. So you already challenged.
Yeah. I just
good.
wanted to go to that place and just be there. And after I came home, I was thinking, oh my God, I didn't react. So where's myself? Oh my God, I lost it. And
Yeah, that's so good.
I was like, wow, it's a magic, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can come to that point. We can do it. But
Yeah,
the
we
thing
can
is,
do that. That's the message. We can do it.
we have to practice it. I'm practicing it every day, man. Thank you. Thank you.
There was an Kokila. Yes, I'm sure. What's this experience?
Yes, Saranasa.
Yes.
Are you asking Joel or me?
Oh, no, I'm not just. I just now joined him, so I've not heard the full story. But I have a question. What's the real experience? I'm talking about. I'm talking about the truth.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Experience of non-vibration.
No, real loving is a real loving is the Buddha's loving.
Yes.
It's everything there. Not only the girl or woman. It's everything is same. Girl and woman and what you show. It's a sky or everywhere is the same loving.
Yeah. Even the.
What is that loving?
It's.
It's only the one part. Only the one part is the girl and woman. But everything is same. Girl also same.
It
So
could be
it's a fault.
infinite love. Infinite. Infinite is Ananta.
Oh, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere here and now. What you think, what you think, what you're doing, what you're talking, no matter. Everywhere is the same. What is the daytime experience? What is the nighttime experience? It's the same. It's the Buddha's word.
Yeah.
Yatha diva tatha ratri. It's the same loving is there. What is that?
I think that's the most beautiful experience.
That is the real loving. That is the Arya Bhumi.
Yes.
That is the spiritual guys have loving. It's a huge loving is there. You know, there's a mundane guys. It's a normal people talking about the loving. That loving is somebody's doing. He's there everywhere. He's there. But someone understood this Dhamma. Nobody's here, but love is there. It's not nobody's not do or not here, but love is here. I ask him, what is that experience? What is that loving? Everywhere. What are you looking? What are you hearing? What are you doing? What are you thinking? Everywhere that love is there. No matter girl or woman, it's no problem. Same. So girls are thinking he's interested in me, but not only him. Everybody. But everyone is a feel is coming. No, it's me. It's a normally people. Normally someone don't know this Dhamma. I think he misunderstand. She is misunderstood. She's thinking she want him because she don't know the Dhamma. She want him, but she know the Dhamma. She don't want him. It's other loving. So she's in happy. She's happy. She's happy is my happy. Is a spiritual loving. She's not in happy. Is my feeling is that one. I know she's not in happy. I want she in happy. She's in happy. Sure, I'm given the Dhamma because Dhamma given be happy to him, to her. That is why I'm telling the Dhamma. Because it's a Mahamaitri is the word. It's everywhere. Here and now. Someone understood this Dhamma, internal transformation is happening. That's the experience. It's a practical experience. It's not a thinking, it's not a thought, it's experience.
Yeah,
That is the real love. That is real loving. You know, this Nibbana is a loving.
Yes, sir.
Yes, because someone became in a Nibbana. He loving everybody. Because he wants happy everybody. That is why he is given the Dhamma. Because Dhamma is the really tranquility, peaceful mind, and loving mind, loving kindness is there. That is why Buddha told, Metta Karuna Buddha. That is a real love. Because that love, you know, he don't want anybody. He don't want marry or anything.
Doesn't expect anything back.
That is real loving because she won't be happy her. He given the money and everything. Why? He don't want anything. He want only one. She won't be happy. That is the real love. It's not a business. No profit. Nothing happen, anything. Is your feet. It's nothing there, anything. Only the happy is there. That is the real love. It's unbelievable loving. I'm talking yesterday also.
Yeah, true. And that would be for the darkness. That would be for the sun.
You know, Kokila. That's love. I have that love.
Yes, sir.
I have that love. Yeah, I know that. I have that love because I don't want anybody. I don't marry or anything. It's okay. But you know, I want given someone have problem or someone have question or where he is stuck, where he is struggling, where she is struggling, someone. So they are in like a cage.
100%.
Yeah. So many guys in somewhere is stuck. They can't release. They can't release their own mind.
Yeah, even Joel was telling that how he's slowly coming out of the cage now.
Yeah, that is really nice experience. So you know, many years you don't know my picture or anything.
No.
But you know, there is the loving, but it's not a personal loving.
No.
It's a Dhamma came. So Dhamma is the loving. Nobody, no person. But you know, it's a feel. Nothing there, anything. But feel is nice feeling. Because peaceful mind is how is telling this? No cage is here. Unconditional loving. No condition also here. That's right. No? No, it's okay.
Yes,
It's very nice experience. You know, I will tell something. One boy told me this story. That girl, that she's a loving affair. That girl, you know, hate. It's a how is telling English that that boy is telling, but he have the feel is loving, but that girl hate him. Eat him. No. I said, you know, I
Yeah,
was telling English.
yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't
But
love
but
him
that
back.
boy is feeling is boy is telling me. Boy telling me the feel. Loving is there. No anger or anything coming.
Yeah.
What is this? It's a feeling. It's a feeling. So I told the boy, yeah, your mind is not anything there. Your mind is loving. So that a boy, that's a personal loving. That one is a personal loving. But after I explained the boy how many stages is here loving.
Yeah.
Yeah. After boy laughing, yeah, it's a me is there. Yeah,
Must
I'm
be
doing
in
that. Yeah.
must be in Sinhala language, Aran Hansa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, how is this? It's okay. It's the story. Nice stories have this type of because love is the feeling. It's not a material. Love is not a material. Love is a feeling. It's a it's a sex or others are it's not a it's just other one. It's a hormones sexuality is there. But hormone how is coming react feel is there, hormone also coming pick up. So after is a there's the sex, that's a raga. How is telling English is a raga, is a romance, no? But after is coming that, but love is not that one. Love is not not a romance. Love is not anything. Sex or others are body system is happening. Body language is there. Body is a reaction, no, it's a material. But love is not a material. Love is a feel. It's a nice experience. It's a nice feeling. Yes, but I think people want to understand what is the body, what is the hormones, what is the sexuality, what is the love. Love is not sexuality one, it's a feeling. But feeling is there, feeling is there. You know, it's a mind given others one. Mind given the business. Mind given something, business. It's a material type. But real one is not a mind. Real one is a feel. I think I don't know, understood or no.
Yeah.
Mind is doing the business. So many marriages are Sri Lanka. Yes, the
Business.
proposal marriage is not loving. It's a business type. It's thinking about the property. So others. So it's not loving. So love is a feel, no material, no anything. It's a feel. It's a vibe. Vibes, same vibes, link. That's the real divine loving. But divine loving is not still. That's the case. Sometimes today divine loving is here, but tomorrow we can't say because this vibe is changing. Divine loving also destroyed. It's unbelievable, this talking. So we want to understand because this life also not still not permanent. Anything not permanent. It's okay. Everything is impermanent. That is why we won't understand how is this our mind. Our mind is not permanent. It's impermanent. It's every time is changing. It's happening. How is telling this? So that is why it's a vibration. Is the mind is thoughts, thinking, everything is impermanent. So we won't understand this or what is your lifestyle is going. What's your pattern? What your thinking style is. You won't understand everything. So after it's okay, you can decide what's your journey. So it's okay. Wow. Someone selecting the partner, marry or engage. It's okay. You won't understand the Amma is okay. It's very important. You can choose the selecting everything. How type of wife or husband you want? What is your way? What is your pattern? What's your rhythm? What's your wave? It's very important. It's very important because I'm talking about the normal guys. Normally person. I think how is the lifestyle won't be both because I don't think about everybody won't be monk. I'm thinking about the Visakha like that. Everybody can this life can go and keep going because Nibbana also there. No problem for the Nibbana. So it's my experience. I know this, but you won't understand what is the body, what is the senses, what is the hormones reactions, what is the mind. How's these parts, these senses creating. Finally, it's a simple life. You can go simply. No problem anywhere. What you think about?
No suffering.
No suffering, no sadness. But suffering is there, but sadness is there, but nobody is there. Unbelievable is this topic. You know, I'm talking about Sinhala language. Deyak noana satutak. Deyak noana dukak.
Yes.
Deyak noana gina. How is telling this?
Yeah, if your son died, you will be not happy, you will be sad, but it's not a thing.
How is telling this? Happy is there, but no happy is there. How is telling English? Sad is there, but not sad is there. Sad is there, but no one sad is there. Happy is there, but nobody happy is there. But no one happy is there. But happy is there, but you haven't happy. Sad is there, but you haven't sad.
So
How is
there
telling
was
this?
is it
Yeah.
selfless love, selfless sadness, or
Yeah, love also there. The love also there. Love is there, but you haven't
I don't
love.
answer in Sinhala.
How is
Can
it?
we say
Yeah.
within නැති නොවිඳින සතුටක් නොවිඳින දුකක්.
No. Deyak noana satutak.
දෙයක්
But
නොවන.
satuta, there is a happy. There is a happy. Feeling is happy. But not inside. Pain.
I don't
Not
know.
inside pain. Yeah.
I think it's happiness without self, sadness without self, because there is a
But sadness is there. Sadness is there.
yes, but without self.
You are happy, but you are inside. You can't tell happy. Yeah, you have tranquility, but not have You happy is a mind. Tranquility is not a mind. Happy is a mind.
Yeah.
Sadness also mind. But tranquility is not a mind. That is why. Sad is there, but tranquility is there.
Yeah.
That's the Nibbana. That's the Nibbana, guys. That's the spiritual guys. Yeah, the coming censoring is okay. It's a body sensor. Coming this almost is coming. That's happy also coming. This is I'm telling this Sinhala. Kichi kya hua hum satra enavane. Eka mind එක සම්බන්ධ නැහැ නේ. ඔක ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන් කියන්න පුළුවන් නම් මේ ඒකත් සතුටනේ. ඒ වුණාට ඒක mind එකට සම්බන්ධ නැහැ. කිචි කැවුවම නෙන්නේ. It's a sense of creation no.
Tickling.
Yeah, that's so true, isn't it, Darren Mansa? Because it's just a bodily reaction. When you tickle, automatically that person starts giggling and laughing, but nothing to do with the mind.
It's not, nothing, anything. They are mind. That is it's
Dr. Kokila?
Yeah.
Dr. Kokila?
Yes.
All these things I'm listening and I fall in love with a person. And that is Aryan and Mansa.
You will get a good answer from Aryan Mansa, Joel, in a minute.
It's a few minutes now. It's no time. Sorry for this. It's okay. What time is now?
Aryan Mansa, Joel has fallen in love with you.
Yeah, I know. Because he feel me, I think. No, feel. Yeah, it's okay. It's not a person, but it's I think it's a nature like that, no?
100%.
It's a feeling. Yeah, it's a feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Dharma answers.
Yeah,
It's so,
yeah. There's
it's
a
so
dharma. There's a
beautiful.
dharma.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Day by
And
day, we are feeling it. Our advances so much.
Yeah. You know, Sudharma, this time, no any guy. Our you know, many nuns with me, you know, many problems last few
right.
months happening, but you know, today everybody like me, no,
Yes,
nothing
Aryan
question given. Yeah.
Aryan Mahansa, I want to share this with you that Angie, Chinese lady, and Theo, both of them were so impressed when I said that next time Aryan Mahansa would be meeting you. They were very happy and they were like telling, we are blessed, we are coming back. To hear that you are going to meet them was a great thing for them. And they were so grateful to you and asking us to um, tell that they are so grateful and they want to explore more about the truth, as you said, Aryan answer. They will be coming back. Yes.
Yeah, but I like alone. It's my feel. It's my feel. It's good.
Yes.
So be careful, yeah.
Yes.
It's not too good close, I think. It's my side.
I think
Yeah.
Aryan Mahansa,
Yeah.
initially the reason you set up the International Meditation Center is to spread this Dhamma to the Western world, Western society, and through the English language. And that Dombagoda place is so valuable in that sense. So your dreams are, you know, the vision is coming true. But in order to provide that, to give that lasting message, Aryan Mahansa, maybe
Yes.
at least once in a way, if you actually come and speak to those international visitors, I think they will carry the message for us, Aryan Mahansa, to their places, to their countries. That is going to have a lasting effect.
Oh, yeah. You see, I've not heard what you say. Yeah, Suranka.
Yeah, what I said was Aryan Mahansa, the Dombagoda Center was made purely to take the Dhamma through the English language to foreign visitors, to other countries, which you have always said that we want to spread the word, isn't it, to the Western countries.
Yeah,
So
Suranka, you know, today, especially, you know what happened today? Especially, there's a BTV, Zoom, and BTV YouTube, and the BTV Facebook. You see that, Suranka? You don't know?
Yes, we
Yeah,
saw
it is
Aryan
very
Mahansa.
important.
It was
That's a
really good.
Wagala today is the first.
The opening ceremony.
Yeah. Today is the first
Aryan
day.
Mahansa. Yes.
Today is the first day. Wagala is a practical. That's a
Program, yeah.
program. Yeah, it's the first day. As you see, there's a footpath. It's a walking meditation. Many few kilometers. It's a long. There's a queue is there. Long footpath is there because the village is there, mountain area, and the down area, the other temple, they are coming down 3 kilometers, I think. 3 kilometers or 4 kilometers. So that's the walking meditation. You know, many guys there. You can show tomorrow. So live is going. Otherwise, you know, BTV, Zoom, 24 hours open. Mudita is Sri Lanka here everywhere. Not only the Sri Lanka, we are expand this other countries. We won't do this. It's okay. Another step. Sri Lanka everywhere. Mudita is guys there. They can anytime join the Zoom discussion and join the Zoom and they open the video and they can show everybody. So it's very important. This BTV Zoom. BTV Zoom is creating other group It's a Nikini and Timira and the youngest there. But IT engineers there. Nikini also IT engineer. So, so very nice. They are coming, I think. Join with us, no?
Yes, Mansa, I think one day somebody, maybe in Australia or some person asked you,
Yeah, 31 is the day. It's the
Yeah.
Melbourne is the place. Is the our guy is who is that guy name?
Sunita.
Sunita's home. Yeah, Sunita's home. The Melbourne. There's a practical program is there. It's the Melbourne is the first one. Yeah, it's otherwise our Dilruksha also there. Metmal our NGO, Metmal Samaj Seva Padanam NGO.
Foundation,
Is
yes.
foundation president is there. Melbourne. This is nice, I think, because Andhra also there. Andhra and the Ruksha and the Sunita, and I was okay. Everybody can join with them because Rajit also there, Melbourne. There, I think is going to be good. I think Kokila can join the Zoom. We can join the group. BTV is Zoom is ready for that. Yeah, it's okay. Kokila and the Suranka and everybody can join there.
Even Sunet said from Sydney Mansa, Sunet
it's
also
okay.
will.
That
Yeah,
is okay.
join online.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to talk, no? Sorry. It's okay. Nice to say.
But also, Mansa, the Buddothpada, the BTV, if some mother asked you, Mansa, one day, like, the Kurunagala Metmalarana program.
Yeah.
If they can link the video program to BTV, that will be very nice for mothers all over the world. Also following Buddothpada. Yes, Mansa.
Now is Kurunagala is steady. Now Kurunagala is strong.
Yes,
yeah, I know that. Kurunagala becoming day by day strong. Kurunagala is the head place one day. Because there's Manel, there's many guys I know. Just last week I'm in Kurunagala, last week Sunday. So I have that experience. That is why I'm telling Kurunagala is coming ahead. Tomogoda and the Kurunagala and the Vagala and the Kalutara is next week. Kalutara coming join the program. I think it's a Mathara and Dagabada is now is a nice place. Is arranging nice cottages. We can see future. It's okay. Balungal also come. I think good. No, good is happening.
It's very good.
Yeah, future is good. Yeah.
Dr. Kokila?
Yeah.
Yes.
ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ නෝර පැත්තට එන්නේ නැද්ද?
I think he's in Kurunagala. I don't know where he is at this moment, but
What's that?
he's asking whether you would come to Kandy.
Aryan was last week in Kandy, no? There are Vagala. Vagala, there's Samadana. What's the story about?
I think he wants to meet you, Mansa. So you said you're going to plan another.
No. I'm not talking about that Zoom. It's okay. It's okay. One day I'm telling you how you can meet me. I think sometimes your side, your Dhamma is coming strong. That is the time is suitable time is meet me. Because Dhamma is doing this, not me, not person. Dhamma is strong. It's okay. That's qualified. That's qualified. It's okay because of Buddha's word is. You know the Dhamma, you know the Buddha. It's okay. That's the time is. I think it's good meet that person. No person is here. Dhamma is here. That is why I'm telling this. I think you understand this. It's okay, no longer. Sometimes I don't know. This month is sometimes next month. It's something sometimes happening because I'm always coming Candy because Sita Kotu also stay here. Uh, our place is there making. Otherwise, Wagal also now is okay coming. And the Balungal also there. So everything is handy. Otherwise, another place these days talking about given us somebody, I don't know the person. He tried to given us that his place. Many guys are ready to given us the places because they won't happen in this very way. That's Dhamma. Nothing anything. It's the Dhamma. You know?
Yeah, power of some.
Yeah, it's good idea. I think, what is the name of jail, no? Jail, where are you? Candy? Jail.
Candy, I was in Animata, but before that, I was living in Askiria, Gedige
Nice.
Pansala, Gedige
Yeah.
Pansala,
Dedicated
next to
person, right?
that. So,
Yeah.
Upali Hamdru
Yeah.
is a well known person. So,
Nice.
basically from Candy.
Nice.
So, I like to meet you one day as a person because when you laugh and smile, even that is very selfless. You are not selfish.
Yeah.
And I like that. I don't know how to do that. I'm in that path, but I need time to practice this. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's okay, Kokila. I think time is now is over. Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you,
Yes.
everybody. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Suranka. Everybody, I like Dhamma friends. It's nice, I think, his duty. His message won't given everybody. Peaceful mind, no?
Yes, Dhamma.
Yeah, it's good idea. It's good work, yeah. There was everybody.
Tera saraya.
Therun
Namaskara.
Saranyarin, sir.
Sorry.
We
Yes.
worship
Good evening, everybody. Everyone standing sir. Everyone standing, everybody. Let's continue the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 56. As you continue to be mindful, your wisdom, also known as the Bodhi Anga or the Buddha nature, continues to develop. This Buddha nature is an emptiness, a supreme solitude, also known as Uttarita Udakalava. As wisdom grows, the mind becomes pure and untamed. When the ignorance is erased little by little, you begin to see the pure truth in everything. You awaken to a pure truth, an untamed mind, or Prabhashara Siddha. The Prabhashara Siddha that you had when you were born. Prabhashara Siddha does not have fetters or akusala such as lobha, dvesha, and moha. When you begin to reduce or dissolve your fetters such as lobha, dvesha, and moha, you are known as Srinaswara Rahatan Mahanse. Being mindful and seeing everything outside according to the Yathabhuta Jnana makes you develop wisdom to enter the first supramundane plane called Sotapanna. At the beginning of the path to Nirvana, you need to practice that all what we see outside are only thoughts. At the beginning of the path, you will learn to see through the images on the screen and be mindful of the pure truth, which is the white screen. This is the first step on the path to Nirvana, and this practice will lead you to attain the first stage of the supramundane plane called Sotapanna. The second stage of being mindful is to develop the wisdom to attain the stage of Anagami. To attain the wisdom of an Anagami, one has to be mindful that there is nothing as thoughts, that thoughts do not exist. How do we learn to see that all what we see are thoughts? For example, a scientist named a virus as corona, and after some time they changed the name to COVID. When they change names like this, you realize that there is no truth to anything. The vehicle production company produces a vehicle according to a certain shape, and they call it a car. Then the same thing they will produce in another shape and call it a jeep. They would continue to change the shape and give it different names. It is we who assign different names to different shapes. What we can say is that in this world there are certain processes or kriyavali, and to these processes we seem to assign different names. These processes could be natural processes or man-made processes. All what we seem to do is that we assign different names to them. Some examples of assigning names to natural processes are given below. For example, look at a newborn baby. Doesn't the baby move his limbs as he pleases? Does he not breathe on his own? Doesn't he eat when he is fed? But he did not realize or know anything that he does. But the newborn baby does have a process, and he does perform some actions. Isn't your breathing process and the breathing process of a newborn baby who has a pure and untainted mind the same? Isn't this process of breathing common to you and the newborn baby? Now let us also look at the process of walking. You think that you are walking. It is you who assigned a name as walking to that process. There is nothing as walking. In Sinhala, we called it Avidinawa, and in English, we called it walking. It is just a sound. What we have to realize is that it is only an action. Therefore, if you remove the sound from that action and only observe that action, then you would be able to erase the name, which is the sound that was assigned to it by the Sammutiya. When you are on the path, this process of erasing of the name or sound happens little by little. When you practice to observe only the process without the sound, you begin to see and feel that there is nothing. You realize that all what you see was made in the mind. Once you realize the pure truth and become so one, your mind cannot trick you anymore. You cannot become a Sovan unless you realize the pure truth using both awareness and wisdom. When you become a Sovan, you begin to see that the outside is not true, and that realization comes with the development in awareness and wisdom or darshana avabodhya, not by concentration meditation or samatha meditation. After you have attained the wisdom of a Sotapanna, at the time of your death, you will die with the realization that this world is a lie and that this is an illusion. It won't be possible for you to attain Nirvana if you believe that this mundane world is true. You have to apply an effort and awaken your wisdom so that you could attain all four stages of awakening in the supramundane plane or the Lokottara Bhumya. Once you attain the wisdom of a Sotapanna, you realize that all the heavens and hells are all lies. You would also realize that all these realms of the god, animals, hungry ghosts, elves, human, and realms of gods are formed only in just one thought. Any of these realms are created like a film within one thought. You will also realize that you cannot keep one foot on the mundane plane or the Sammuti or Laukika Bhumya and one foot on the supramundane plane or the Lokottara Bhumya. If you want to concentrate on your path to Nirvana, you have to attain the wisdom of the supramundane plane or the Lokottara Bhumya. In order to develop the wisdom, you follow the path. You need to listen to sermons. You also need to teach the Dhamma to others who are interested to know the pure truth. You will need to teach them that all what we see and experience is only an illusion, and all what we experience is only a thought. You also need to teach them that they need to see the thought and teach them how to enter the supramundane plane. Actually, these days Accurate sermons about the pure truth is being taught. This means that the true Dhamma has risen today. Our realization of the true nature of the Dhamma is enough proof to say that the true Dhamma has risen in this country. After the realization of the pure truth, we teach you with the wisdom of the supramundane plane. We have already realized that this mundane world is a lie. Now let us look closely at the thought. The thought is only a fleeting moment or kshanikasita. The moment a thought is formed, it ceases or it comes to an end. All the thoughts come from the mind consciousness or the mano vijnana. All what we think are all mental formations or sankhara. They are all illusions, lies. Once you understand this, you begin to realize that this whole world is a lie. When the Buddha said, Vinaya loke apijña domanasana, the Buddha meant that this world is a lie, an illusion. The Buddha also said, Rupang anitito, meaning all the arama or stimuli we receive from the six senses are not true. The Buddha said that the six senses is the world. Vinaya loke apicca domanasana kayanu viharati. It means if you want to attain nirvana by being mindful of the Satara Satipatthana, you have to know that all our senses and this world is a lie. If you believe that our body, our senses, our mind, and our thoughts are real and true, that means that you are ignorant of the pure truth. Where there is ignorance, there is no nirvana. When the world does not exist, how can you develop wisdom, believing that this body, these feelings, this mind, and these thoughts are real? If the Buddha says that the world does not exist, then the heavens, the hells, and everything else becomes a lie. They exist only in our mind, consciousness, and they are only perceptions or sanya from the six senses. These perceptions become mental formations or sankhara, which also become the mind consciousness. In order to practice seeing the truth, seeing the thoughts, it will be helpful to have some understanding of the samatha meditation or the concentration meditation. Whenever you realize that your mind is straying away from being mindful of your thoughts, bring your mind back to what you consider as the point of concentration. Your point of concentration would be the breath. We are trying to teach you how we practiced following the path to Nirvana. Whenever our mind strayed from being mindful of our thoughts, we would bring back our mindfulness to our breath. It is like bringing our mind back to our home, which is our point of concentration. Satya tamai අපේ ගෙදර. Satya means emptiness. Emptiness is our home. Supposing you are doing something like walking, working, or you are in any other posture and your mind strays away behind other thoughts, then you can quickly bring your attention back to your breathing or bring your attention to your posture you are in at that moment. It is like coming back to your home. Thought means unskillful mental fetters which consist of raga, dvesha, and moha. When you say that you have arrived home, it means that your journey is over and that home is where we end our journey. Similarly, our home is our mindfulness. Mindfulness means emptiness or nothingness. It means shunyatavaya. Nothing exists in that mindfulness. When you say that you maintain mindfulness, it means that there are no thoughts. Nothingness means that there are no thoughts. Thoughts mean they are unskillful mental fetters of lobha, dvesha, and moha. These mental fetters prevents you from following the path to nirvana. Being mindful is what will help us to go on the path. Therefore, you have to practice and realize the pure truth in order to reduce the generation of akusal sit or unskillful mental fetters. Saticca pariyodapana. The stanza above means that you should always be aware that whatever thought that comes to your mind is a mental fetter, an akusal sita. Thoughts come very fast and thoughts also tend to create more thoughts by thinking of past events and by thinking of the future. Isn't it the best to stay away from thinking of the past and the future? More thoughts only to make you feel like you are on fire, and more thoughts make you feel uneasy. Because when you have more thoughts, they always make you feel jealous, angry, greedy, or revengeful. Thought is like a pendulum of a clock. It always oscillates between greed, also known as raga, and anger or dvesha. The mind always oscillates towards thoughts of greed or towards thoughts of anger. Thoughts will always oscillate from greed to anger. When you become mindful, it is like coming back to your base or to your point of concentration. Coming to the point of concentration is like stopping the clock. You can use your Satikamadahana or the base of concentration that you are used to so that you can maintain your concentration on seeing the thoughts. The base of concentration can either be your breath or the posture you are in at that moment. We use this Satikamadahana only to prevent your thoughts from going astray from thought to thought. We use the base of concentration only to make sure that we see the pure truth in every thought that arises. What we are explaining to you now what we are explaining to you now is only the beginning of how to go on the path. The explanation for the last stages of going the explanation for the last stages of going on the path is much different. This path to nirvana should not be considered as an easy path. The journey on the path depends on each person's capabilities. Some people are good at both samatha meditation and vipassana meditation, but some people are good at concentration meditation or samatha by birth itself. But some people are not so good at the samatha. Their mind tends to drift away when they try to do the samatha meditation. Some people are very good at vipassana meditation by birth. They are able to be aware of their thoughts that come and go. They also have the wisdom to analyze the truth about the thought they receive. They find the vipassana much easier than samatha meditation. We need to have a balance between both the samatha and the vipassana in order to go on the path to nirvana. Otherwise, the mind tries slip away from our awareness, and you will end up with either thoughts of attachment or thoughts of anger. Also remember, if you are too focused on the vipassana, that too can cause a problem. Because if you go to an extreme in the vipassana, it can prevent you from letting go of the two extremes, which is ajata outside and bahita inside. You have to let go of the inside and the outside to realize the pure truth. Letting go of both extremes is called Madhyajnana. You realize the pure truth only when you are at Machejnana, which means in the middle. Machejnana is a very important point. At this moment, when you are in the middle, you will not be able to form a thought. When you focus too much on how to do the Vidarshana meditation, it becomes a knowledge. When you have too much knowledge, it becomes an extreme or an antaya. Whenever there is an extreme or an antaya, there are thoughts. And wherever there are thoughts, there is no escape from this vijnana maya or this illusion. Where there are thoughts, there is fire. You feel like you are caught in fire. You cannot find nirvana in a mind that is on fire. An educated mind or a foolish mind, both minds can be considered as being on fire because both minds have thoughts. Therefore, it is very important to keep a balance with both the samatha and the vipassana. Both practices should not go to an extreme, otherwise, you will not be able to go on the path to nirvana. We already presented the first step to you that you need to develop mindfulness in order to observe your thoughts that arise in your mind. There are many ways to develop mindfulness. Many years ago, when we did know the Dhamma so well, we spent a lot of time and effort trying to perfect our concentration for samatha meditation. One of the methods we practiced was looking at a 12-inch circle which had a blue dot at the center. We spent a lot of time trying to bring our attention to the center of that circle. We also spent a lot of effort on being mindful of the breath. Due to our previous practice, we are able to bring our attention to our breath even now. When we practice the samatha meditation, whenever we realize that our mind was going to stray away, we learn to bring our attention to the posture that we were in that moment. With all our experiences, we would like to advise you at the moment you realize that your mind is straying away behind other thoughts, you should immediately bring it back to the base of your concentration. To go on the path, you need to develop your mindfulness or siddhi and wisdom together. The concentration meditation or the samatha meditation is very useful when you need to improve your mindfulness. Some people use the method of Buddhanusati meditation, where they look at a statue of the Buddha and they keep their mind concentrated at one point by thinking about the virtues of the Buddha. Some people also practice concentration meditation by looking at a human skeleton. People who have thoughts of lust benefit by doing the skeleton meditation because it helps them to reduce the desire for the human body. All types of meditation have to be done in moderation. If you practice the skeleton meditation and if you begin to develop an aversion, a hate towards the human body, that too will create another extremity or a duality. Therefore, you should be very careful and be mindful not to go to extremes or anta and avoid creating a duality which will deviate you from the path to nirvana. Supposing you concentrate on the statue of the Buddha, you might develop a strong liking to the statue. And if you are not able to come out of that excessive liking for the statue, you would again create an extremity at this point. If you create a duality, you would not be able to experience the nothingness or the emptiness. Whenever your mind goes to an extreme by getting attached to either the Buddha statue or the feeling of bliss while meditating, you should use your wisdom to come out of all those distractions. They create a duality of like or dislike. For example, if you develop a strong liking to the Buddha statue, you will have an attachment towards the statue. Attachment means their thoughts. You need to maintain awareness and wisdom to detect how your mind works. If you have not generated any thoughts, then there is no problem. But if you have generated thoughts, that means the thoughts will take you in this samsara, in this endless cycle of rebirth and death. To be honest, thoughts are the most dangerous to have because thoughts generate even more thoughts. Thoughts prevent you from going on the path. It is not easy to prevent the continuous stream of thoughts that come to your mind. If we escape from our thoughts, we would be able to experience that lightness and the emptiness. Let thoughts come and go. We should avoid generating greed or tanha, pride or mana, and I-ness or any other feelings towards the thoughts you receive. Avoid feeling that the thoughts belong to you, ditya. By letting go of the thoughts that you receive, you would not generate feelings of lobha or attachment, dvesha or ill will, and moha or delusion. You should let go of thoughts without creating an attachment or dislike towards them. When you let go of your thoughts, you don't create a feeling of burning within your mind. When you let go of thoughts, attachment or the dislike towards thoughts begin to dissolve. This is called viraga. Tatra tatra vipassati. The stanza above means letting go of each and every thought that you receive at that moment. Even though we talk about letting go of every thought, what we receive is a long string of thoughts. Whichever string of thoughts you receive at one time, let them go. You need to have a huge wisdom to let go of thoughts, and this does not happen all at once. To let go of thoughts, first you have to be aware of the thoughts that come to your mind. Second, you have to know that thoughts are akusala. That thought takes you in a cycle of rebirth and death, which is samsara. Third, you have to know that the right path to attain nirvana is when you develop an awareness, not to get attached to thoughts that you receive. And the fourth one, in other words, letting go of thoughts is a kusalaya, a skillful action that helps you to go on the path. When you maintain awareness according to the 4 points given above, you automatically begin to increase your mindfulness and you begin to come to your base every moment. This practice of mindfulness will take you on the path to nirvana. When you maintain a steady mindfulness to analyze every thought that comes to your mind with awareness and wisdom, your practice of seeing every thought begins to improve. It is very important that you learn to see each thought that comes to your mind. It is necessary for the Vipassana meditation because if you learn to see a thought as soon as it comes to your mind, you will immediately be able to apply the truth that thought and be aware that the thought does not exist outside and know that it is only a thought. When you always apply the truth that nothing exists to every thought, you will not create a liking or a dislike to that thought. Even if somebody scolds you, you will immediately be aware that the person does not exist outside, that it is only a thought. You immediately begin to see the truth in everything. It doesn't matter even if you feel that the person who is scolding you is a bad person because you know it is only something in your mind and that there is no person outside. Vidarshana means the ability to see through the illusion of the mind and to be able to see the truth in every thought. When your practice of Vidarshana improves even more, you will realize that all what you see outside are just only thoughts. Then you would stop believing in the outside and know that all what you experience as outside are only thoughts. That is called Vidarshana. Yathabhuta Jnana means seeing the pure truth in each thought. You know that the outside does not exist. It is only a thought. And you also know that thought is also alive. Yoniso Manasikara means you are mindful about each thought that arises in your mind, and you are aware that there is no thing or a person in that thought, and you also won't get tricked by thoughts. It is not easy to apply the Yathabhuta Jnana and see the pure truth in each thought. It is like having a war with the thoughts that you receive. The war is with your own mind. It is not an easy task to see the truth in each thought and let go of it. Your I-ness is your demon or your Maya. Attanu dittincha utthar machu raja napasati. In the Mogaraja Sutta, the Buddha told Mogaraja that greed to sustain your view of self is the Satan or the Maya. Machu Raja Napasati. This means that when you let go of the self concept, the Satan, which is your mind, will not follow you. The only way to escape from your mind is to let go of your false view of self. This is a very important message that the Buddha conveyed to all of us. The aramunu, or thoughts that come and go, this is the war that we have to face every moment. A war with chaos, a war with mental fetters such as raga or attachment, dvesha, or ill will and moha, delusion. The Satan or the Maya means it is your own false view of self, your belief that you exist, your false belief that you are living, also known as Atma Drushtiya. There is nothing or there is nobody outside with whom we can address our issue with. Our problem is with our own mind. When the Buddha attained Nirvana while seated under the Bodhi tree, he became the Buddha, not by going to war with anybody. The Prince Siddhartha was in a war with his own mind. After he realized the pure truth about the mind, he became the Buddha. We too can attain Buddhahood by following the path to Nirvana. We cannot become a Samma Sambuddha because we are not the ones who discovered the illusion of the mind. It was Lord Buddha, our teacher, who first revealed the pure truth to the world by his own investigation of this illusional mind. We are only his followers who are going on the path to realize the ultimate truth or nirvana. This is the difference between the Buddha and his followers. Otherwise, we are all following the path to nirvana, and we are all trying to tune into the frequency of nothingness, the Buddha Swabhava, or the nature of Buddha. Our minds become tuned to nothingness, to Shunyatave. Shunyata Animitta Cheto Vimuktiya. No mind means no thoughts. However, while you are still practicing to be on the path to realize the pure truth, you need to maintain awareness of thoughts you receive. While you engage in your daily duties, you need to learn to maintain awareness on your sati kamatahana, or the point of concentration, so that you can bring back your mind to it when the mind strays away behind other thoughts. You have to learn to see the truth in each thought and let it go. You need to continue to maintain your awareness on your sati kamatahana, for example, like breathing or the point of concentration. This is the only way we can explain how to be on the path at the initial stages. But what happens is, when you see the truth in each thought and let go of it, you will always experience the nothingness. You must learn to practice how to go on the path. You need to be practical. It is a thought that tells you that the food you ate was tasty. It is a thought that tells you what you saw outside. The sound comes as a thought in order to name an object. Once you realize that all these that we experience outside are only thoughts, you would let go of them as when they come to you. Once you realize that this illusion is created only by thoughts, you will begin to feel very calm and at peace. Once you practice awareness very well, there won't be any thoughts. It means that you will live without giving any labels that the world has put on things, or samuddhi prachanati. In truth, there is nothing as living either. The labels that the world has assigned to things outside pops up only at that moment. The illusional self or the illusional person is created only at that moment. At the time of realizing the pure truth, all the false concepts and the belief in this illusion will be totally eradicated or totally removed in that one moment. The speed at which one could realize the pure truth depends from person to person. Most of the time, what happens is, instead of realizing the pure truth in one moment, Your mental fetters begin to dissolve little by little, and your inward progress continues to take place. When you apply some effort to go on the path, you might feel that unlike other days, you don't get much attached to anything, neither do you reject anything. Whether you get what you like or not, it would not matter much to you. You would not feel like running after things that you like. You begin to feel a difference in you. As your mental fetters such as lobha, dvesha, and moha begin to dissolve little by little, you begin to feel the wisdom of feeling the dissolving of your mental fetters is called asavakya jnana. Asavakya jnana is a feeling that you feel within you. It is not a thought where you think about. It is only a feeling, not a thought. One day you too would be able to feel the wisdom of the Asavakya jnana. That would be a huge achievement. You will realize that you would not get disturbed, flinch, or waver when you are confronted by the Atalodahana. The Buddha taught us about the Atalodahana, also known as the 8 worldly conditions that influences and agitates the human mind. Those 8 worldly conditions are profit, labha, loss, also known as alabha, insult or ninda, appreciation or prasansa, fame or kirti, disrepute or apakirti, sadness or dukkha, and happiness or sapa. 8 worldly conditions are profit, loss, insult, appreciation, fame, disrepute, sadness, and happiness. You will realize that you will accept all these conditions without creating any reaction towards them. You will remain calm and not be shaken by them. You will begin to develop a calmer nature towards everything you would have to face. Finally, you will realize that you will find yourself just watching everything come and go. At the beginning, you had to put some effort to practice the Pancha Indriya Dharma, or the 5 spiritual faculties, which are seeing the truth in a thought, saddha. Second one, virya, which means applying effort to see the thought. Third one is satya. It means seeing the truth in each thought and letting it go. Fourth one, samadhi. Samadhi means seeing the truth in each thought and letting it go becomes an automatic process or becomes a normal, continuous thing. And the fifth one, the last one, prajna, wisdom that develops as you continue to see the truth in each thought. As you continue to practice seeing the truth in each thought, the Pancha Indriya Dharma becomes Bala Dharma. This means that all these qualities of Sattva, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, Prajna begin to develop automatically without any effort. Now you don't think. As soon as you receive a thought, you automatically see the truth in it. This means that a spiritual development has started taking place within you. This spiritual development is known as the 7 factors of awakening or Sattabojjhanga. The 7 factors of awakening are mindfulness, investigation, effort, joy, tranquility, concentration, and finally equanimity without craving or evasion. The spiritual development of the Sattabojjhanga cannot be stopped by anyone. Just like how a chili plant would grow, the awakening process automatically works within you, and you will realize the pure truth. Then Sana, everybody.
Good morning, Dhamma friends, or good evening, depending on when you're joining us. Peruwan Saranai. Let us begin by paying homage with deep gratitude to our noble friend and Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, Peruwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. Having transcended personhood, he guides others to directly see the Dhamma within themselves, enabling an inner transformation that leads beyond the notion of self. Through this rare guidance, we are invited not to believe, but to observe and realize the truth through our own experience. For more than 5 years, he has tirelessly served by expounding over 12,000 sermons for the welfare of those seeking liberation. We offer our heartfelt appreciation for this compassionate effort to illuminate the path shown by the Buddha. May he be blessed with a long life and good health. Ayubo Meva Peruwan Saranai. So we've been talking about our human experience, how the mind is created. And for someone who hasn't realized this Dhamma within, we believe we are living in a solid world. a world that's kind of more physical, more solid, that exists outside of us. A world made of people, objects, events, and situations. But if we slow down and examine carefully, what do we actually experience? We never experience the world. We only experience seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thinking. That's all. So what we call the world is nothing more than activity happening through these sensory bases. And the raw experiences are labeled. And we live with these thoughts thinking that is what's happening. When there's seeing, color strike the eye. When there's hearing, vibration strikes the eardrum. When there's smell, there's the manifestation of smell detected by the nose. When there's taste, the taste bud detecting the taste, the so-called taste. That too is a label. All these words we use, if you kind of see within your penetrative insight that these two are labels, then the whole experience is kind of stripped down to the raw sensory experience. And in Buddhism, when we say the eye or the ear, the nose, the tongue, the skin, we are actually referring to the sensory base as in the act of seeing. The seeing itself is the eye. The hearing itself is the ear. The smelling itself is the tongue. The tasting itself is smelling itself is the nose. The tasting itself is the tongue. Touching itself is the skin. Thinking itself is the mind. So, from these 6 processes of them coming together, a complete reality is constructed. Where I live, where I have parents, where I have siblings, where I have a husband, a wife, children, a house, a country, a nationality, a religion. But what is there in essence? It's the raw sensory experience. And we cannot even say the raw sensory experience exists. It comes alive in the moment. When you're at home, you have the experience of being at home. When you're at work, there's only work. You can think about the home, but it will be a thought. As soon as you think about the home, you are living in a past moment or a future moment. You're losing the present moment. In this present moment, what is seemingly there, we can't even say there, because the seeing is a manifestation of vibrations coming together in that moment, and they're so fast. It seems like the vision exists, but it's like if you have a fireball and if you rotate it we have these cultural festivals called Perahara pageants in Sri Lanka, where we have this event. People have fireballs and they rotate it. You might have seen similar cultural festivals in other places too. When you rotate the ball, it looks like a fire ring. This is an example given by Lord Buddha himself. Can we say the fire ring exists? Does it exist? Or is it an illusion that comes alive as the fireball is rotated? But we can't say the fire ring doesn't exist too, because we can see a fire ring. So our experience is like that. Hearing, seeing, smelling, tasting, touch, all that. These vibrations that are created, they happen so fast, so many occurrences in a millisecond. The human cannot detect it as one single event, but a continuation of events. We know how the motion picture came into existence. Back in the days, we did not have motion pictures. People were taking photographs. So they figured that if you can create many frames so close enough to each other in time, showing the continuation of it will create movement. So we have what we call a motion picture is many frames per second shown in that it's in one instant it's just one single frame. So in the situation of the human experience, what we see is many frames together. Even the disappearance of the first frame cannot be detected before that disappears. The second frame comes alive. Even before the disappearance of the second frame, the third frame comes alive. So what we see is kind of stacked images on top of each other. So the continuation is seen. In computer science, you can't send any signal without the discontinuity, without the zero. If you have to say different things, then there has to be an appearance of something and the disappearance of something to detect the instantaneous appearance of something. So that's why in computer science, in the computers, we use ones and zeros to send a signal. Why that is the case is none of the signals could be sent without the phenomena of appearance and disappearance. Because if there's only appearance, to communicate change with respect to the appearance, there has to be a disappearance. If not, nobody will see the change. For an example, when we look at the sky, unless there are clouds, we can't, on a day where there's like a clear sky, it's just all sky. Or if there are no stars, it's just endless space. But there should be appearance of and disappearance of something to detect something that's different to the background it's in. So same with what makes you think the human experience is any different? Whatever we come across and we learn as the truth in science about our human experience is representative of, in one way or the other, the absolute truth about our own human experience. So just like the ones and zeros, There's appearance and disappearance, meaning a vibration. When it happens so fast, there's a continuous appearance of something, appearance of color and shapes, a continuous appearance of sound, continuous appearance of smell, continuous appearance of taste, continuous appearance of touch, and continuous appearance of thoughts. But we can never see a dissected version of this, or we cannot ever collapse this world into a single vibration or whatever and see. What we can see is within our own penetrative insight. We can see how our human experience is created through vidarshana. If you can see it in your experience, not fiction, as we've been emphasizing all this time, turn towards your own experience and try to inquire if this is the truth. Try to understand and see within yourself how this human experience is created. Then you will see the depth, length with depth of the illusion. This is. And any vibration cannot come into existence without some sort of force, some sort of opposite charges. And with that kind of force, we know if we drop a pebble into a still pond, you can see ripples coming from the location where we drop the pebble or the stone or whatever it is. But those ripples are the manifestation of the force that's created by the stone. Manifestation of that force, the ripples. When we talk about wave theory, those ripples we call them waves. Underlying any wave, there's certain force that's responsible for it. The reason behind why the wave propagates. How far the wave moves, how far the ripples move, is based on what kind of force is applied. Not that somebody's applying, it's the nature of how things happen, that it's a natural phenomena. So the vision is something like that. Hearing, smelling, tasting, touching. The visual part of the ripples is more visual, so we can see because we have eyes. If there's a sound that's coming from, we know ripples is one form of waves. There are all kinds of vibrations. We say the visual, the spectrum, light spectrum, the visual range of the spectrum could be seen. There are other kinds of waves in that spectrum, frequencies in that spectrum that we can't see. So the visual range could be seen, the audible range, the human ear can detect sounds from 20 to 20,000 hertz. And dogs have different ranges. So what we cannot hear, dogs can hear. So whatever the human ear can detect, roughly, amongst people also there are differences. So the audible range of vibrations could be heard. The range that could be smelled. The range that could be touched, we know the touch sensation. We never really detect the touch of a person. It's the nerve endings detecting the vibration and sending the message to the brain. That aspect of it is the hardware, the neuron system, how it works. how neurons work, how the brain works. That is the hardware. We're talking about how the world is created. Whatever the Dhamma we talk about is not the hardware aspect of it. Science has been doing a great job understanding how the hardware works. For an example, if there's a battery, we know there are terminals, there's battery acid, and there's the shell of the battery. That is like the hardware of the battery. But if there's a current that's passed through between the two terminals, that current that's generated does not belong to the battery. Similarly, our human experience, even though we have eyes, ears, we can detect smell, rather the system can detect smell, taste, touch, and thoughts. The experience of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touch, and thinking does not belong to this, the physical body. It's just like the battery, the current doesn't belong to the battery acid or battery shell or battery terminals. So these things, not just take it in the form of knowledge, but at the same time try to see, is that true? How does it work? How is our human experience? How does that our human experience does not belong to the biology? So if you can, look around and try to understand how this is the truth, or how our vision is formed, just like how a motion picture is formed. We know light bulbs, like when they have reached the end of their lifetime, we can see the light as a vibration. It'll flash few times before it goes off completely. That kind of thing is proof that light is a vibration. When you eat, if you can, even before that, if you have used massages, you know how a vibration feels. If you have experience with tuning forks, you know what a vibration is, how it feels. When we think of the ripple itself, when a stone is dropped into a still pond, the ripples that are formed at the end of the pond, or let's say this happened in a pool, at the end of the pool, you will see a wave, the water lifting up against the wall of the pool. But nothing came from where the stone was to here other than the force. But the water did not come from the middle of the pool to the end of the pool. The water near the wall of the pool lifted up or down based on how the wave is. So we have to kind of understand a little bit about waves for us to be able to understand how our human experience is formed. But like during Buddha's time, you may say, were there any vibrations? How did Buddha explain this? Buddha explained different words, but the word Buddha used, or the term Buddha used, was Rupantiko auso rupang vadeti. But when we try to understand it, and when we try to explain it to someone, the same thing that we understand, we see that it's easier to use vibrations to explain the same thing. Buddha had known this phenomena, seen it in his own penetrative insight. But there were no vibrations at the time. there were no, that terminology is not there, so he used his own terminology. And since today it has evolved to, science has discovered vibrations, and it's easier to use what's out there that people are familiar with, so that we can explain the same thing. Buddha explained this same Dhamma to 7-year-olds, and they became stream mentors, a person who had realized that there is no self. We can't even call that person a person. As in, stream mentor is a person who had that first glimpse that there is no self here, that the so-called external world is a mental construct. Person whose internal transformation is complete is an arahant, or he is in super awareness. For the simple reason, the word enlightened is being the meaning of the word enlightenment has been distorted because people have been given different definitions to it based on where they come from. So when we use that word to communicate something very specific, something follows a very deep process towards realization, it makes it impossible for us to use that word without distorting the meaning that we are trying to communicate. So for that reason, we use the word super awareness. Buddha was in super awareness. Super awareness is a state where a person starts this journey thinking this world is real. At the end of the journey is that there is no person. The state in which the journey was started had completely transformed into or rather transcended the personhood. That is the state of super awareness, or arahathood, or the Buddhahood, intrinsic nature of Buddhahood. So if one can see this within penetrative insight, what will eventually happen is there will be no internal burning, there will be no mental volatility, there will be no emotional upsides and downsides. There will be a non-conditional happiness, equanimity, a state of non-conditional happiness that doesn't depend on anything, that doesn't depend on any worldly thing. For no apparent reason, there's happiness, because the absence of these conditions that brought about happiness and sadness. If you think about happiness, there's a dream always. I need to buy an expensive car, whatever it is, whatever that is for you. It could be, Lamborghini or Mercedes or Cadillac or whatever it is. That is the dream. And then, dreams just don't come true. There's a lot of hard work that goes into it. So you have to make that kind of money. You have to be a person who's able to make that kind of money. Probably there's a lot of education that goes into it. There's, goal setting. Let's say your dream is to buy a certain kind of car by a certain time, certain year, by 2030. And then you have to work hard, you have to study, you have to go to school, you have to get a job, you have to do networking, you have to start saving money. Therefore, you have to live a certain way. Maybe you're able to do things that you want to do. because of your budget constraints. Also, you're not able to do things that you want to do because of the budget constraints, because you're working towards a goal. And you have to get up, you have to get ready, you have to do all these things. The whole process. You have to work like that for not for 1 year, 2 years. Sometimes if your dream was, when you were a child, your dream was to buy a Lamborghini or whatever it is. And then your whole life you will have worked towards that goal, or a, expensive house or whatever your dream is. Your whole life you would have worked towards it. And still the happiness have not come due to realizing that dream. And you're working so hard, there's so much of stresses that you go through, keeping deadlines, being motivated when you're down, leading through your emotions, because you can get up and, keep up with your goals and objectives, short term, long term, while making sure that your relationships are okay, while making sure the other aspects of your life don't become a total disaster while you're working towards a goal. So there's so much that is involved in achieving these goals and objectives, realizing these dreams. And let's say the day comes, you're buying the car tomorrow or the house tomorrow. Today you're very excited, you're happy. You buy the house tomorrow, you're excited, you talk about it, you think about it, you think about how to, if it's a house, how to decorate a car, how to add some accessories, make it even more comfortable. Who are you going to show it off to? Who are you going to share it with? How are you going to take others in the car? All that, and you're happy showing it to your people, your loved ones, taking them in it and enjoying, playing some music, all that. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a month goes on, and you're still kind of happy, not as excited as you were on the first day, but you're still happy. Month 2 comes, you're still happy, not as happy as month 1. 2, 3, 4 months, 5 months, excitement is mostly, for the most part, fully gone by this time. Actually, after the happiness was never as much as on day 1, when you first introduced your car to your wife, your children, your parents, your siblings, your best friend. Second day itself, it's not that much. It's little less than on the first day. So this is going on a downward kind of a curve. It's slowly deteriorating the happiness. Now you're left with the responsibilities of taking care of the car, maintaining it, doing your oil changes, making sure it's clean, taking it to car washes, paying for the insurance, paying for your loan, working to, continuously making sure that you're working towards paying the installments, the insurance, the registrations, all that. By year 1, year 2, it doesn't bring the same happiness you expected it to bring. You worked your whole life towards it for a couple of months of happiness. Out of those couple of or few months too, only on the first day, the happiness was what you were expecting it to be. So the day of that maximum happiness starts, it's diminishment. The happiness starts to diminish. It's on day 1 itself. And that was a condition that had been set upon yourself by you. When I have that car, I will be happy. You set a condition to yourself When I have that car, I will be happy. Who became happy? You became happy. Couldn't you have become happy without the help of the condition? Because you yourself became happy. Nobody else became happy. Within you, that happiness came. You could have done it without any conditions because you created it. And the happiness is itself is an illusion. From the time you had the dream, you set yourself up for having this car. Let's say it was 20 years. You bought the car after 20 years. When you were a kid, you had the dream. Now the car could be used for about 5-10 years, 30 years. One day you were happy the way you wanted to be happy. 3 months you were less happier, but still somewhat happy. 30 years of your life working towards a condition you set upon yourself. You could have been happy the entire time if you knew how the mind works without any conditions. So happiness is an illusion, a condition. Your happiness is different to my happiness. Your happiness is to have a family, not to have a lot of material things, have a simple life. Another person's happiness is to have millions and billions of money and being the most powerful man on woman on earth. That's his or her happiness. There are simple people living in simple situations, being happy. Either way, the life is not something that unfolds according to our wishes and our wills. It is a one from the nature. It is a process of nature. We are part of nature. We are not any different to the animals in the jungle in the sense. Of course, we can think, we can do complex things, we have achieved so much, not in that sense. But whatever happens to us, even with all the technological advances and all that, what happens to us belongs to the nature. We don't know. You will see from time to time if your friend suddenly gets a cancer, maybe a young girl, somebody dies a tragic death in a car crash. There are many things that's happening that makes us wonder. How does this happen? How does this happen? I thought we were safe. We have, the safest roads. If we compare to where we lived in the jungle, hunting for our own food, we are much, much safer here. But yet, are we really safe? In these technologically advanced periods, with all this advancement we have, it seems like we do not belong to the nature, and the effect of nature that the nature has on us is kind of concealed in most of the occasions, especially in the developed areas of the world. But yet, from time to time, we would see signs of that veil being lifted, that veil of protection due to the advancement being lifted. Therefore, people who had gone through tragic events in life, losses in their lives, failures in their lives, they see this better than people who would born with a silver spoon in their mouth and who had been living a very cushiony life in their lives. So such kind of people, they start inquiring this. They start inquiring what is happening, what's the truth about this world, and they see it better because they are able to identify the rhythm of life, identify the pattern of life, how the nature of life, better than somebody who has a more cushioned life. So when that person drills through their own experience, he's more capable of seeing this truth within themselves. Because for a person who has a very cushioned life, a lot of things that he or she experiences are governed by logic and mind because it makes sense in the mind. It makes sense. They make money, you pay taxes, and you have the connections, you have the network. The formula to success is inevitable, and they can't understand why another person would struggle. They have had a good childhood, good parents. They have been groomed from a early life. They think of the other people as losers because they in their minds they cannot comprehend why can with all the resources they have, why another person couldn't come to the same success. But another person could be they've had a difficult childhood, they've been abused, they had absent parents, and probably were growing in foster homes, had seen tragic incidences from an early life, and they're like they cannot comprehend the life of a person who's been having a cushioned life. They're probably questioning, why is this happening to me? I see a lot of other people in the society, they're having great lives. Their parents love them, they have stable homes, growing up, safe environments. Why is it happening to me? That person has that veil exposed to them, the veil of safety, veil of kind of covering the unfolding of the nature that has been lifted for these people so they can see life and nature for what it is. When such a person seeks the truth, it's quite possible that he or she finds this. Because even if the person who's been having this question finds this, he takes it in with logic. It's like whatever is said is not taken in the same light, same angle. It is meant to be communicated. They'll be like, okay, maybe this person has issues. Maybe this person is abused. Maybe this person is depressed, negative. So, maybe, and they are usually skeptical about people who has lesser resources, skeptical about people who are in different states. So a skeptic doesn't find the truth because he or she never believes, he or she suspects. Neither a person who believes everything, who's naive enough to believe everything, everyone who seems nice say. A person with a practical, unbiased thirst for truth meets this, finds this, understands this, and realizes this. And coming back to our experience, our vision being a bunch of vibrations, our hearing being a bunch of vibrations, our smelling, tasting, touch and feel, touch and thought touch and thought being bunch of vibrations. And when we drop that stone into the pond, we can't see the underlying force. Just like that, when we see things, when we look at things, it's not anybody's looking, but we are using the language when things are seen. That underlying power is what makes us feel like there's something out there. Underlying power, the only way that underlying power of a vibration could be detected or felt is the feeling that we get. How can you say they're all mental constructs? But I can feel like there's something out there. I can hear it. It feels like something's out there. It smells. It feels like there's some smell. It feels like there's some touch. How can you say no? That feeling that something's out there, something's there, is due to that force, that underlying force. The manifestation of it is what you see, hear, smell, taste, touch. So when all of them come together, there's a thought. So 5 different kinds of waves come together to create a different kind of a wave. We've talked about, or we've known wave interference. We've seen, if there's a still pond on the left, you drop a stone. On the right, you drop another stone. There are ripples coming out of this, seemingly coming out of these places where the stones are dropped, and in the middle where the ripples are supposed to intersect, we see a different pattern, a wave interference. Similarly, imagine three stones are dropped, 4 stones are dropped, 5 stones are dropped. Now the pattern is somewhat complicated, different, cannot be comprehended by the simple mind. Our experience is like that. It feels like there's a visual field. What is being observed and the fact that I am observing it, or observe that. The observer and observed is a mental construct. We've been talking about this in the last few sermons. There's a book or there's a wall. Wall cannot exist without the observer, because in the observer's mind, the label is given, the sound is given that it is a wall. For an alien, it wouldn't be a wall. So for it to be a wall, there has to be an observer. Observer and the observed is a creation of the mind. What in reality there is the manifestation of vibration itself. The feeling that something's there, the underlying power, that is the feeling, and that is the feeling that makes it feel like there's something out there with respect to some sort of an observer. So when it's named a wall, automatically observer and observed is created. I am here, I'm looking at a wall out there. When you flash a light onto a wall, light is not on the wall. It just gave a surface for it to fall on. The source of the light is not the wall. The source of the light is elsewhere. Similarly, when we say the images are created in our eyes, in our retina, the image is what we call the wall is not out there. It's an image created in the retina. It's like the light falling on the wall. It's like, but the source of the source of what we call the wall is not where the wall is. If you have some experience with virtual reality and virtual reality glasses, you will wear virtual reality glasses and you will be in France. But essentially you're in a 4x4 room or something, and you can see France, you can see Eiffel Tower, you can walk in the streets, you can turn your head around, you can hear things, you can hear the sounds of the street, vehicles honking. You can smell. If it was like an 8D, you probably have seen 8D movies where they emit the smell, the fragrances that are relevant to whatever is being played. Can you say the France is out there? Without the glasses, you can't see France. One time there was this VR experience where I was on top of this building in a room, like a 4x4 room or whatever. And the experience when you wear the glasses is to jump from top of a building. And you can see, like, while reaching the ground, you can see at a very high speed, the visual is changing. You can see the walls of different buildings. And in my mind, I know I'm on top of some safe building in a small space wearing VR goggles. But when you are in that experience, in that immersive experience, you cannot stop yourself, help yourself from freaking out that you're falling off of a tall building. Our experience is like that. If the science is able to create a similar experience with experience that could be detected with all 5 senses, there would be a day, I'm pretty sure, like we still have this 8D where everything else is achievable, but not the touch aspect of it. But I'm sure like there has been some research into it, where you can touch someone who lives far away with the help of some sort of apparatus you have in front of your own computer. It feels like you're touching whatever is in front of your computer, and the other person in miles away, like in a different country, can be felt the same touch because he or she also has another apparatus that could be closer to his or her body. So the same touch is kind of mimicked and transported to a different location. So that could be achievable. So if the vision could be manipulated, distorted, if the sound could be manipulated, distorted, smell, taste, touch could be manipulated, distorted to create an immersive experience that mimic the human experience, how can you say this, our human experience without any intervention like that, is achieved the same way or not achieved the same way? It is also achieved the same way is what I'm trying to say. In the 3D, if you have experienced a 8D movie, the visual is on the screen or wherever, in front of you at a distance. The sound is coming from a player. Smell is coming from some sort of an emitter of fragrances. All these functions are created individually. And when they work in sync, in coordination, the whole experience, it feels like an immersive kind of an experience. Our human experience is the same way. Sound is different to the vision, smell is different to sound, images and sounds, taste is different to the image and the sound and the smell. The touch is different to all four. The thought is different to all five. Yet when they come together, it feels like my mother passed away or my child is sick. And that is what brings us the suffering. If there was no suffering in life, this topic is not required. Because there's suffering in varying degrees based on where you are and at unpredictable moments, this question needs to be explored because we are so advanced in terms of science. Yet, what do we know about our mind? Nothing. We know about neurons. We know about the hardware. We know about, if we consider a computer, we know about the keyboard. We know about the mouse. We know about the CPU. We know about the monitor. But what's played on the monitor does not belong to the keyboard or the mouse or the ICs that it has, the motherboard, nothing. What's displayed, of course, you will write a program to, display whatever you want to display. But actually what is displayed does not belong to any of that. So just like that, we have our physical life, our, physiological life, physiological ear, nose, all physiological, but our experience doesn't belong to any of that. Our experience that gives rise to the mind that gives us suffering. And we are looking for Buddha didn't live his luxurious prince life looking for more pain. At a very young age, he realized, there's sickness in life, there's death in life, there's aging in life. What's the point in this life? His father tried his best to keep him away from the sufferings of life, so he wouldn't, because when he was born, these astrologers told that if this guy stays a prince, he will be a great prince, great warrior. But if he leaves this princehood, he's going to become a Buddha. So the father didn't want that to happen. So he ensured that the prince had all the luxuries in life. He had 3 palaces, all kinds of people around him, women, all the luxuries. He was educated very well. And one day he sees an aged man. He was not meant to see that, but he did on the road. And another day he sees a sick man. Another day he sees people carrying a dead body, a funeral. Another day he sees a monk with very calm and quiet presence about him. So that makes him wonder, what's this life? That is where his veil was lifted. In the safe, luxurious place he was living in. The nature of life was exposed in that lifting of that veil. He started questioning. He asked his friend and cousin, Nanda, are we going to age? Are we all going to age? Are we all going to have sickness? Are we all going to die? Then what's the purpose of this life? Whatever we do in between doesn't really matter if you're going to die anyways. I don't like this life. What is the meaning of this? Don't you think if this is like the only opportunity we are given to figure it out, the meaning of life. If you have never even questioned where you came from, why you came from where you came from, why, how come that you don't have any control over where you're born or whom you were born to? How come if you have no control over when you're dying and how you will be dying, why would you not want to explore that? Not as a belief, but you have to be convinced that this is the truth behind it. Would you waste the rare opportunity that you're given with a sophisticated mind to explore? A cat can't do it, a dog can't do it, an elephant can't do it. They do not have the sophisticated mind to explore this. That is why Buddha pointed out the rarity of being born a human. So that is what we are doing. That is what Buddha did. This is not a search in terms of more suffering, but liberation, eternal happiness. But that happiness, when we say that, do not misunderstand. It's not a conditional happiness. It is not the happiness we know of in the traditional sense. It's an equanimity. When all these conditions are no longer there, what is left? That is nirvana. In Buddhism, we talk about the right view and the wrong view. The right view and the wrong view. The wrong view is whatever you think of as existing is the wrong view. There's a wall. You do not see how the wall is formed. As a mental construct, then you're in the wrong view, because for you, there's a wall and you like the wall and it's bound to bring you suffering. Wall is, you could use any label in the place of the wall. When we say wall for the ease, since we cannot kind of visit each and every situation, we're just taking a very generic label. It could be your mother. If it's not inevitable to you how the mother is a mental construct, there's an existing mother to you, not just a nature unfolding, not just a system unfolding. There's an existing mother who you love dearly, who you had issues with in the past, who you had come to terms in the past, who you're trying your best to take care of, keep her happy. But for someone who has seen that all that is a mental construct, that person too will be taking care of his or her own mother in a much better way, because there's no longer the interference of the self. It's coming however the way he or she treats his or her own mother comes out of pure love, unconditional love. No hidden agendas. Hidden agendas are there when there's the presence of a self, because by taking care of the mother better than everybody else, the self expects some sort of recognition. My siblings didn't take care of my mother, but I am the only one who did. That kind of, even the slightest self-indulging angle is lost when this truth is realized. So that is the beauty of this Dharma. So I think it's a good point for us to conclude for the day. I think Dr. Ravi is here. Thank you everyone for joining, and let's continue tomorrow. Theruvan Sannai. Theruvan Sannai, Dr. Ravi.
Theruvan Sannai, Harshi. Yes, at very outset, I'd like to pay my humble worship to our spiritual guide, Venerable Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse. and I'd be very grateful to him for giving this opportunity to deliver these kinds of sermons for the entire world. So yesterday we talked about the way that why that people tend to believe that they are really existing. Just because this existence feeling is a kind of a byproduct of some kind of an ongoing process or activity. That activity or the process is not done by anybody else, not done by you either. It is the natural thing. So as a byproduct of this natural phenomena, the natural happening, a feeling of the existence is produced. So to overcome that feeling, would it be there any kind of thing that you can do intentionally? No. Because if you happen to do some things forcefully or intentionally or voluntarily, that would create the process, the production of byproduct further and further. For that would solidify or that would increase the amount of the creation of this existence feeling. It's just like fueling up the natural process, or it will expedite and it will produce more and more self-existence feel. So in this case, there's nothing to do voluntarily, nothing to do intentionally. What you have to do is just try to see, just try to understand that particular process. By understanding this process, you will realize there's no such kind of a process there. That realization would lead to dissolve this existence feeling. There's nothing to do forcefully. What you would do is just try to understand this process. This understanding, this realization will lead you to stop that particular process. When the process is stopped, the byproduct that is created as a result of that process will also terminate. that will bring about the non-existence feel. So we have been dealing from the day we have born. We have been dealing with this existence feel. We tend to feel we are existing. We are real. But it happens if at any time, if at any instance, if in any instance, if we are able to see this Dhamma, we would feel the non-existence feeling. So we didn't know there is such a kind of non-existence feeling is also there. There is. We haven't experienced it so far because we didn't know such a thing. But when you start understanding this Dharma, the system, the process, we would realize the nothingness or the illusionary nature of this process. So then it will contribute for you to feel the non-existence feeling. From existent feeling to non-existence feeling. So this is the magic. This is the turning point. So when you start feeling that non-existence feeling, do you think the process will stop? No. The process continues. The natural phenomena continues. Amidst that, you start to feel the non-existence feeling. That is the feeling, the blissful feeling. In Pali terms, it is called sukha. A bird-like a feeling. A bird who flies through the air, he does not have a direction. He does not have the roads. He flies freely in the air. It flies easily, comfortably through the air. So likewise, you tend to feel that feeling as a blissful feeling. That is why Lord Buddha gave for that particular instance, Lord Buddha gave an example. Akasena sakuntanam. Akasena sakuntanam means a bird who flies through the air in the sky. The floating feeling, or it's not actually a floating feeling, it's the very relaxed feeling. There's no suffering. You don't bother with the heaviness of your thoughts. The thoughts will come. The process continues. Your senses will function as usual. Nothing has changed. Nothing's gonna change. So, but amidst everything, you tend to feel that kind of freedom or blissful feeling. That is the Nibbana. So, do you have? Do you think in this, within this birth, you don't achieve that thing? No, that is wrong. First, at the very outset, you have to get rid of that thought, because you can achieve that state. When you achieve that state, there is no kind of an individuality or the uniqueness or self-centeredness, because it becomes everything. You become everything. It is a blissful moment. So what would you do? What should you do to reverse this entire thing from existence? So you have to reverse this flow. So you have been feeling the existence feeling. In other words, you feel that you are alive. But there is another kind of a feeling there, but you haven't felt it until now. That is the non-existence feeling. So what should you do in order to achieve that thing? The only thing that you have to do is just be awakened to the moment. That means, what does that mean? Awakening to the moment. What does that mean? The moment, you have to realize the moment is the moment that you are alive. Past is past, it is gone. Future has never come, hasn't come yet. Future hasn't come yet. So you are living in this very moment. Right now, you are listening to this sermon or these explanations. Even in this right moment, if you feel that you are alive, it is a false kind of perception that has to be understood. Even this moment is not real. So if you are able to understand this moment is not true, so if you apply that thing to the previous moment was not true as well. And same principle can be applied to the future also. Future will be not true as well. Past, present, future, all these things would not become real for you. That means you think that the perception you felt, the feeling that you felt previously was not true. Even this moment the feeling you feel that you are alive is not true, for the future will also be the same. But unfortunately, even we say so, even Lord Buddha said so, we still feel that we are living in this particular moment even. Am I the who is listening to this explanation right now? You still feel. So how you can get away from that? What Lord Buddha said is the only way to get away from that is seeing the reality of this particular moment, or the reality of the thought. So then what you have to do is you have to figure it out how this present moment got formed. To what we are saying the present moment. If you don't hear the sound through this Zoom in this particular moment, do you feel that you are listening to this sermon? No. At the same way, if you don't see, if you can't see whatever in the phone or computer screen at this very moment, do you feel that I am watching the screen? No. Likewise, you can understand this present moment even has made up from the stimuli that is received through your senses. So if the senses are, so think for an instance, if all the senses have shut down. So what would be the condition? But your mind sensor keeps on working. It can produce thoughts. Either you can think about your past, either you can think plan about your future. So thoughts keep coming in your mind, into the mind. So that will contribute to feel that the feeling of the presence. So then how you can understand this present moment as not true? You have to have this. Yesterday we talked on this. You have to have the penetrative insight. So if you are able to comprehend how your senses work, how your vision get formed, how your hearing constructed, ear constructed, how your thoughts getting formed, you will be able to realize these things are not real. Then of course, the present moment which is created with combination of each and every sensor would not be real either. From that you can understand this present moment is not real. If this present moment is not real, the feeling of the existence of this present moment become not real as well. That is the way how you would understand or how you propagate through this, or how you would walk along this journey. So this understanding won't come overnight. It will take some time. So patience should be there with you. You have to be very patient, because as I said earlier, there is nothing to do intentionally. How much harder you try, that won't expedite this achievement. It's achievement. Might be it may be an obstacle, but if you don't try, if you don't do anything, that will either not going to work. That's why Lord Buddha said, walking along this path should be very gentle. If you jump into the river, if you start swimming very hard, that will also that would not help. If you don't swim, you will be drowned. So both things should be not practiced. Let it happen. Let it happen. What you have to do is understanding the thought only. How much you become thorough with this process or the system, or the way that the process, the thoughts get created within your senses or within your faculties, that will help you get out from this illusion. Here, the realization is the most important thing, not the knowledge. Even though you have very much knowledge on these things, you won't feel the actual feeling. What you have to do is you have to have some kind of a knowledge. Yes, that is true. Then you make into practice. The knowledge has to you have to have some kind of a practical knowledge, because it should be incorporated into your day-to-day life. So then of course you tend to feel that this present moment is not real. Otherwise, how much you keep on contemplating and all these things, that won't help. Gathering knowledge might hinder your path, hinder your journey. Because knowledge, in the sense, you take them as thoughts. So when you start collecting more and more thoughts, what would solidify your self-identity with solidify unknowingly. Again, you won't be able to see the non-existence feeling. Instead, you will harden that feeling. So this is so subtle. You have to build up your own rafter because you are the one who knows about everything about you. You are the one who know the way that you feel. The milestones that you encounter is the dissolvement, the stages of dissolving, the way that your I-ness or the self-centeredness get dissolved. So it happens gradually. It can be felt for you by you. So people tend to think earlier, or the in present world also, people tend to believe this body is me and the mind is inside the body, often equating it with the brain. But when examined carefully, it becomes clear that it is not the brain that gives rise to the sense of being alive, but rather the consciousness itself. So as an example, I can point you out that in some instances you might have seen the patient who have fallen coma. His or her brain functions are happening as usual. The respiratory system, cardiovascular systems, and other things are almost working as a healthy person without some sensory sensations, but we don't know why he is not conscious. The conscious is another thing. So that's why people tend to believe that there is kind of a universal thing which is common to each living being, each and every living being. For that they say universal consciousness. So humans are, they tend to believe humans are a representative from that universal consciousness. But they also think people who have higher IQs and who understood this reality would be able to go back to this universal reality, consciousness, and be there forever. But Lord Buddha said is somewhat different from that. Lord Buddha said the so-called consciousness is not real as well. We have seen people without consciousness. The experience of the life is not there. Basically, through the Buddha's teaching, what is taught is how this consciousness arises. Since Consciousness is always associated with a felt experience. Every link in this chain of dependent origination or the Paticcasamuppada carries with it a subtle feeling tone. This is very important. This is very important point. So people tend to preach this Paticcasamuppada or cause and effect law as a theory. You might have heard these things. But it is not a theory itself. It has some kind of a feel underlying. You have to get that feeling along with the teachings, along with the dependent ordination steps. That is more. That one is very important. That's why the Dhamma is not just a teaching to be learned. It is reality to be felt. Earlier we said the Dhamma is the system, the process. The process, now we feel the process. The byproduct of that process was the living alive feel. But when we understand this process and we realize it as a lie, it as not true, then we tend to feel the non-existence feel. This is the journey. This is the journey. This defines the journey. It's very they are going in different direction. If one goes right side, the understanding will go to the left side, left direction. So if you tend to feel that you are living, that is anusota, towards the current. If you start to feel this entire process is a mirage, is as a mirage, then the byproduct that has been created along with that process is not true as well. That is, from that point onwards, you are moving along the opposite direction, opposite to the flow, opposite to the current. So that is patisote, against the current. So what Lord Buddha said is, once you start the journey towards the opposite direction, no one can stop you. Either not by you, even. That is the beauty of understanding this Dhamma. So, what you have to do is, and also I must say, this Patisota journey is self-evident for those who practice it sincerely. So as I said, the consciousness is what gives rise to the sense of I, or I am alive. So that is true. That is true for any living being. So people don't think that people can't imagine that there is a kind of non-existent field, but it is there. That Lord Buddha is the only spiritual leader, one and only the spiritual leader who talked about these things. Non-existent field. It is a feeling. The non-existence field. So investigating how this aliveness arises in the noble research, the Buddha encouraged a personal inquiry into the nature of existence itself. You have to take the exam, the sample from you. You should be subjected to for that particular experiment. You means because you are thinking your mind is at the beginning. So you have to take your mind as the sample frame from that for this particular research. Then you have to figure it out how this mind gets created. Then you will understand that that there is kind of impermanence nature in your mind. The mind is not true. So it comes from the result of your noble research. So then you can conclude, then you will be able to conclude that there is no such a permanent soul here. So that also be self-evident for you, because everything would happen as usual, but you tend to feel that I'm not there in that particular instances. It is very hard to imagine from the thoughts for a beginner. That is true. That is well accepted. That is true. But when you start walking along this journey, you will tend to feel that this I-ness or the self-centeredness getting dissolved gradually. It is a gradual process. Once again, I am telling, it is a gradual process. You should not be hurry for that. If you become hurry for that, so that will hinder your journey. So let it happen. Let it happen. Because no one has done it, neither by you. There's nothing to do from your side other than seeing the truth. So in this case, we yesterday also talk about these things. We have to understand how these five senses create you this material world. Because you think the material world is real and you are living in this world. That makes you to feel that you are alive. Because you are believing the things you deal with are real. But at the initial stages, you won't be able to deny them that there is no such a material world here. Yes, if you do so, it becomes also from a thought. You are denying it from a thought. So you tend to believe that thought is as real. So it should not be happen. You can't deny that worldly objects are not real from another thought. Because whatever thought comes to your mind is not real. Even you think from a thought that world is not real, it is also you are following up the illusion. That won't help you to see this illusion, see through this illusion, understand this illusion. Unless otherwise you try to understand this process of creation of the thought, you won't be able to get away from that. The mechanism how the thoughts get created from your senses, including your mind sensor, you won't be able to understand this illusion. Samudaya Satya. Samudaya means how your thoughts are formed. Understanding that thing will help you to realize that process is not true. Otherwise, you tend to believe you from a thought itself that this process is not true. Then you believe that your negative thought as true. So that should not be happen. Buddha said, Dhammang vina natti pitacha mata. Dhammang vina natti pitacha mata. There is a process or system is functioning. Unless otherwise, there is no such a mother, father, or self here. It is a very challenging what do you call? It's a very challenging saying. So how can you say that you don't have a mother, father, even? Unless there's a process or system functioning kind of a system. Lord Buddha said, your mother, father is also a product of the system, byproduct of the system. And even the self, yourself. Wow, it seems like so complicated initially, but Buddha has shown us a clear angle that we should look at it, that particular look at it. So if you are able to look at it from that particular angle, you will be able to see what Lord Buddha said as correct. Then only you will be able to realize everything you see, you deal, you hear, you entertain, or you engage in are thoughts, not real. So what you do to understand these formations, in order to do so, you have to go to your childhood and see. You need to have some kind of understanding about how this illusionary world got created from the day you have born. So that will bring about you the Pubbhe Nivasanusati Jnana. That means the building up of the prior, initial thoughts, the way how these initial thoughts or the signals or the perceptions got created, you have to be very thorough with them, with it. So that will carry you the wisdom of Pubbhe Nivasanusati Jnana. It has to be there. Otherwise, you will not be able to realize this present moment. That is Chatutthapadanana. These are Pali terms. You don't want to memorize these things, but you have to understand what it says only. Whether you are an Englishman, German speaking, or Tamil or Sinhala, whoever, the meaning is enough for this understanding. From the Pubbhe Nivasanusati Jnana, it says you have to know how this initial perception took place. With that knowledge or with that understanding, you can figure it out how this present perception or present feel come into action. So that will lead to dissolvement of your self-existence feeling. That is the Asavakya Jnana. Without these three things, you won't be able to realize the system. You won't be able to realize this Dhamma. You won't be able to feel the actual non-existing feeling. So that's why Lord Buddha said, these three are the three sciences. Pubbhe Nivasanusati Jnana, Chatuppamana Jnana, present field, and the future and Asavakya Jnana, non-existence field. Past field, present field, and the non-existence field. If you don't, so these fields, these feelings should come through the realization, not from meditation. You can't achieve this if you keep sitting for hours, days, or years and doing meditation. It has to come through this truth, understanding the truth, Satyajnana. That is the penetrative insight. That will become the penetrative wisdom. That is the Vidarshana. Without Vidarshana, you won't be able to achieve these things. It has to come through the understanding only. So how much you keep on sitting, doing inhalation and exhalation and meditation, you won't be able to feel this feeling. Yes, of course, you will be able to attain some stages of dhyana through this. But just after getting away from this particular meditation activity, you are in this world. You will be there in the same world where you used to stay. It is not a permanent thing. So meditation won't help you in this stage. First, you should listen to the Dhamma, and then you have to understand what Lord Buddha clearly said. And then you should try to realize what is meant by Paticamuppada or the dependent origination. Then you have to incorporate that understanding to your day-to-day life. That is the practical path. Gradually, you will tend to feel this Asavakya Jnana, third one. So no one is doing, neither by you even. It will automatically happen. So what you have to do is seeing this Dhamma very clearly. How much you become thorough with this Dhamma, how much you understand this process in terms of this system, that much you will be able to feel the exact non-existence feeling. It is not of knowledge. Initially, you need the knowledge, but knowledge will not assist you throughout this process. It can't assist you because we gather knowledge through the thoughts. If you believe in thoughts, you again push towards the mundane, conventional world. So that's not going to help you out. At some point, you have to put your knowledge aside as well. That's why Lord Buddha said, you have to say goodbye to your knowledge as well at in certain point of this journey. So you use the rafter to cross the river only. After that, you park that rafter in the bank of that river and you walk away. You do not take it into your shoulder and carry it with you. Let it be there in the place where you get out from that rafter. Just walk with that. Just walk freely afterwards. So everything is clearly said by Lord Buddha. It is a very clear path. It is understandable. You will understand within this life period. For sure. And you not only not only you get the understanding, you also will feel it, the non-existence feeling. That is the Nibbana. At that point, there won't be a person within you, because you become everything. It is a blissful feeling, hard to explain in words. So again, I'm saying, we invite all of you to come and have a look. Try to understand this dependent origination Dhamma, how this Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana get created. If you are able to understand this formation, the way it forms, then you will realize there's no such a thing called this kind of a formation here. All this formation will lead to an illusion, will lead to a mirage. So you will automatically do not to go towards that thing. You will understand the illusionary projection in your senses, in your faculties, including your mind sensor. Then no longer they can cheat you. So you know they behave like that. They always try to project something as real. Maybe light. Once you see a light, you tend to feel that is true. But after realizing the eye, you clearly know that it is only just a projection. It is not true. So why do you want to bother interfere with that? You just let it happen. Let your eyes to see. No burning will be there. Whatever you see, no burning will inside will be there within you. Whatever you heard, with whatever you hear, same thing will happen to the other faculties as well. Whatever the thought comes to your mind, would they do some kind of a change within you? No, because you know the functionality of your mind is producing more and more thoughts, like your eye. The sole purpose of your eye, sole functionality of your eye is producing light, giving you the vision. Likewise, generating new thoughts is the primary functionality of your mind. So why do you bother with that? So let it happen. Let it happen. So that will, for sure, that will liberate you from the mind. That understanding will liberate from your mind. So that is the ultimate goal. That would be the ultimate goal. So there would be no kind of a burning inside with these worldly perceptions. So that doesn't mean that worldly perception would go. No, they will be remain as same. Your father, your mother, your brother, your office friends will be there. You can deal with them as usual, but you know everything is a projection, a simulation. It is your mind. You know these things. Keeping that in mind, you deal well with them, but there is no inside burning within you. So that is the true state of true liberation. At that point, you will feel that there is no person here. You are not there. That is the non-existent sphere. So that would be your end. So I'll invite all of you to come and have a look. Come join in with that. Please, if you have any doubts and queries, please come to our Zoom sessions in Sri Lankan times 2 to 3 p.m. We have discussion, open discussions. Our noble friend Buddothpada will also join in that particular time slot. So you can ask questions. So please be free-minded. Please come with open mind, and I'm sure you will be able to understand. There is nothing to lose. Nothing would lose. We don't ask you to go away from your workplace or go away from your home and loved ones and start meditating quietly and peacefully. We don't say like that. Within your staying within your own comfort zone, you can practice this Dhamma for sure. Surely you will feel this extraordinary feel that you have never felt ever before. So I think we can talk tomorrow as well. So Theruvan Saranai, everyone. Theruvan Saranai, and good night.
Theruvan Saranai. First of all, I pay homage at Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's feet, our noble friend, for sharing this beautiful message of true Dhamma with all of us and expanding the opportunities for everyone in the world to listen to this beautiful message. So, dear Dhamma friends, welcome to the evening Dhamma talk. So today the topic of the talk is true skillfulness. So skillfulness in English language has a very different meaning. It is somebody's talent or how good somebody is in certain activity or certain sport or a game or some other activity is basically defined as skill or skillfulness. But in Buddhist philosophy, the skillfulness means kusalaya. That is actually one's potential or one's ability to see the truth of the stimulus, because this entire Buddhist philosophy revolves around a single stimulus. Single stimulus in the sense how true this stimulus becomes, and this is the decisive factor of one's self-perception. So that is why this stimulus and seeing the truth of stimulus is extremely vital in for someone who is in the path to Nibbana. There is a beautiful gatha which captures the importance of skillfulness or the kusala in Buddhist philosophy. So it starts with Sabba Papa Sakaranam. Sabba Papa Sakaranam. What does it mean? All these thoughts or this illusory consciousness are expressions of unskillfulness, akusala. Because if a particular thought or a stimulus becomes true for us, it creates the self-perception. It actually augments the power of the self-perception, which makes the person roam, or in other words, continue to be in the deadly cycle of life and death. And so Sabba Papassa Karanam Kusalasa Upasampada. How can one escape or liberate from this? The cultivation of skillfulness. It arises when one understands the nature of illusory consciousness. Through wisdom, actually. This is also explained as seeing things as they truly are. So very common two aspects always highlighted in the philosophy is yoniso manasikara, wise attention, and yathabhuta jnana, ability to see things as they really are, or wisdom to see things as they really are. So these are mere words. Unless we use examples to understand these concepts, they will remain as another set of perceptions. We use these words and terms only to explain these Dhamma points, and actually Gautama Buddha himself has used quite a lot of metaphors and similes for the ordinary people to understand his beautiful message of true Dhamma, or the nothingness, or the emptiness. Nothingness is actually experiencing nothingness with everything around. And on the other hand, realizing that there is no self, there was no self, or there will be no self. It's out of discussion, out of talk, actually, the self, it arose out of pure ignorance. So for this, actually, I mentioned here that the ignorance or the unskillfulness or akusala is being deceived by the stimulus. With the stimulus becoming real, on the other side, the self-perception arises, that is a natural phenomenon. It is nature, So only way out of this big trouble is to realize the truth. That is to realize how the world has become real to us, or how and why we feel as if I am there, as if a self exists in a kind of, actually we feel in a world, in an inanimate world, some living entities exist. So under living entities, we have a lot of people, animals, insects, all types of people. Because conscious beings and the inanimate objects, in other words, they operate, they exist without any consciousness. That's the belief actually we have had so far. But with this beautiful true Dhamma, message of true Dhamma, is there aren't the things that we assume there are. So daily, we, in any Dhamma talk, if you have listened to Dhamma talks carefully, in all 10,000 plus Dhamma discourses of Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, our noble friend, our spiritual teacher, what he discusses, taking numerous examples that are appealing to the 21st century generation, is this nothingness, and how we feel as if we are there, and as if an external world is there due to this, due to the function of, or due to the projections of the sensory faculties. So the sensory faculties, as we mention always, scientifically, as actually in our general science lessons, we learned about 5 senses: eye, ear, nose, tongue, the skin. On top of that, the complex sense actually is disclosed to the people by Gautama Buddha, that is the mind, because mind is not considered as a sensory faculty in general science actually. But the greatest scientist ever born to the world, Gautama Buddha, reveals a hidden story, beautiful hidden story to us. Actually, it's not a story, it is a beautiful science, because he revealed how these sensory faculties, along with the mind, creates an illusionary world for us. So skillfulness and unskillfulness in this perspective is nothing but whether you are able to see the truth of this illusion, or whether you take this illusion as real and you just go by all thoughts that occur in relation to this illusion. Illusion makes further more illusions, and you get entangled in such a way you cannot find a way out of it. So, Sachitta Pariyodapana. Next point. When one sees the truth of this illusion, or that there is no substance in the thought that occurs in the mind, it is, for example, it is worth analyzing this. Although we mention it every day, it is worth saying every day how the mind gets created, how the stimulus becomes real. Maybe we talk about the true faith, maybe we talk about the suffering, maybe we talk about the skillfulness or seeking true blessings of Noble Triple Chain, or how to become a true Buddhist, or the basic terminology used in Buddhist philosophy, how the stimulus becomes real for us, or how the self perception arises, is an integral part of every Dhamma talk, because this Dhamma, the main concern of it is to make sure the self perception dissolves gradually before the last breath happens. That is actually, that should be the only goal actually. Now I'm talking in terms of mundane perspective. In that case, it should be the only goal of every human being, because this cycle of life and death is extremely terrifying. Now, just imagine human realm is one of the higher realms, but still in front of your eyes, you can see how people suffer, the torture, suffering. And then what about the animal realm, which is a lower realm? The sufferings of that realm is unexplainable. So isn't this enough for us to think about ending this unending cycle of life and death? So Sachitta Pariyodapanami, the Pali phrase, what does it mean? It is when you see the truth of the stimulus, you will have a mind free from suffering, in the sense it will be pure means empty. And etam buddhanusasanam, this is the teachings of all Buddhas. So what happens, what actually, when a certain thought becomes real, what happens to us? Let's look at it from a with an example. So now focus on your eye. The moment you open your eye, certain visual formations arise, because it's like it's like when there is a thunder peal up in the sky, the window panes shake, but the window frame does not shake. The walls do not shake, but we hear the window panes shaking due to the not due to, with the thunder peal that occurred in the sky. Now, can we actually calculate the distance between the point where the thunder peal and the window pane? No. How did it happen? Because the vibrations that were generated, actually that vibrated at that point, synchronized with the vibrations of the matter here. Matter may actually the matter that is in this window pane, or the vibrations, actually matter in the sense vibrations, may be glass or metal or whatever the materials are all vibrations. So why didn't the window frame didn't shake? Because the vibrations of the window frame did not match with that sound vibration that occurred in the sky. So it is the same phenomenon, same principle that happens when the process of seeing occurs in relation to the eye. This eye faculty, physical eye faculty, is again a collection of vibrations with certain frequencies. And out there, let's imagine there is a certain flower. Okay, the flower is also nothing but some vibrations of certain frequency, So when these frequencies of vibrations match as a natural phenomenon, they interaction of them happens. They come together, but they are actually of opposing charges, positive and negative. So although we feel we are seeing a flower that is there in front of us, this reflection, this seeing happens, this interaction happens only in the eye faculty. And when this formation, actually projection, occurs in the eye faculty, what happens is your prior experience with regard to the same shape, maybe when you were very small, maybe at the age of 3, at the age of 2.5 or so, your parents took you to the garden. You were given certain flowers and told, oh, this is a flower. So that flower, the label, entangled with the visual formation that occurred right now. That's what we call as a concept in this Buddhist philosophy, the prior perceptions become current perceptions or new perceptions. Actually, there is no difference in when it comes to this perception level. It is the same perception, although we say it's the new perception, that's the prior perception or previous perception. From the moment that the first perception occurred, whenever you see or whenever the eye captures a similar shape, it's the same perception that arises. And they are not only the visual content, visual input, the softness of the flower petals, smell of the flower. So if you have some kids actually lick the flowers, so if you at that point lick the flower, that those inputs and the feel, the softness, all come as one single shot and end up creating an existing flower. The danger is, it's all right to see the beauty of the flower and everything, all good, but the moment the flower becomes a reality, that vibration becomes a real flower, the entertainment from this side, the person, although there was never a self, we feel due to ignorance, I see the flower, I see a flower. With that, what happens is, lot of thoughts arise. If you haven't listened to true Dhamma, if you do not know the message of Lord Buddha, what happens is a lot of thoughts in association with this stimulus arise. That is the nature of mind. That is the law of mind. What could be the thoughts? We call them vitakka vichara. We don't stop with one stimulus, one thought. A lot of thoughts arise. Oh, this flower is beautiful. I must buy another plant of this variety. Oh, there I have seen the other colors of the same flower. So I must buy all the colors, and so I must put them in the vase. Oh, this flower is smaller, I must put manure, or I must put water. I saw another flower, the same variety, another color of the same variety in the neighbor. Unending thoughts flow. So the problem is, each thought has power, though they are empty. There is nothing in these thoughts, probably. You think, oh, this plant was so expensive. There is an exhibition, so I must buy. I would be able to buy these plants at a lower price. All this. Probably you don't buy a plant, or you don't think of doing it next day. It's completely, you have forgotten it. But at that very moment, so many thoughts arise. Each thought actually energizes the self-perception, because when the actually, if you cannot see the truth of that flower, what happens is you live in a kind of dream there. All the other flowers arise, how you bought this plant in the exhibition, how you put it in this pot, and how you planted it, and how you looked after it, nurtured it, everything. Because there is actually, now see, this small flower can do this much damage to. Actually, I am using the word us here, although there was never an us or I, just to communicate this. So what about other entities? If what you perceived, what your eye perceived is your immediate family, your mom, dad, children, or your enemy, it's not with the eye only. You heard somebody praising you. Somebody said, oh, that lady or the gent is very nice. His or her kind of maybe, let's take an engineer. His plans are really good. They are economical, they're user friendly. When somebody praises you, they are just words. But what happens to your ego? What happens to your self-perception? It gets energized. It gets stronger and stronger, higher and higher. And then just imagine somebody is criticizing you. That is a good for nothing fellow. He is foolish. He doesn't understand a thing. Somebody is criticizing you. Just words. But what sort of power it would create in with those perceptions? You give meaning to each of those sounds. Oh, that one is criticizing me. How bad. So that person becomes real. You don't stop there. That thought power definitely makes you, actually, if you are ignorant, if you are not strong in the path, what happens is you kind of thoughts flow, unending thought flow occurs. You argue with yourself. Was he actually criticizing me, or it's I have taken it as criticizing you, so I must double check. You call your immediate friends, you call your maybe family for advice, opinion. Now see the burning. Of course, you can experience this. The difference is, now I'm coming to the next point. How is it with somebody who has listened to the wisdom of truth? Doesn't such a person face these day-to-day situations? Somebody praising you, somebody criticizing you, or those are in relation to ear, but seeing somebody fighting or seeing beautiful things, smelling, tasting, touching, they do happen to those people also. But what happens with them is the active contemplation Actually, although we say active contemplation, Dhamma knowledge, actually, Dhamma knowledge, that's why Aryan Maharshi says, knowing is important. First, the knowing should happen. You should listen to Dhamma. Whenever he talks to someone who is interested in Dhamma, the first question is, for how long have you been listening to these sermons? Or how many sermons, approximately how many sermons have you listened to? It is not to popularize these sermons, but to make sure that this person is aware of true Dhamma. So first, you should know. That is what we mean when we say Chanato and Passato. Chanato should happen first, knowing. Passato, seeing. Actually, that is the true discernment. True discernment in the sense now, when the person who is in the path sees something, okay, the same flower, the thought flow will not happen. Even if the person gets a few thoughts, the contemplation, it is again a natural phenomenon. Oh, is this a real flower or a projection or an illusion created by mind consciousness? That kind of inner awareness, awakening arises. Nobody is doing that actually. That awakening is the skillfulness. That awareness, inner awareness. So what happens, we call this stage Savitakka Savichara. This is not total ignorance. The active contemplation happens. That doesn't let this person go far and far and far with the thoughts. Or that film is cut short. This is self-evident. Such a person may call one person and come back to normal, to to share the grief or the agitated, so that the agitated mind will settle. But a person in total ignorance will talk about it today, talk about it tomorrow, try to take revenge from that person, will argue with that person, or if it's about tracing, will go and tell, oh, so and so told this to me. That is also ego. Call your family and tell, see, so and so praised me, told that my work is very good, so on. So in whatever form it comes, the world is real to us. So the skillfulness is identifying your self-perception. So when we are in the Dhamma path, we face these incidents so often. Earlier also we faced, of course, before meeting up with these our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Maharshi, we even it's natural, but we were in the total darkness. We were kind of carried away by all vitakka vichara, and we were main performers in that film. But now at least, when we hear true Dhamma, we actually liberate from a lot of stimuli. But once in a while, we get caught. So, but still, in a few minutes, at least this Dhamma comes and saves us. This inner awareness, no one is doing, hey, what are you doing? What a fool are you? That perception came real to you. Just look at yourself. Just look at your self-perception. So this is the beauty of true Dhamma. So with that power doesn't have a place. Power cannot exist. Mind consciousness cannot be a skillful magician when you are skillful, when Kusalaya is there. So the next level, when somebody is getting stronger and stronger in the path, liberation will happen, even being aware by that person. That person may not be aware that I liberated from a thought or so. Everything happens as usual. Such a person may not go by carried away by thoughts associated with that particular perception. Neither he or she will contemplate Dhamma, but experience some tranquility. But may experience some tranquility. That is the avitakka avichara level. Avitakka avichara level, yes. It happens when one is liberated from the influence of stimuli. So in penetrative insight or vidarshana meditation, vidarshana bhavana, at the initial level, this savitakka savichara nature is there. That is, savitakka savichara is active contemplation. Because first you should know the mechanism, then when the problem arises, problem in the sense when the stimulus become real, Dhamma is applied. Gradually, in penetrative insight, the liberation of the thought become a natural thing. It becomes so consistent. So that is when the vipassana samadhi arises. So actually, this is also known as avitakka samadhi, where contemplation deepens and the world is no longer experienced as real. It is consistent. It is also marked by the absence of thought. This samadhi develops naturally, no one is doing. And with it, skillfulness arises. through this, we are able to contemplate the truth. So, skillfulness, once again, is the ability to see the truth of the stimulus. This gradually develops through the wisdom of truth. So this inner awareness must be awakened, actually not by someone. By listening to Dhamma, it awakens. Then all thoughts, actually that awakening will help us to see that all thoughts are illusions. So this awakening should be consistent, not to be deceived by stimuli, because living is the continuous flow of stimuli. So there is no split second where there is no stimuli or a thought arising. Thoughts may arise when one fully liberates from this also, fully liberates from the ignorance or fully aware of the truth. Thoughts may arise, but the burning may not be there, or the value will not be attributed to any thought. So, in other words, the self-perception will dissolve. So, as people in the path, in the first place, we have to listen to this beautiful truth. And we should realize how the mind consciousness has been performing magic, creating illusions. And I talked about the 3 levels of the stimulus, actually experience, the reaction of a person happens in 3 levels. The vitakka vichara, avitakka vichara, vitakka vichara, savitakka savichara, and avitakka vichara. So these 3 levels, from these 3 levels, vitakka vichara level is the experience of a person who is unaware of Dhamma, or who has listened to Dhamma but who hasn't realized, who doesn't know how to apply it to liberate from the thought. That's why the world becomes so real. A lot of thoughts will arise. Now let's try to understand it through another example. Just imagine there is a photo of your mother on the wall in front of you. So it is just a bunch of colors. But the moment the photo becomes real, lot of thoughts may arise. Oh, if your mother is dead, I must renew the garland that I have put to this photo. or I couldn't clean it, I should wipe it, or I should change this photo, I must make it a better, I must hang a better photo of my mom because I need to have this alms giving, 7-year alms giving or something. So there I have to display this photo, put it on the stool next to the monk who is doing the sermon. So with the photo alone, the 101 thoughts may arise. So the photo was real. At least will we be able to stop at that? No, you will go to the mother perception, mother. Not now the photo perception created that much of thoughts, that many thoughts. Then the mother perception, that bunch of colors becomes the mother. That identification happens, sound and color combination. There is no mother at all, but the perception. So with that, my God, you would probably cry. You would probably go to your childhood. You will see the beautiful film of your mother. Is it real? Is any of these thoughts real? But what about the power that these thoughts generated? So we actually suffer due to these thoughts, due to these thought power, mind power. That's why we shouldn't ignore this beautiful message of Lord Buddha, which is brought to you through Buddothpado English Zoom discussions, and by now Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse has completed around 10,000 sermons. The number go higher with the recordings of all Dhamma discussions that happen daily. So don't just ignore this opportunity. So if we go back to the same example, photo of the mother. Now what happens with someone who is in the path but who has not fully liberated? The photo would still become real for such a person that only that particular person knows. But even if it becomes real, that penetrative insight will happen. That person will actively probably see through the stimulus. Oh, how does it become a photo? Just active contemplation may happen, not just words, may not speak. That inside talk will also not happen. This contemplation is not talking to yourself or talking loud about Dhamma points. It's not the thing. Through that inner awareness, some subtle contemplation will happen. It's like somebody reminding you that it's very difficult to explain with words because these words always may give a different interpretation, because not somebody, some awareness is there. That awareness will help you to discern that it is just a visual formation, and that Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana, the wisdom to see the first occurrence of that particular thought, Maybe when you were small, your grandfather's photo was introduced to you as, oh, don't touch, don't fall it down, it is your grandpa. So you were introduced the label photo in association with certain image. That arose. That is how this image, this visual formation became a photo. So that contemplation happens, and so that when you know that it is sound and color combination, nothing would happen. No strings of thought will arise. You may not go to town in your mind with the photo. Then and there you will liberate, so that the thought power will go down. Self-perception will not have power. So that is the beauty of it. Then someone who is very strong or fully realized, fully liberated, would definitely see the photo. If it is to be cleaned, would clean it. Garland will be renewed. If the photo is faded, replace it with a better photo. We'll organize an almsgiving and a sermon and do all the rites and rituals. He or she will also remember the childhood, but they will not be real, and the power may not be there. That the duality won't be there. The person recalling the past or subjected to that flashback will not be there. The person who is subjected to that flashback or reminiscing wouldn't be there. That thought will be the only thing available at that point. The one who experiences it wouldn't be there. That's the oneness that we talk about in Buddhist philosophy. You might have heard in these sermons, the person becomes the experience. There are no two things as the experience and me. Observer and the observed. Observer will disappear and everything becomes the observed from any of these senses. So they are the perfect experience of that will happen without any burning. Without any burning. So that's the beauty of true Dhamma. So non-duality, that there aren't two extremes, internal, external. Only the experience is there. That actually wisdom with kusalaya or skillfulness, the wisdom arises. Wisdom gets stronger and stronger. The wisdom arises, and with that, the perfect liberation from suffering occurs. So, if we try to be skillful or try to practice skillfulness by force, it will not happen. If we like a policeman checking the traffic, if we try to observe each and every thought, now we know kusala is this, skillfulness is this. So again, the strong self-perception will be growing within because the person is vigilant about the thought and attacking the thought. That's not the thing. Just like we cannot force a plant to grow just by will alone. Okay, just because I want to be, want to practice skillfulness, apply skillfulness, with that will, nothing will happen. But you must water it, nourish it with fertilizer, and kusalaya or skillfulness also grows through consistent care and practice. You need to be aware of this truth, and the definition given to this